Chapter 835. The Azure Dragon rushed over but was bitten by the 6 paths of gods. No matter how the Azure Dragon moved his body, he could not escape from the big mouth. Ancestral Dragon Strike? In front of the 6 paths of gods, it was like a joke. The sudden change made the faces of Dragon God Ing and Takashi Ryushin sink. You still have energy left? The West Sea Dragon King shouted in shock. Energy left? You think a little Guanxi can stop me? Ancestral Dragon? Not to mention you have the Ancestral Dragon Strike. Even if the Ancestral Dragon was still alive, I can still swallow him. The 6 paths of God said coldly. As he spoke, the suction force became stronger. No, Elder Wu, save me. The West Sea Dragon King screamed in despair. At this moment, in front of the 6 paths of gods, he could not resist at all. One mouth was enough. He could not resist at all. That mouth even had the power to seal the spirit, making it impossible for the 3 of them to escape. His future death was because he fought against the 6 paths? While the West Sea Dragon King was panicking, Dragon God Ing and Takashi Ryushin had already arrived. The 6 paths is in a stalemate with Old Man Guanxi. His mouth is swallowing the Azure Dragon. He can no longer move. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Takashi Ryushin, you attack the 6 paths and knock him into the primal chaos spacetime. I will take Sinuan. Dragon God Ing shouted. Such a heaven-sent opportunity, it was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, Takashi Ryushin glared. Why should you take Sinuan? At this time, what is there to fight for? Dragon God Ing glared and said angrily. What a joke. If we don't fight now, when will we fight? Takashi Ryushin glared. Fine, then you take Sinuan. I will deal with Rokudo Shinkuan. Remember, if you become an immortal, remember to resurrect Father. Dragon God Ing shouted coldly. Takashi Ryushin replied. Boom. The 2 of them charged forward. Long Xinying's expression was ferocious as he punched out. A huge fist condensed in the void as if he wanted to send 6 paths of heaven god into the primal chaos. Takashi Ryushin's expression was filled with greed as he formed a huge palm and grabbed at the red ball. Sinuan. He's overestimating himself, but you guys don't know what's good for you? Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Lu Dao coldly snorted. On the back of the 6 paths of the heavenly god, his clothes were suddenly torn apart. From the torn clothes, a hand suddenly emerged. It was like a 3rd hand grew out of his back. When Dragon God Ing and Takashi Ryushin saw this, their expressions changed. Boom. When the 3rd hand appeared, it instantly shattered Dragon Shenying's fist. At the same time, the recoil sent Dragon Shenying flying. Dragon Shenying was only the aftermath. Takashi Ryushin, who dared to touch Sinuan, was the one who bore the brunt of the impact. The 3rd hand soared into the sky. Takashi Ryushin's fist shattered and appeared in front of Takashi Ryushin. What? Takashi Ryushin's expression changed. Boom. In an instant, Takashi Ryushin was grabbed by the 3rd hand. The strength of the 2 descendants of the Jianghu family was nothing in front of the 6 paths of heaven god. It was like a child throwing a punch. No, impossible, let go of me. Takashi Ryushin screamed. Let go of him. Dragon Shenying instantly appeared in front of him and punched. Boom. The 3rd hand that held Takashi Ryushin punched out. Dragon Shenying's fist exploded again. The huge force sent Dragon Shenying flying into the depths of the starry sky like a meteor. You don't know the meaning of death. Even if Jianghu is here, I can swallow him, not to mention you 2 little things. 6 paths of heaven god said coldly. You did it on purpose? You still have the strength to fight against Old Man Guanxi? Takashi Ryushin, who was being held, cried out in pain. Elder Wu, save me. Dragon King of the West Sea also cried out in despair. He easily dealt with the green dragon and the zombie. The 6 paths of the celestial deities had done this so casually and easily. Elder Wu's face sank and his body slightly paused. You did it on purpose? You still have the strength to fight? Elder Wu said in a deep voice. I just want to see if you have the guts to go against me. I have already warned you, you are courting death. You can't blame others. Elder Wu, do you still want to die? 6 paths of heaven god sneered. Elder Wu's face sank. Not far away, Old Man Guanxi sneered. 6 paths of heaven god, who can you fool with this trick of yours? If you really have the strength to fight, why are you stalling for time with me? Isn't it better to directly rush into the Immortal Dome and use Sinuan to control the Immortal Dome? When Old Man Guanxi said that, Elder Wu narrowed his eyes as if he had made up his mind. Roar. With a loud roar, Elder Wu instantly pounced towards 6 paths of heaven god. At this moment there was no more hesitation. 6 paths of heaven God really couldn't move his hands. Umph. 6 paths of heaven God snorted and a fourth hand appeared on his back. Boom. A fist struck towards Elder Wu. Pa. The 9-headed snake tail swung and collided with the fourth hand. After all, Elder Wu was one of the strongest people in the world. The 9-headed snake tail didn't follow in Takeshi Ryushin's footsteps. After colliding with the fourth hand, the first hand retreated. Elder Wu, you chose this path yourself. 6 paths of heaven God's face revealed a sinister expression. Blazing flames suddenly appeared on 6 paths of heaven God's body. His aura suddenly became more than 10 times stronger than before. In an instant, the chess momentum suppressed Old Man Guanxi. What? You really hid your strength on purpose? Takeshi Ryushin, who was being held by the third hand, exclaimed in shock. Elder Wu attacked with all his strength, but he was still instantly pushed back. 6 paths, he just used a secret technique to stimulate himself. Elder Wu, it's up to you. Force him into the primal chaos space-time. Old Man Guanxi shouted from afar. 6 paths of heaven God's aura became stronger and the speed at which he was swallowing the Azure Dragon became faster and faster. Ah ah ah. The West Sea Dragon King screamed in pain. At this moment, the West Sea Dragon King felt that he had entered 6 paths' mouth. Because he was in the front half of the Azure Dragon's body, while Ao Shun and Ao Xing were in the back half of the Azure Dragon's body. The front half of the Azure Dragon's body was already in 6 paths' mouth. There was no way for it to come out. Haha, I thought I was smart. No wonder the East Sea Dragon King and South Sea Dragon King weren't willing to participate. Ao Shun and Ao Xing? You didn't let Ao Tianhuang participate. It seems that you were right. I was too arrogant. Laughable, laughable. The West Sea Dragon King screamed in despair. Senior, do you have a solution now? Ao Shun asked anxiously. I won't be able to live. According to history, I will definitely die. So it was here. Haha, so it was like this. Greedy? I was greedy. The West Sea Dragon Palace was destroyed because of me. I have let down my ancestors and the Ancestral Dragon. The West Sea Dragon Palace cannot be destroyed because of me. If the two of you can escape, please help me rebuild the West Sea Dragon Palace. Please. The West Sea Dragon King screamed bitterly. With a roar, he spat out 2 rays of green light from his mouth. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the 2 rays of green light rushed into Ao Shun and Ao Sheng's body. Break. The West Sea Dragon King roared with a ferocious expression. Boom. The Azure Dragon was cut in half, and Ao Shun and Ao Xing, who were wrapped in the back half, flew out while the front half entered the mouth of the 6 paths and exploded. The West Sea Dragon King chose to detonate the Azure Dragon. Boom. The 6 paths of Tianxin's 6-colored mouth suddenly changed shape. However, the 6 paths of Tianxin still sucked the Azure Dragon into his mouth. Even if it exploded, I can still eat it. The 6 paths of Tianxin snorted coldly. The West Sea Dragon King detonated himself? Ao Shun shouted in shock. Ancestral Dragon Blood Essence? What the West Sea Dragon King shot into my body was Ancestral Dragon Blood Essence. Ao Shun suddenly revealed an expression of ecstasy. Just as Ao Shun was shouting in shock and Ao Xing was excited. Suddenly, a huge suction force came from behind. Brr. It was the old Mr. Guanxi controlling the 6 white-robed Daos. The 6 white-robed Daos roared ferociously and opened their mouths, sucking in Ao Shun, Ao Xing, and half of the Azure Dragon's tail, who were caught off guard. Caught off guard. Ao Shun and Ao Xing couldn't react in time. It was too late. No, Old Man Guanxi, what are you doing? Ao Shun shouted in shock. You lied to us. Ao Xing shouted in shock. Off. The two lost their voices as they were swallowed by Old Man Guanxi. In the distance, the 6 paths of Tianxin's aura increased tenfold. He controlled the momentum of the chess game to suppress Old Man Guanxi. At the same time, the 4th and 3rd hands behind his back were fighting against Xuanwu Ancestor. Xuanwu Ancestor's tortoise shell had superb defense. Even with the 6 paths of Tianxin's attacks, he couldn't break through it. However, that was all. Now that the 6 paths of Tianxin's strength had increased tenfold, he had enough strength to fight against Elder Wu. Elder Wu, Old Man Guanxi is already at his limit. Do you still want to fight? Do you want me to destroy the entire Xuanwu clan? The 6 paths of Tianxin roared. Elder Wu, you don't have to worry about me. His strength has increased, but so can I. Old Man Guanxi suddenly roared. What? The 6 paths of Tianxin was stunned. 4 great His Holiness, 8 great sacred masters, listen to my voice. Use your voice and imitate me. Old man Guanxi suddenly said. For great His Holiness? 8 great sacred masters? My people. Old man Guanxi said. My people. Suddenly, 8 voices came from old Mr. Guanxi's surroundings. The voices of the 4 great celestial empires? The voices of the 8 great sacred masters? Didn't they follow Rokudo Shinkuin to kill the demons? Takeshi Ryushin was stunned. Suddenly he reacted. They were eaten by you? In your body? Takeshi Ryushin was shocked. Heaven was killed by the demons. I am fighting the final battle with the demons with Rokudo Shinkuin. I need your strength. Please raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Fight the demons and take revenge for heaven. Slay the demons for the common people. I need you. Please raise your right hand. Old man Guanxi said. Suddenly the 12 voices sounded again. Heaven was killed by the demons. I am fighting the final battle with the demons with Rokudo Shinkuin. I need your strength. Please raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Fight the demons and take revenge for heaven. Slay the demons for the common people. I need you. Please raise your right hand. The 12 voices suddenly sounded around the 6 paths of Bai. At the same time, 12 small chess arrays appeared around the 6 paths of Bai. It was as though these small arrays were resonating with the 12 arrays on the divine continent. The voices instantly spread to the 4 great celestial empires' capitals, where the 8 great sacred masters were located. In the Great Qi Celestial Empire's imperial court, a chess array suddenly emitted a large amount of light. The light seemed to shoot straight into the Sea of Providence in the sky. The Sea of Providence instantly churned, and a huge golden dragon of Providence suddenly appeared. The golden dragon of Providence let out a roar, followed by His Holiness's voice. Through the golden dragon of Providence, the voice instantly reached the ears of all the people in the Great Qi Celestial Empire. My people, heaven was killed by the demons. I am fighting the final battle with the demons with Rokudo Shinkuin. I need your strength. Please raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Fight the demons and take revenge for heaven. Slay the demons for the common people. I need you. Please raise your right hand. The voice that sounded like a huge bell reached the ears of all the people in the Great Qi Celestial Empire. At this moment, countless people in the Great Qi Celestial Empire were kneeling on the ground, crying and lamenting for heaven. They hated the demons and were frustrated by their own incompetence. The sudden appearance of His Holiness's voice was like a flame falling into a barrel of oil. With a boom, it completely ignited the hatred of all the people. Chapter 836. The heavens were dead and the world grieved. Blood rained down from the heavens, and a sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the entire world. What happened to the common people? Although some people lamented that the heavens were unfair, most people were grateful to the heavens. When the heavens faced great calamities, the heavens would bless them and arrange for the 5 divine emissaries to travel the world and save the world. Rokudo Shinkuin was a merciful and compassionate person. He was also a person that everyone revered. Now that the heavens were killed by the evil demons, regardless of whether they were sincere or not, at this moment in the sorrowful atmosphere of the world, almost everyone cried for the heavens. In this sorrowful atmosphere, all the people wanted to eat the evil demons' flesh, gnaw on their bones and drink their blood. However, they could only stop at the level of hatred and no one could do anything about it. However, at this moment, His Holiness's voice suddenly rang out. His Holiness is fighting against the evil demons? The merciful Rokudo Shinkuin is also fighting against the evil demons to take revenge for the heavens? Everyone was startled. The evil demons are too strong, and His Holiness is not strong enough. He wants to borrow my strength? Most people did not hesitate at all. His Holiness, use my strength. An old man was the first to raise his right hand. Whoosh. Suddenly, Great Qi's providence drained all his strength, and the old man fell limp to the ground. The old man was out of strength, but it did not matter. He just needed time to recover. As long as he could kill the evil demons, everything was worth it. His Holiness, use my strength. I'll give you my strength, His Holiness. His Holiness, kill the evil demons and I'll give you all my strength. Rumble. With a series of explosions, the strength of countless Great Qi citizens gathered toward the Golden Dragon of Providence. Roar. The Golden Dragon of Providence instantly burst out with a bright golden light and charged at the Go array in the palace hall. The Go formation, together with old Mr. Guanxi's Go formation in the starry sky, seemed to form a super-accelerated orbit. Boom. The Golden Dragon of Providence carried the boundless strength of Great Qi Celestial Dynasty and charged into the starry sky. It was too fast, reaching old man Guanxi in just a short while. Boom. The golden dragon of providence carried the strength of all great Qi celestial dynasty citizens and charged into the 6 white-robed Daos. The 6 white-robed 6 Daos controlled by old man Guanxi suddenly gave off a dazzling golden light. Great Qi celestial dynasty was just the beginning. The 4 heavenly dynasties and the 8 holy lands immediately charged at old Mr. Guanxi, carrying the boundless power of the common people. The golden light around old Mr. Guanxi increased as his strength increased. For a moment, the way of chess, which had just been suppressed, rose again. Boom. In an instant, the general trend of the Tao of chess and the Tao of chess of the 6 paths of celestial gods were once again on equal footing. Ha, old man Guanxi, you're using my body to control the 12 heavenly pilgrimage grounds? The 6 Daos, who was fighting with Elder Wu in the distance, roared with a ferocious expression. Old Wu, we are already evenly matched with him in terms of the Go Dao. Quickly make your move. Old Mr. Guanxi ignored old Wu and roared. I've already done my best. The 6 Daos stimulated his potential and burned his lifespan. His strength increased tenfold. Can't you be stronger? Elder Wu said gloomily. Boom. The tortoise body and snake body slammed into the 6 Daos, trying to push him into the chaotic space. However, the 6 Daos moved but did not move at all. I've already done my best. Because my Go is strong, even if I'm weak, I can still be on par with him. If you want me to be stronger, I can only ask you to help me. You only know how to use brute force. Elder Wu, why don't you help me? Old man Guanxi's eyes turned cold. As he spoke, the 6 Daos suddenly opened his mouth. Brr. From behind Elder Wu, he suddenly opened his mouth and tried to swallow Elder Wu. What? Elder Wu's expression changed. Because he was fighting the 6 Daos, Elder Wu was not on guard against the old man Guanxi. Who would have thought that the old man Guanxi would attack him from behind? Ha ha, Elder Wu? Can't you see? Old man Guanxi has been lying to you from the start. He wanted to swallow you from the start just for this moment. You've been tricked by him. The 6 Daos roared ferociously. Boom. Half of the tortoise's body was swallowed by the 6 Daos. Old man Guanxi, you lied to me. You're courting death. Elder Wu roared ferociously. The tortoise's body could not fight back. However, he still had the 9-headed snake body. Ka. The 9-headed snake suddenly jumped up. It was no longer fighting the 6 Daos. Instead, it pounced toward the old man Guanxi as if it wanted to tear the old man Guanxi to shreds. It's useless. The snake body couldn't hurt me from the start. Old man Guanxi sneered. Crack. However, the 9-headed snake's body froze halfway. What? Elder Wu cried out in alarm. Is that Fengyu? There's a chess power in his body that's sealing our spiritual energy. One of the snake heads cried out in alarm. At this moment, the snake head of Fengyu was in a daze. It was controlled by old man Guanxi. The black tortoise's head, where Shanghai Guanhen was, opened its eyes wide. I know. Old man Guanxi wanted to help Fengyu and me increase our cultivation. I didn't go, but Fengyu went. Her cultivation increased a lot. So it was a scheme. Was it for today? Old man Guanxi started to scheme against us from then on. What? The group of heads shouted in alarm. Old man Guanxi, how dare you? Elder Wu also shouted gloomily. His fated enemy should be Jiangchen. However, he did not expect that old man Guanxi would scheme against him today. Was he going to die at the hands of someone he never expected? Gulp. Old man Guanxi did not pay attention to Elder Wu. He swallowed the 9-headed black tortoise in one gulp. In an instant, the power around him increased tremendously. He swallowed the 9-headed snake in another gulp. Boom. Old man Guanxi's aura was burning like fire. It surged into the sky and shot in all directions. Countless stars in the surroundings shone with dazzling light under this powerful aura. Old man Guanxi's power had reached its peak. At this moment, the Tao of chess completely suppressed the 6 paths of the celestial gods. The 6 paths of the celestial gods was forced to move slowly towards the chaotic spacetime. The scales of victory were tilting towards old man Guanxi. The 6 paths of the celestial gods had a ferocious expression. Calculating the heavens and the earth? Aha, you won't even let your ally go? Old man Guanxi's eyes were cold. Although there are some flaws, everything is going according to my plan. I will devour Ancestor Xuanwu no matter what. Because I need the Book of Luo on his back. The Book of Luo can predict the future. Only by grasping a glimmer of the future can I achieve my goal. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, black gas came out of the 6 paths of the celestial god's body and attacked old man Guanxi. Boom. When the black gas came close to old man Guanxi, it disappeared. I said, I have the Book of Luo now. You want to escape? It's too late. Obediently enter the chaotic space-time. Old man Guanxi said with a ferocious expression. Rumble. No matter how the 6 paths of the celestial god struggled, he couldn't change the fact that he was getting closer and closer to the chaotic spacetime. Am I going to lose? No. The 6 paths of the celestial gods roared with a ferocious expression. However, he had already used all his strength. He couldn't stop old man Guanxi's Tao of chess at all. Failed at the last step? Victory seemed to be decided. The 6 paths of the celestial gods was going to lose. Boom. However, at this moment, a ray of light shot into the sky. It was Jiang Lianshan, the Scarlet Emperor, the White Emperor, the 3 Worlds Buddha, Matriarch Ji Taishang and Tong Tian. They had all arrived. Although they were flying, they could still see everything in the starry sky. However, what they saw shocked them to no end. Old man Guanxi did it? He defeated the 6 paths of the celestial gods by himself? Old man Guanxi? Hey, you are so calculative. Everyone has become your chess piece? Even the black tortoise progenitor is your chess piece? In order to defeat the 6 paths of the celestial gods, you are really calculating. You didn't even let go of the power of the common people? Jiang Lianshan said with narrowed eyes. Everyone, you didn't come at this time to help Rokudo Shinkuan, right? Old man Guanxi said calmly. Help? Not really. However, this Sinuan? Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. There was a flash of determination in his eyes. Not only Jiang Lianshan but Matriarch Ji, the 3 Worlds Buddha, and Tong Tian also had a flash of desire in their eyes. Sinuan? There are so many people. How are we going to split it? Old man Guanxi sneered. Matriarch Ji's expression changed slightly. However, Jiang Lianshan suddenly looked at her with a cold gaze. Matriarch Ji immediately smiled and retreated slightly. Jiang Lianshan scanned everyone. Those who met Jiang Lianshan's gaze pondered for a while and quickly chose to give up. Perhaps it was because of Jiang Lianshan's deterrence, or perhaps there were other considerations, but no one dared to compete with Jiang Lianshan. Now there is no need to split it. Jiang Lianshan sneered. Jiang Lianshan stepped forward, as if he was about to step into the battle between 2 chess masters. Haha, no one is competing with you. Jiang Lianshan, you have schemed against the entire world. However, sometimes planning is not enough. A lot of luck is also needed. Old man Guanxi said in a low voice. What do you mean? Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Even if they don't compete, it doesn't mean that no one else will. You have become an immortal? That's not a good thing. You have to go through him first. Old man Guanxi sneered. Oh, you have a helper? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Old man Guanxi shook his head and said, Mr. Good, you have been hiding in the dark and watching for a long time, haven't you? Everyone's expression suddenly darkened. Owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion, you have planned every step carefully. Guhai is impressed. A voice came from a star not far away. A black-robed dominator of the 6 paths slowly walked out from behind the star. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the black-robed dominator of the 6 paths. There was also a Rokudo Shinkuan. However, they immediately reacted. Was that Guhai? Guhai was also controlling a Rokudo Shinkuan. Guhai. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes. Old man Guanxi looked at the black-robed dominator of the 6 paths in the distance and said, Mr. Good, I will leave Jiang Lianshan to you. I will deal with the dominator of the 6 paths first. What do you think? All right. The black-robed dominator of the 6 paths said in a low voice. The black-robed dominator of the 6 paths, who was Guhai, nodded and turned to look at Jiang Lianshan, who was about to enter the battle. Chapter 837. Guhai turned his head and looked at Jiang Lianshan, who was standing at the front of the group. Dian, His Holiness, please step back. Guhai said coldly. Step back? Are you Guhai? Or the dominator of the 6 paths? You want me to step back at a time like this? Jiang Lianshan snorted, completely ignoring Guhai. Jiang Lianshan took a step forward. 64 hexagrams suddenly appeared around him, forming a protective barrier that pushed Jiang Lianshan toward the 2 Godao auras. Dian, His Holiness, Sinuan cannot fall into your hands. Guhai said coldly. As he spoke, Guhai waved his hand. Whoosh. A waterfall of rainbow divine light shot toward Jiang Lianshan. Rainbow divine light? Jiang Lianshan snorted and took out a magic treasure that looked like a hoe. The 4th magic treasure in the world, the farmer god hoe? Guhai's expression darkened. The farmer god hoe struck at the rainbow divine light. As it struck, Black vines seemed to emerge from the edge of the hoe and rushed toward the rainbow divine light. Sizzle. Sizzle. The rainbow divine light instantly corroded the black vines upon contact. In the blink of an eye, both the rainbow divine light and the black vines disappeared. The farmer god Ho distinguishes poisonous plants? It seems that your farmer god Ho is also the source of all poisons. Gu Hai said grimly. As he spoke, Gu Hai took out the life entrapment blade and waved his hand. Countless stars appeared in the void in the distance. As soon as the stars appeared, they formed array after array. In an instant, thousands of disintegration lights shot toward them. Be careful. Those disintegration lights are powerful. The Tong Tian sect master's expression darkened. Jiang Lianshan snorted and swung the farmer god Ho again. A huge wall of poisonous vines suddenly surrounded Jiang Lianshan. TSS 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 TSS. The thousands of disintegration lights and the poison of the poison ivy instantly melted into each other. For a moment, the surroundings were filled with boundless energy. It was as if a great fog had suddenly filled the surroundings. Under the Shin Nong Ho, the disintegration light slowly dissipated, but it also temporarily stopped Jiang Lianshan. Gu Hai, what are you trying to do? Are you going to guard the gate for the Samsara or Old Man Guanxi? Which side are you on? Jiang Lianshan glared at him. Taishang, Tong Tian, and the others did not understand why Gu Hai wanted to stop Jiang Lianshan. Old Man Guanxi? Is this the helper you found? Ah. Lu Dao Tianxin laughed coldly. Although he was being forced by Old Man Guanxi closer to the chaos space, he was not panicking, only angry. Mr. Good? Kiki, I didn't ask him for help. He wanted to do this himself. Because I know what he's thinking, I know that he will definitely stop Jiang Lianshan. Old Man Guanxi laughed coldly. Oh. Lu Dao Tianxin looked at Gu Hai, who was not far away. Gu Hai was stopping Jiang Lianshan. Ancient Emperor, why are you doing this? Success or failure depends on this. Why are you stopping Dian and His Holiness? The Taishang sect master frowned. Not far away, Takashi Ryushin had been rendered speechless by Lu Dao Tianxin's grip, and was also staring in confusion. If Jiang Lianshan got Sinuan, everything would be over. He would not have to force Lu Dao Tianxin into the chaos space. Once he became an immortal, he would be saved. What was Gu Hai doing? Dian and His Holiness, I'm stopping you because you and Old Man Guanxi have different goals. Your methods will also be different in the future. Besides, the game of chess is in full swing now. Once you enter, you might even help Rokudo Shinkuan relieve some pressure. Not only will you not get Sinuan, you might even cause Old Man Guanxi's efforts to fail. And let Lu Dao Tianxin escape, Gu Hai said solemnly. Different goals? Ah, what's the difference? Doesn't Old Man Guanxi want Sinuan? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Everyone wants Sinuan. No one here doesn't want Sinuan, including me. But you can't. If you get Sinuan, what will you do? Gu Hai said solemnly. If I become an immortal with Sinuan, at the very least, I won't be like Lu Dao Tianxin, who did evil to the common people and used reincarnation to refine their souls. I think it's not just me. Except for Rokudo Shinkuan, everyone here who gets Sinuan will be more benevolent than Rokudo Shinkuan. They will be more blessed and kind to the world. Jiang Lianshan said solemnly. You're right. I also believe that you will be more benevolent than Lu Dao Tianxin and won't do evil to the common people. You will be a blessing to the common people. But, Gu Hai said coldly. But what? But we are all people from 800,000 years later. This is an established fact. What if Lu Dao Tianxin becomes immortal Jiang Lianshan? Haha, then the future will not be our future. The world will change. What should be will be gone and what should not be will be. The future of history will be changed. Gu Hai said solemnly. So what? Why can't the common people be blessed? Didn't we come here to change the future? History will be rewritten from this moment onwards. Jiang Lianshan said solemnly. But I, Old Man Guanxi, don't want to change history. Gu Hai shook his head. What? Everyone's expression sank. Even Lu Dao Tianxin was startled. Gu Hai didn't want to change history? No, Old Man Guanxi? He didn't want to change history either? If you don't want to change history, then why did you come here? Once history is changed, Jiang Lianshan, will you still exist? You are a person from the future. Taishang, Tongtian, Buddha of the present, Buddha of the past, they are all people from this era. But what about you, Jiang Lianshan? What about Matriarch Ji? If you don't have a future, how can you be the present? Gu Hai said solemnly. Jiang Lianshan and Matriarch Ji narrowed their eyes. What is the point of seeking pleasure for a moment? However, when everything is gone, what is the point? Gu Hai said seriously. Takeshi Ryushin, who was being pinched, was stunned. Dragon God Ing, who was flying over, was also at a loss. If history changed and he was gone, what was the basis of his existence? Matriarch Ji frowned slightly, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she looked at Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan smiled coldly. Don't talk to me about karma. It's useless. I believe in the present. As long as the present me exists, it's fine as long as I grasp the present. Besides, where did the immortal dome come from? Could it be that without the past there would be no immortal dome? Fine, let's not talk about this for now. Maybe it's like what you said. Existing now is enough. There is no need for the past. However, if you change history, the people I care about will no longer exist. Qin Xian'er, Long Wanqing, Zhang Yulian, and my son. They are my family. They only exist because of the current history. If history changes, my family will be gone. In order to protect my family, I have to do my best to let history develop as it is. There can't be any flaws. Gu Hai shouted. Gu Hai wanted to protect history? Jiang Lianshan wanted to change history? Not far away, the six Tao gods seemed to understand everything. Good. Gu Hai, help me deal with them and I will return you the same history. Gu Hai only wanted to protect history. The six Tao gods were immortals. As long as he was an immortal, nothing else mattered. Taishang, Tong Tian, Three-World Buddha, Matriarch Ji, and Dragon God Ing all narrowed their eyes at Gu Hai. Protect history? But soon they realized that they didn't care about the future at all. Because there was no one in the future that they cared about. Hence, they didn't join Gu Hai in attacking Jiang Lianshan. Instead, they continued to look at Sinyuan. If they could obtain Sinyuan, who would care about history? Ridiculous. Old man Guanxi wants to protect history? You're telling me that old man Guanxi wants to protect history? Since he doesn't want to change history, why did he send us back to 800,000 years ago? Why did he do that? Why did he target Rokudo Shinkuan? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Old man Guanxi glanced at Jiang Lianshan and said indifferently, I am different from you. Jiang Lianshan looked at old man Guanxi coldly. History says that Rokudo Shinkuan became an immortal. But which body did he become an immortal in the end? Do you know? Old man Guanxi said indifferently. When old man Guanxi finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. Heavenly god body? Earth god body? Or human god body? Which one became an immortal? It seems that no one knows. Previously, we thought that it was the heavenly god body. Could it be? Dragon God Ing narrowed his eyes. Everyone looked at old man Guanxi in shock. If I become an immortal, I will be the sixth Tao. There will be no more Guanxi immortal in this world, only the sixth Tao immortal. Old man Guanxi said solemnly. Everyone looked at old man Guanxi's image. The sixth Tao of white? In the future history, Mao Tianyun was imprisoned by the sixth Tao. He is now in my hands, not dead. Those who deserve to die will die, and those who deserve to live will live. Now that I have the Book of Luo, I can set the future right. After I become an immortal, I can make the future the same as 800,000 years ago. Even the slightest detail will be the same. Old man Guanxi said solemnly. You don't want to change history, or protect history. You want to copy history, copy the future history? Tong Tian sect master's expression changed. That's right. Wansho Taoism, spiritual mountain sacred ground, I can let you protect the world for 800,000 years. Even Sun God Palace? I can also use their imprints to revive Tai Yi and Tai Chu. I can copy the exact same future. As long as I devour the sixth Tao of heaven, I will become an immortal. I will be the sixth Tao immortal. Old man Guanxi shouted. You dare. The sixth Tao of heaven suddenly shouted. Before this, how could he expect old man Guanxi to be so crazy? He wanted to copy the exact same future? There is nothing I don't dare to do. Who asked you to kill my Yen-heir? Only by copying the exact same future can Yen-heir appear alive. Unfortunately, the law of time given to me by the heavens can only be traced back to 800,000 years ago. Otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. Sixth Tao, accept your fate. Old man Guanxi stared at the sixth Tao of heaven. You want to copy the exact same history for Yen-heir? Jiang Lianshan's expression turned ugly. Therefore, the first step is to destroy the sixth Tao of heaven and send it into the primal chaos spacetime. Before this step is completed, Gu Hai won't let any of you take advantage of it. He won't let you steal Sinyuan and become immortal, because you will change history. Old man Guanxi looked at Gu Hai confidently. Gu Hai frowned and looked at old man Guanxi. A cold light flashed in his eyes, but he didn't refute. Jiang Lianshan and everyone else, please wait. Gu Hai made an inviting gesture. Chapter 838. Inside the Six Paths of White. Shangguan Hen seemed to be having a long and beautiful dream. However, just as he was about to reach the happiest moment of his dream, he heard a voice. Wake up. Then he felt a sharp pain all over his body. Arg! Shangguan Hen roared in pain. With a shudder, he woke up. When he woke up, he felt as though his entire body was being cut into pieces. It was excruciating. If not for the art of 8 and 9 mysteries, his body would have been cut into pieces. You are the one who woke up from my last spiritual shock? Kiki. Elder Wu's voice was filled with bitterness. Enduring the pain, Shangguan Hen looked around. This was a huge palace. The bottom of the palace was filled with black water. Not far away, a 64 zhang tall transparent Rokudo Shinkuan was sitting cross-legged. On the top of the Rokudo Shinkuan's head, there seemed to be a water ball embedded at the Shinting meridian. Old Man Guanxi was sitting inside. Old Man Guanxi squinted his eyes as though his consciousness was outside. In the black water below, there were many water ball eggs. Each water ball egg had a person sealed inside. All of them had their eyes closed and were in deep sleep. Their bodies were filled with roots that connected to the black water below. Among them were Mao Tianyun and Chang Sheng. However, both of them were in deep sleep. There were also 12 water balls that were emitting golden light, as though they were surrounded by golden dragons of luck. There were also Ao Shun and Ao Sheng in deep sleep, emitting green light from their bodies. Everyone was immersed in a beautiful dream. Only he had woken up? No, Elder Wu had woken up as well. The others only had roots in their bodies. However, his body was shrouded in a sticky liquid that was quickly corroding his body. What is this? I can't move? Shangguan Hen was shocked. We've all been stripped of our strength and can't struggle. Haha, I've been careful all my life, but in the end I've taken a big tumble here. I understand now. What is the primal chaos of heaven's secrets? It was all Old Man Guanxi's doing. He used the law of time to disturb the surroundings so that my book of Luo couldn't calculate anything. Elder Wu's face was filled with grief and hatred. This is the 6 white-robed Tao of Samsara's body? Central Celestial Palace? Shangguan Hen endured the pain and asked in surprise. Elder Wu nodded. Elder Wu, what happened to them? Shangguan Hen asked in astonishment. He saw that the other heads of the mystic tortoise and the hydra were all sleeping. While they were sleeping, their skin and flesh were lacerated. The corrosive liquid was corroding everyone. Even a layer of skin on Old Wu's head had been corroded. Old Man Guanxi wouldn't go so far as to kill others. He would just strip them of their strength. But to us, Old Man Guanxi is different. He wants to smelt us. Elder Wu said with an ugly expression. What? Didn't he strip us of our strength? Shangguan Hen asked with a glare. He wants the Book of Luo on our backs. The Book of Luo is born on our backs and we are the masters. If he wants to use it, he needs to go through us. He finds it troublesome, so he wants to refine us. He wants to make the Book of Luo an ownerless object. He wants to completely control the Book of Luo. Elder Wu said bitterly. Shangguan Hen was slightly taken aback. No one can withstand his corrosive liquid. The other heads are all corroding, including me. Why are you still fine? Even under the corrosion of 1,000 cuts, your body is still shining with golden light? Elder Wu stared at Shangguan Hen. This is the art of 8 and 9 mystic mysteries. It cultivates the invincible Vajra body. The more you cut me, the more painful it is, but the stronger my body is tempered. This is the cultivation method that His Majesty passed down to me. I cultivated it in the 18th level of hell for more than 100 million years. Shangguan Hen said solemnly. You mentioned this cultivation method the last time? Tell me about it. Elder Wu said in surprise. Shangguan Hen was silent for a while. In the end, he nodded and recited the art of 8 and 9 mystic mysteries. Elder Wu frowned slightly. What cultivation method is this? A fusion of the celestial Tao, demon Tao, ghostly Tao, demonic Tao, and Buddhist Tao? No, there's also a cultivation method of the witchcraft Tao. The person who created this cultivation method can gather the strengths of many? His Majesty said that this cultivation method was not created by one person. It was created by a large group of gods, demons, Taoists, Buddhists, witches, and ghosts. Shangguan Hen explained. How is that possible? Elder Wu did not believe it. However, the cultivation method was right there, and that was the truth. Old Wu had no choice but to believe it. Elder Wu, this corrosive liquid is useless to me. Perhaps you can cultivate the art of 8 and 9 mystic mysteries? I'll tell His Majesty later. Shangguan persuaded. Elder Wu smiled bitterly and shook his head. It would have been possible before, but now it's too late. Unless you cultivate to the art of 7 and 9, you still can't resist this corrosive liquid. It's too late, too late. The art of 7 and 9, 63 layers? It took me nearly 100 million years to reach that level. Shangguan smiled bitterly. However, your arrival may be the luck of the Xuanwu clan. Are we being corroded? But you're alive. You can live. You must live. You must live and carry the hope of the Xuanwu clan. You must live. Elder Wu stared at Shangguan and said with certainty. Elder Wu. Shangguan was slightly worried. What level are you now? Elder Wu looked at Shangguan 64 layers. It's harder to cultivate as I go. I've tried my best. It may be impossible to cultivate to the 72 layers. Shangguan smiled bitterly. If I help you, they will help you. Instead of letting old man Guanxi benefit, I'd rather give it to you. Elder Wu said with resentment. But our strength has been taken away by old man Guanxi. Shangguan said worriedly. Our strength may have been taken away, but the essence of our bodies is still there. The god of Xuanwu is still there. The endless growth ring is still there. The book of Luo is still there. Elder Wu said solemnly. But, Shangguan you are the hope of the Xuanwu clan. The first head of the supreme Xuanwu was called Tian. I was the weakest of the 18 heads. Back then, when Tian was still around, the Xuanwu clan was proud of the world. Even the heavens had to give us face. Back then, the Xuanwu clan was one of the 4 rulers of the world. When the 4 divine beasts roared, even the heavens had to compromise. That was when the Xuanwu clan was the most prosperous. I often dreamed that the Xuanwu clan would regain the strength of the supreme Tian. However, I couldn't do it and I couldn't see it. All of us were killed by the old man Guanxi. Only you are left. Tian, Shangguan, they are all hens. Perhaps there is a connection between them. You are our hope. You must make the Xuanwu clan prosper. This is my greatest hope and also the greatest resentment of the Xuanwu clan. Elder Wu said solemnly. Me. Yes. Shangguan gritted his teeth. Snake come. Elder Wu shouted. Oh. In the viscous liquid, the 9-headed snake moved towards the tortoise body with difficulty. As it moved, its body corroded faster. Shangguan, close your eyes and cultivate the art of 8 and 9 mysteries. Elder Wu said solemnly. Yes. Shangguan closed his eyes. The black tortoise and black snake's bodies emitted a green-black energy that rushed into Shangguan body. Shangguan body started to vibrate at a high frequency. The golden light around his body became brighter and brighter. At this moment, Elder Wu, the other heads, and Xuanwu's bodies started to corrode faster. It was visible to the naked eye. In the outside world, old man Guanxi controlled the 6 paths of the white robe and forced the 6 paths of the celestial god into the chaotic space. Old man Guanxi had done it. As long as there was enough time, he would succeed. The 6 paths of the celestial god roared furiously. However, he had already activated his potential and burned his lifespan to resist. However, it was still not enough. In addition, he was fighting against the heavens and the void and had suffered great losses. His body was still heavily injured. At this moment, he did not have any other methods. Whoever dares to deal with old man Guanxi, I will confer him the title of Heaven and Earth Messenger and protect him forever. The 6 paths of the celestial god roared furiously. However, no one listened to the 6 paths of the celestial god. They were still shocked by what Guhai had just said. Old man Guanxi wanted to replicate the same history? Replicate? Old man Guanxi wanted to become an immortal? Although everyone was shocked by old man Guanxi's thoughts and actions, not everyone agreed with it. After all, whether it was Guanxi or the 6 paths of the celestial god, it could not be compared to them. Everyone looked at Sinyuan with fervent gazes. However, with Guhai in front of them, everyone hesitated. Jiang Lianshan frowned heavily, remaining silent for a while. As he looked at old Mr. Guanxi, he felt shock and jealousy. Just as Jiang Lianshan was about to speak, whoosh, another ray of light shot up into the sky. It was the Fire Emperor bringing Murong Yen close. My husband. Murong Yen shouted out affectionately as soon as she got close to him. In the distance, old man Guanxi, who was in the middle of making a move, trembled when he heard this shout. The momentum of the Go game was suddenly weakened. Boom boom boom. A large number of stars exploded. The 6 paths of the celestial god almost came out. However, old man Guanxi stabilized the momentum of the Go game and suppressed the 6 paths of the celestial god again. Murong Yen? The 6 paths of the celestial god looked ferocious. It's her. It's all because of her. That's why old man Guanxi wanted to take revenge so crazily. If it wasn't for her, there wouldn't be such trouble, right? Yeah. Jiang Lianshan was startled. Then, he looked at Murong Yen with a hint of joy in his eyes. However, at this moment, Murong Yen only had eyes for old man Guanxi. A look of grievance flashed across her eyes. It was as if she wanted to get a response from old man Guanxi. However, old man Guanxi didn't turn around to look at Murong Yen. Yener? I've already set you free and allowed you to return to the past. Why are you still here? Old man Guanxi finally spoke. I don't want to go back. Husband, I don't want to go back. Murong Yen said as she cried. Murong Yen. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Murong Yen looked at Gu Hai with tears in her eyes. The owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion is at a critical moment in the battle. If there's anything we can talk about it later. If he loses, his body and soul will be destroyed. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Murong Yan's expression changed. She didn't say anything. Previously, she saw that her husband had the upper hand. However, she didn't know that it was so dangerous. Murong Yen didn't say anything. She just looked at old man Guanxi from afar. She couldn't accept anyone else in her eyes. At the side, Jiang Lianshan saw that Murong Yen didn't even look at him. Instantly, a wave of grief surged into his heart. Yen was originally his. She liked him from the start. What? Jiang Lianshan turned around and looked at Sinyuan above the 6 Tao of gods. The determination in his eyes grew. Only by becoming an immortal could he get Yen back. Only by becoming an immortal could he get her back. Jiang Rulai, Matriarch Ji, I arrange for the two of you to leave. Now I need your strength. Lend me your strength. I want Sinyuan. Jiang Lianshan shouted with a sinister expression. Chapter 839. Jiang Rulai, Matriarch Ji, you were sent out by me. Now I need your strength. Lend me your strength. I want Sinyuan. Jiang Lianshan shouted with a ferocious expression. The Tong Tian sect master and dragon god Ing Jin stared at him. Jiang Rulai? Matriarch Ji? They were sent out by Jiang Lianshan? Through Murong Yen, Jiang Lianshan schemed against Long Zhanghua and Old Man Guanxi? Now, the Great Yellow Dynasty and the Mystical Mountain were also arranged by Jiang Lianshan? In the world 800,000 years later, Jiang Lianshan already controlled more than half of the major forces? How do you want me to help you? The present Buddha asked. Fuse your strength into my life. I want to obtain the immortal origin. This is my only victory. I can't afford to lose. The 6 heavenly palaces can devour people. My heavenly palaces can also store power. Jiang Lianshan said. The past Buddha and future Buddha looked at the present Buddha and frowned. Are we really going to help Jiang Lianshan become an immortal? This is like making a wedding dress for others. Okay. The present Buddha agreed. Ancestor Gautama? The past Buddha and future Buddha were anxious. Fuse your strength into the grade 9 golden lotus. Help Dayan and his holiness. The present Buddha said firmly. The past Buddha and future Buddha were silent for a while before nodding. When the grade 9 golden lotus appeared, a human-shaped golden light surged out of Buddha 3 Lives' body and rushed to the grade 9 golden lotus. 1. The grade 9 golden lotus released billions of golden light and flew toward Jiang Lianshan. Roar. In one gulp, Jiang Lianshan swallowed the grade 9 golden lotus into his stomach. Without any strength, Buddha 3 Lives' body went limp. Whoosh. Taking out a flying boat, the 3 of them sat cross-legged on it, quietly looking at Jiang Lianshan, who was shining with a dazzling golden light. Dayan, His Holiness, this is my Shenyuan sword. Fuse with my full strength. Matriarch Ji shouted as a thick golden light surged out from her body and into a golden sword. Buzz. The Shenyuan sword flew out and immediately flew to Jiang Lianshan. Roar. After swallowing the Shenyuan sword in one gulp, Jiang Lianshan's aura grew even stronger. Matriarch Ji took out a flying boat and boarded it. Jiang Lianshan looked at the others in dissatisfaction. Your Majesty, please use your destiny as a guide. Our powers will belong to you. The Scarlet Emperor shouted. Around Jiang Lianshan, a trace of the power of providence appeared. Immediately, the Scarlet Emperor and the White Emperor raised their right hands and gathered all their power into Jiang Lianshan's body. The Fire Emperor remained silent for a while before raising his right hand and gathering his power. Taishang Tongtian. Please grant me my wish. Jiang Lianshan looked at the 2 of them. The 2 of them remained silent for a while. Finally, Taishang nodded his head. Back then, during the battle against Rokudo Shinkuan in the East Sea, I fought with him to the death. My life was hanging by a thread and I was saved by you. Today I will return your kindness. My Taiji diagram contains my full strength. I will lend it to you. Taishang's power surged into the Taiji diagram, causing it to emit a black and white light. What senior brother owes you, I will return it to you together with him. Furthermore, I feel uncomfortable when I see Gu Hai. The Tong Tian sect master snorted coldly. Boom. With a wave of his hand, waves of power surged into the Taiji diagram. Taishang and Tong Tian lost their strength and sat on a flying boat. Jiang Lianshan swallowed the Taiji diagram in one gulp. A group of peak-level experts gathered their power on Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan's aura was unprecedentedly strong. The stars around them were instantly forced away by this powerful aura. This powerful aura even affected old man Guanqi's chess skills. Jiang Lianshan, you still won't give up. If you want to get Sinyuan, you will have to get past me first. Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai took a step forward and took out his life-extinguishing saber. Jiang Lianshan took out his Shinong Ho as if he didn't care about Gu Hai at all. At this moment, he wanted Sinyuan so badly that his expression turned even more ferocious. Ho brings peace to the world. Jiang Lianshan swung his Ho. 9 cycles of time. Gu Hai shouted. Hong. The saber force and the Ho force collided in the void. Instantly, a huge impact shook the surrounding stars. The flying boats protected the group as they retreated quickly. Murong Yen stood on the other side of old man Guanqi's chess skills, but she was also safe. Boom. Crack. The energy saber and Ho shattered. Jiang Lianshan crossed thousands of kilometers in one step and instantly arrived in front of Gu Hai. Then he struck with his palm. As he struck, a 64 hexagrams appeared on his back. The 64 hexagrams spun and seemed to rapidly increase Jiang Lianshan's power. Hong. A powerful force pressed down on Gu Hai. Gu Hai immediately retreated. So much power? Gu Hai's expression changed. I've never used my full power before. This is the first time. When I fought the 6 paths doppelganger in the past, even the doppelganger was no match for me if I used my full power. Moreover, I have their help now. I originally planned to use my full power when I went against the 6 paths doppelganger. However, it seems that there's no need for that now. As long as I have Sinyuan, I don't care about anything else. Jiang Lianshan roared with a ferocious expression. Boom, boom, boom. Gu Hai was suppressed by Jiang Lianshan's power and kept retreating. Gu Hai was currently using the body of the 6 paths doppelganger. He also had the accumulated power of Kong Xian, Gaochen, Ziwei and countless other experts in the world. How could he be suppressed by Jiang Lianshan? Although he did not suppress much, it was enough to shock Gu Hai. Jiang Lianshan had never used his full power before? Did he need to ask for help when he fought against Rokudo Shinkuan? No, someone who was as famous as the Longzhangguo was no pushover. This power was stronger than one of the doppelgangers of the 6 paths? Was everything he had been pretending all along? Because no one could force him to use his full power. Last time on Huashu Island he was only pretending to be weak. Although he had the power to deal with Rokudo Shinkuan, he was unwilling to do it himself. He wanted to use Fushi. Killing with a borrowed knife? Using Old Man Guanqi to kill the 6 paths, using Longzhangguo to kill the 6 paths, and using Fushi to kill Rokudo Shinkuan? He was hiding his strength, but it did not mean that he was not strong enough. Gu Hai also realized for the first time that Jiang Lianshan had been hiding so much strength. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Lianshan kept pushing Gu Hai forward, even shattering a dozen stars as he moved towards Sinyuan, who was at the center of the chess trend. When Jiang Lianshan used his full strength, his entire body seemed to be burning with energy flames. This sudden change caused the expressions of the 6 paths of celestial gods and Old Man Guanqi to change. Jiang Lianshan, you hid your strength well, the 6 paths of God said in surprise. The 6 paths doppelgangers shared their memories, so they naturally knew that Jiang Lianshan did not reveal his strength after 800,000 years, using only power to control the Dian. But who would have thought that Jiang Lianshan's strength was so terrifying? Countless stars exploded around them. Jiang Lianshan attacked as if he could really compete with the 6 paths of God. Even though Gu Hai had the 6 paths of the black robe, he was still suppressed and forced to retreat. Jiang Lianshan watched as Sinyuan came closer and closer. At this moment he became crazier and more powerful. It seemed that Gu Hai would not be able to hold on any longer. Mr. Good, please do your best. There is no room for error. Old Man Guanqi also showed a trace of anxiety. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Emperor's sect master, use your tone and speak after me. Jiang Lianshan was slightly stunned. My people, the heavens have been killed by the demons. I am fighting the final battle with the demons together with Rokudo Shinkuin. I need your strength. Please raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Fight the demons and take revenge for the heavens. Kill the demons for the common people. I need you all. Please raise your right hand. Guhai shouted. Following Guhai's shout, countless stars suddenly appeared around Guhai. Countless chess spirit designs formed around Guhai, accompanied by countless voices. My people, the heavens have been killed by the demons. I am fighting the final battle with the demons together with Rokudo Shinkuin. I need your strength. Please raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Fight the demons and take revenge for the heavens. Kill the demons for the common people. I need you all. Please raise your right hand. Countless voices rang out, and Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. All these years, countless emperors and sect masters have disappeared. It's not just old man Guanxi. Are you involved as well? Jiang Lianshan glared at him furiously. At the same time, in the divine continent, the voices of the emperors and sect masters could be heard from several small sects and countries. The heavens had been killed, and the people of the 4 heavenly dynasties and 8 great sacred lands had given their strength to His Holiness and sect masters. At the borders, news had also spread. Just as some small countries and sects were envious that they could borrow strength to deal with the demons, their emperors and sect masters also spoke. Your Majesty, use my strength. Your Majesty, use my strength. Quick, raise your right hand and lend it to the sect masters. Boom, 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 boom. Although Guhai had only swallowed the emperors of small countries and sect masters of small sects, his quality was inferior to Old Man Guanxi's. However, his quantity was greater than what Old Man Guanxi had swallowed, and the strength he could borrow from the masses was much greater. Boom, boom. Guhai, who had been sent flying by Jiang Lianshan all the way, finally slowed down when the surging power surged into his body. His speed grew slower and slower until he finally came to a stop. At that moment he was not far away from Sinyuan. It was only a short distance away, yet Jiang Lianshan could not advance any further. Guhai, how dare you stop me? Jiang Lianshan glared and roared ferociously. The general trend of the game of chess all around them strangled their bodies. However, both of their strength had reached the pinnacle. While the strangling force was strong, it was still bearable. Jiang Lianshan, I told you, you can't become an immortal. Guhai glared and bellowed. He exerted force in his hands. Boom. A powerful force erupted. Guhai slowly left the general trend of the game of chess with Jiang Lianshan in his arms. He slowly flew away from the battlefield, getting further and further away from Sinyuan. No, no. Jiang Lianshan roared with unwillingness on his face. That Sinyuan seemed to be right in front of him. He could reach out and grab it. However, because of Guhai, he could not grab it no matter how hard he tried. He moved further and further away from Sinyuan. This helplessness and unwillingness drove Jiang Lianshan crazy. Guhai, you lunatic, you fool. Sinyuan is here. You won't take it. You won't take it. Jiang Lianshan roared crazily. However, Guhai did not say anything. He continued to stare at Jiang Lianshan as he flew away. When Guhai and Jiang Lianshan left, the demigod dominator's eyelids twitched wildly. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. If Jiang Lianshan grabbed Sinyuan, he would have been able to trigger Sinyuan's backlash. Then he would have been able to escape. This was because only he knew that refining Sinyuan was not something that could be done in an instant. There was still a trace of hatred left by the heavens within it. Just a little bit more and he would have been able to escape. But Guhai ruined it? Ah. The demigod dominator roared gloomily. Entered Dominator? Old man Guanxi narrowed his eyes. This was because the demigod dominator was already in front of the primal chaos spacetime. Then old man Guanxi exerted his final force. Boom. The demigod dominator was forced into the primal chaos spacetime by the general trend of the game of chess. No. The demigod dominator finally revealed a hint of panic as he roared. Chapter 840. Boom. Under Guhai's full power, Jiang Lianshan completely left the Godao's territory and left Sinyuan. Guhai, you lunatic. Jiang Lianshan roared in grief and indignation. The opportunity to become an immortal was gone? Why didn't Guhai fight for it? He could have fought for Sinyuan but he didn't touch it? Was he a lunatic? Boom. He pushed Jiang Lianshan away with a palm. Jiang Lianshan, you becoming an immortal is a disaster for me. I'm sorry. Guhai said firmly. If Jiang Lianshan became an immortal, his wife and son would be gone. He might be fine because he came from the 30th celestial dome, but what about his wife? For the sake of his lover, Gu Hai could only stop Jiang Lianshan. As for why Gu Hai did not make a move to obtain the immortal origin, it was mainly because of the 6 paths of heavenly deities. Old Mr. Guanqi already held an absolute advantage in the battle with him. The 6 paths of heavenly deities would soon suffer a crushing defeat. Gu Hai did not want to cause any changes by interfering. The 6 paths of Tianxin had to wait until he died. No. The 6 paths of Tianxin's angry voice came from afar. Boom. Old man Guanqi waved his hand, and the Go Dao's momentum exploded. With the last bit of power he attacked the 6 paths of Tianxin. Off. The 6 paths of Tianxin entered the chaotic spacetime. He went in. Everyone's eyes lit up. The 6 paths of Tianxin was defeated? Once the spacetime door closed, the 6 paths of Tianxin wouldn't be able to come back. Seal. Old man Guanqi shouted. Boom. Endless starlight rushed into the chaotic spacetime, and the 7-colored light wheel bloomed in the passageway. Boom. Suddenly it closed. The chaotic spacetime closed. Everything was closed. The 6 paths of Tianxin was sealed in the chaotic spacetime? At this moment, everyone was in disbelief. Did he really succeed? Old man Guanqi sealed the 6 Tao of God? During this period of time, how many disasters and the 6 paths of heavenly deities had been completely sealed in the primal chaos? Old man Guanqi was also in disbelief. He then laughed maniacally. Ha ha, Samsara, I finally sent you into a desperate situation. Old man Guanqi was so emotional that he looked like he was about to cry. How many years of scheming? How many years of hatred? Today he finally got his revenge. Immortal of the 6 paths? He was exiled to the primal chaos spacetime by himself, never to return. For the sake of Murong Yen, old man Guanqi did it. But at this time a group of people suddenly pounced on Sinyuan. Matriarch Ji, 3 Worlds Buddha, Taishang and Tong Tian all rushed over. You don't have much strength left and you still want to fight with me? Old man Guanqi snorted coldly. Wang. Old man Guanqi instantly rushed to the front and grabbed Sinyuan. Gu Hai, I will not live under the same sky as you. Jiang Lianshan roared in grief and indignation. Because of Gu Hai he was eliminated? Matriarch Ji and 3 Worlds Buddha seemed to have held back. Their speed was very fast, but no matter how fast they were not faster than old man Guanqi. At the moment when old man Guanqi grabbed Sinyuan. Boom. Sinyuan instantly exploded with a violent lightning power. In an instant, everyone was blown away including old man Guanqi. When old man Guanqi was blown away, he immediately waved his hand and protected Murong Yen. Some of the stars in the surroundings were instantly shattered. What? Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. It seems that my guess was right. Jiang Lianshan, you can't blame me for this. Earlier, if you had touched Sinyuan, the 6 paths of heavenly deities could have used Sinyuan's backlash to escape. Gu Hai said coldly. As Gu Hai spoke, he waved his hand. Countless amounts of astral energy in the surroundings gathered and instantly rushed to the center of the lightning sea. Humph. Old man Guanqi snorted coldly and waved his hand. Countless amounts of astral energy also gathered and poured into the center of the lightning sea. Boom. The Go momentum that had disappeared earlier appeared again. On one side was the Go momentum controlled by Gu Hai. On the other side was the Go momentum controlled by old man Guanqi. The moment the Go momentum appeared, it immediately pushed away all the weakened people in the surroundings. In the center were Sinyuan, Gu Hai and old man Guanqi. Countless stars surrounded them. The 34 major arrays were arranged again. Jiang Lianshan watched from the outside. His eyelids twitched violently. This time, however, he did not rush forward. Haha, the first step was to seal the 6 paths of heavenly deities? The next step is for you and me to fight? Mr. Good, do you want Sinyuan? Do you want to become an immortal too? Old man Guanqi said coldly. However, Gu Hai shook his head. I don't want to become an immortal. Old man Guanqi looked confused. If you don't want to become an immortal, why are you stopping me? Gu Hai looked at Sinyuan, who was between the two of them, and shook his head. I don't want to become an immortal, but I didn't say that I would let you become an immortal either. The surrounding people were slightly stunned. They did not understand what Gu Hai meant. You don't want Sinyuan? Then why are you doing this? Are you helping old man Guanqi? Are you stopping old man Guanqi? What is your purpose? I always thought that you were doing all this for Sinyuan. You saw it clearly. That's why I let all the kings in the world be devoured by you. Why are you doing such a foolish thing now? Old man Guanqi said coldly. You let me devour all the kings and sect leaders? If I'm right, you know that I've taken over the 6 paths of heavenly deities. You deliberately didn't pursue it because you wanted me to help you stop Jiang Lianshan and the others today, right? If you can set up a trap, you can also end it. Aha, but haven't you ever thought about what I want? Or are you not willing to think about it at all? Gu Hai said coldly. Old man Guanxi narrowed his eyes. You put in a lot of effort for this game. Jiang Lianshan is your chess piece, primogenitor Xuanwu is your chess piece, the Dragon King of the West Sea is your chess piece, Dragon God Ing, Takashi Ryushin are your chess pieces, and everyone in the world is your chess pieces. I even became your chess piece. Just for today you fought the 6 paths of heavenly deities? Did you succeed? Did you win? No, I think you lost thoroughly, Gu Hai said seriously. That's right. What did you say? Old man Guanxi said coldly. You lost from the beginning? Copying history? Humph, I don't care what you're doing. I don't need to know anything. I don't care about this Sinyuan. I didn't help you to fight for Sinyuan, nor to help you fight for Sinyuan. Gu Hai said solemnly. If you don't care about Sinyuan, then what do you want? I want you to send me back. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said solemnly. Send you back. Old man Guanxi narrowed his eyes. You want to copy history? I don't want to. I just want to go back and see my true lover, not the one you created. Gu Hai said solemnly. You want to go back to 800,000 years in the future? Old man Guanxi said coldly. That's right, copy history? I don't need it. If you copy history, will the future Long Wanqing still be the Long Wanqing? Will Chen Xian still be the original Chen Xian? It's just a copy, just a copy. Just like this Murong Yen. She was created by you with a formation, and she's exactly the same as the real Murong Yen? But why do you dislike her so much? Why do you dislike her? Because you don't think that she's the real Murong Yen. But after you copy history, won't I have a grudge against my family in my heart? I only want them as they are, not the ones you created. Old man Guanxi, send me back, I won't fight with you. Gu Hai said solemnly. Not far away, Murong Yen bit her lip and tears fell. For a moment she was very sad. Tong Tian, Taishang and Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai in surprise. But no one expected that his purpose was only this? Go back? Because 800,000 years later, his lover would be there? That was his only request? Old man Guanxi looked at Murong Yen not far away. When he saw Murong Yen, old man Guanxi's eyes flashed with heartache. What's the difference between you returning to 800,000 years later and waiting for another 800,000 years? Isn't it the same? Old man Guanxi's voice carried a hint of pain. I can't cross that hurdle. Gu Hai shook his head. Old man Guanxi's eyelids twitched slightly. Time law? Only you can control it now, even the 6 paths of gods can't send me back. So, I have no choice but to look for you. I know that you have a deep obsession with Murong Yen, so I won't disturb you, just send me back. Otherwise, even if I have to risk my life, I won't let you get Sinyuan. Gu Hai said coldly. The surroundings were silent. Old man Guanxi looked at Gu Hai, was silent for a moment and shook his head. It's too late. What's too late? Gu Hai said solemnly. Time law? I've already burned it all for this chaotic space. You can't go back and I can't let you go back. No one can go back. Old man Guanxi said, shaking his head. What did you say? Can't go back? Impossible. Gu Hai said angrily. Can't go back. Old man Guanxi shook his head. You must have a way. You've controlled the time law for so long, you must have a way. Gu Hai said with an ugly expression. No, I can't do anything. Just give up. Old man Guanxi said solemnly. However, Gu Hai shook his head. Give up on it? Only your feelings are the most important? The feelings of others are not important? Sky Chess Pavilion Master, I'll say it again. If I can't go back, you can forget about getting Sinyuan. The way of chess. I've been wanting to see your way of chess for a long time. Whoosh. Xiao Qin swung the life entrapment saber, and the space behind him suddenly changed. The Go game instantly became more complex. The Go game momentum behind Gu Hai grew stronger and stronger. Old man Guanxi sneered, don't you know that I deliberately gave you that half of the heavenly Go stone? As he spoke, old man Guanxi took out that half of the heavenly Go stone. Then he suddenly pressed down. Boom. In the distance, the life entrapment saber in front of Gu Hai exploded. It instantly turned into more than 1,000 small fragments that charged at old man Guanxi's half of the heavenly Go stone. Bus, 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 bus. The 2 pieces of the heavenly Go stone quickly merged and slowly became a complete heavenly Go stone. The heavenly Go stone is the most perfect treasure for manipulating Go laws. Gu Hai lost the life entrapment saber, so he can't manipulate Go laws that deeply. Scarlet Emperor narrowed his eyes, taking pleasure in Xiao Chen's misfortune. Gu Hai lost? White Emperor said with a frown. The life entrapment saber? Even Gu Hai has a time when he gets schemed against? Ah. The Tong Tian sect master revealed a cold smile. Without the heavenly ghost stone, Gu Hai's loss was already decided. Everyone believed that old man Guanxi, who held the white heavenly ghost stone, had won. However, at this moment the Go game momentum behind Gu Hai did not decrease at all. Old man Guanxi's expression sank. Xiao Qin had already taken back the heavenly ghost stone fragments. Why did Gu Hai's Go game momentum not decrease? Then, he saw the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal appear in front of Gu Hai. An imperial seal? Jiang Lianshan's expression sank. At the top of the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal, there was a black Go board. The Go board emitted a black light that enveloped the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Then, the black light faded, and the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal disappeared, as if it had fused with the black Go board. Only the black Go board remained between Gu Hai's fingers. I void. Gu Hai held the black Go board and pressed it. The countless stars behind him trembled as if they were being controlled by the black Go board. The Go game momentum did not decrease but increased instead. It charged in the direction of old man Guanxi. Boom. The Go game momentum clashed, creating another powerful shockwave. The two Go game momentums were evenly matched. The 6 paths of white robes held the white Go board, and the 6 paths of black robes held the black Go board. The stars behind them were like thousands of soldiers and horses as they clashed. Why do you have another heavenly ghost stone? Old man Guanxi narrowed his eyes as he looked at the black Go board in Gu Hai's hand in shock. Chapter 841. Above the starry sky. Billions of stars gathered from all directions, constantly filling up the great formation behind the two of them. At the center, the 6 paths of white robes controlled the white heavenly Go chess pieces, while the 6 paths of black robes controlled the black heavenly Go chess pieces. High Void pressed down, arranging the chess pieces. The other experts in the surroundings were pushed back. With the Fire Emperor protecting her, Murong Yen was unharmed. Jiang Lianshan stared at Sinyuan, who was in the center of the 2 chess formations, but he did not charge forward. He retreated from the range of the chess formations with the others. However, at this moment no one noticed. Dragon Shenying's body suddenly emitted a 6-colored aura. Whoosh. The 6-colored energy suddenly grabbed Dragon God Ing by the neck, preventing him from making a sound. Cough cough. Bloodline connection? Takeshi Ryushin's bloodline is connected to mine? It's you, the 6 paths of heavenly gods? You are not dead yet? Dragon God Ying's eyes widened in shock. However, this was only a faint sound. It was insignificant in the midst of the roaring void. Dragon God Ing could not resist at all under this huge force. He was dragged behind a star. Dragon God Ing wanted to struggle but he could not. Fear appeared on his face and shock appeared in his eyes. Divine Continent, Eastern Sea, where Huashu Island disappeared. Jiang Qin stepped on the surface of the sea. After sensing for a while, he still could not sense Fushi. Fushi, are you really dead? Jiang Qin frowned slightly. Jiang Qin looked up at the starry sky with a grave expression. With founder Jiang Qin's eyesight, he naturally saw the starry sky. The 6 paths of heavenly gods were sent into the primal chaos spacetime? As expected, everything has a chance of survival. Takeshi Ryushin and Dragon God Ing are not only brothers, but they also have my essence blood to refine their bodies. The 6 paths of heavenly gods used Takeshi Ryushin to connect with Dragon God Ing? Celestial Deity 6 Tao, you really haven't given up yet. Jiang Qin sneered. However, Jiang Qin just glanced at it, then ignored it because Jiang Qin cared more about Fushi. He lowered his head and looked at the empty sea. Jiang Qin slowly sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes and calmed his heart to sense. 30? Fushi? This was what Jiang Qin cared about. In the starry sky. As more and more stars appeared, they arranged themselves into 2 gigantic 34 great formations. The 34 great formation was not as simple as the disintegration light. It had a more complex power. Furthermore, even though they were both 34, Gu Hai's 34 was completely different from old man Guanxi's 34. 34 against 34, the two of them collided in the center, creating a series of loud noises. Heavenly Go chess? There is only one in this world. Why do you have one as well? Old man Guanxi looked coldly at Gu Hai. At first, Xiao Qin thought that the black Go stone was just an imitation. However, as he continued to drive it, he realized that it was not an imitation at all. Xiao Chen's Heavenly Go chess had a trace of the time attribute, while his opponent's Heavenly Go chess seemed to have a trace of the space attribute. Xiao Chen could not say which of the two attributes was stronger. However, he was able to control the Go Dao law like a fish in water. Old man Guanxi, what you see might not be the entire world. There is yin and yang in the world, and there is black and white in Go. Since the Heavenly Go chess has white Go stones, why can't it have black Go stones? Gu Hai said seriously. If there is a white Go stone, there must be a black Go stone? Ah. In that case, I want to see what tricks you, the black Go stone, have. Old man Guanxi retorted coldly. Although I am black, I will let you go first in this Go game. Consider this my gratitude for your past Go games. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh, gratitude? Old man Guanxi narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. Back then, during the Myriad Sage Assembly, you possessed Wu Yazi midway through. I always thought that Wu Yazi did it on purpose, pretending to be possessed by you to confuse the audience. However, it looks like you really did possess Wu Yazi. I benefited greatly from that Go game. Gu Hai said solemnly. Old man Guanxi stared at Gu Hai for a while. Then he shook his head and said, I only reached my current level because of the Heavenly Go chess. Your accomplishments are your talent. You are the #1 Go talent. You are too modest. You are using the Heavenly Go chess to your advantage. Me. I am also using the Heavenly Go chess to my advantage. Please. Gu Hai said solemnly. Old man Guanxi nodded and extended his hand. Buzz. The stars behind him spun and rushed toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai also extended his hand and pressed a black stone. The countless stars behind Gu Hai also rushed toward old man Guanxi. The two Go games, which had been so clearly separated before, suddenly merged. The stars controlled by Gu Hai and old man Guanxi approached each other. They entered each other and intersected as if they were one. The rolling stars spread out around the two of them. The 234 great arrays merged into one, deciding the victor in a single game. The two of them slowly closed their eyes. The countless stars spun around in strange orbits. After a while, the orbits became more and more complicated. There were no more collisions. There were no more collisions. Even the wind had stopped. The billions of stars just quietly orbited each other. It was peaceful. It looked extremely peaceful. However, no one in the distance dared to step into this peaceful galaxy. It was too quiet. It was so quiet that it was suffocating. The Scarlet Emperor and the White Emperor believed that there was definitely a lot of murderous intent hidden in this peaceful galaxy. A balance had been formed. As soon as they stepped into it, they would become the point where the balance would be broken. All the Go games would move toward them and they would be wiped out in an instant. The 34 great arrays? This was not something that anyone could understand. Only Gu Hai and old man Guanxi could understand. This was also the most complicated and difficult game of Go since ancient times. Gu Hai and old man Guanxi looked peaceful. It was as if they had entered a battlefield that only the two of them could see. They closed their eyes and manipulated thousands of troops to lay out a trap. It was quiet all around. However, at this moment, another stream of light came. Swish. It was Jianghu who had brought Taiwa and Hichu closer. The tears on Taiwa's face had yet to dry. Fushi's death made Taiwa feel that the whole world had turned gray. Hichu also felt sad for Fushi. However, Hichu's mood improved a lot when he arrived. He opened his eyes wide and watched the battle between Gu Hai and old man Guanxi. Empress, Master told you to give a letter to Gu Hai? Hichu looked at Taiwa. However, Taiwa did not seem to hear it at all. Master's instructions must be very important. Maybe Gu Hai and the others can save Master. Don't they have the laws of time? The white-robed six pads is old man Guanxi, and the black-robed six pads is Gu Hai, Hichu shouted. Taiwa's expression changed. Save my big brother? In that instant, Taiwa became agitated as though he wanted to shout. Empress Taiwa, the Taishang sect master suddenly shouted. Taiwa looked over. The ancient emperor is currently competing with old man Guanxi, and cannot be disturbed. If there's anything we'll talk about it later. The Taishang sect master explained. Taiwa nodded. Although he was very anxious, he held it in. He clutched the letter in his hand, his heart uneasy. Just like that, Gu Hai and old man Guanxi closed their eyes for 3 days and 3 nights. Then they opened their eyes at the same time. The countless stars in the surroundings also formed a fixed pattern. 34? You've actually comprehended it. Although it's different from my 34, it leads to the same goal. Your Heavenly Go chess is indeed on par with mine. Old man Guanxi exclaimed. All of them are fully comprehended 34? Why are you always able to predict the enemy's moves? Why am I always being led around? Every time I change my strategy, you know? Gu Hai frowned in surprise. That's why I can reconstruct the exact same history. Even if there are any discrepancies, I can correct them. Because I can predict the future. Old man Guanxi said solemnly. The Book of Luo? Gu Hai's expression changed. Oh, you actually know about the Book of Luo? Old man Guanxi said in surprise. Using the Book of Luo to predict my next move? No wonder you can predict the enemy's moves everywhere I go. So you use the Book of Luo to predict the future? Gu Hai's expression darkened. No matter what, you've lost. Mr. Good, if you continue like this, you'll only be pestered to death by me. There's no other way. Old man Guanxi said in a low voice. Gu Hai frowned, his expression ugly. Gu Hai, are you done? My brother is dead. Taiwa suddenly cried. Gu Hai paused and turned to look. Only to see Taiwa's face covered in tears. Fushi is dead? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Before my brother died, he asked me to give you a letter. Take a look. Can you save my brother? Can you save my brother? Taiwa asked anxiously. Letter? What was in the letter? Hichu, bring the letter over. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Me? Hichu was stunned. I'll give it to you. Taiwa said anxiously. Don't come over. Gu Hai shouted. Taiwa was stunned. Why didn't he let him come over? These 34 chess games are dangerous. I don't want you to take the risk. Have Hichu send it over. Gu Hai emphasized again. As long as I can save my brother, I don't care. Taiwa said anxiously. I said have Hichu send it over. Otherwise, I won't read it and don't give it to me. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Taiwa's expression froze. He knew that Gu Hai was protecting him, but he couldn't feel happy at all. Why me? Hichu was depressed. Although it was for Master, why did it have to be me? Why am I so unlucky? Hichu didn't dare to say no. For Master, he had to take the risk. He took the letter and flew toward Gu Hai. Whoosh! Gu Hai waved his hand and a large number of stars moved aside, allowing Hichu to fly closer. Old man Guanxi didn't kill him. After all, Gu Hai was bound to lose. He didn't want to complicate things. Hichu flew to Gu Hai unwillingly. Take a look. Can my master still be saved? Hichu handed the letter over. However, before the letter could reach the sixth Dao suddenly opened his mouth. Roar! A strong suction force came from the sixth Dao's mouth and rushed toward Hichu. What? What are you doing? Hichu shouted in surprise. The people around him also stared. Why was Gu Hai eating Hichu? Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the river diagram and the letter were swallowed by the black-robed six paths. Why am I so unlucky? Hichu shouted at the last moment before he was swallowed. What? You ate Hichu? Taiwa exclaimed. I came here to ask for Gu Hai's help. It's fine if you don't help, but you ate Hichu? Old Mr. Guanxi's pupils constricted, and his expression turned unsightly. I will read the letter. However, not now. Now, I want Hichu's prediction ability. Otherwise, I will really lose this game. Gu Hai said solemnly. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Rumble. The surrounding stars started to move violently again. Hichu? Hichu can predict the future too? Old man Guanxi frowned. This is fair. You have the Book of Luo and I have Hichu. Continue. Gu Hai said solemnly. Chapter 842. The future was unpredictable. Even the slightest change could cause a huge difference in the future. However, Hichu and the Book of Luo were able to predict the future. This wasn't the power of laws, but rather an extremely transcendent ability. Even though the Hichu and the Book of Luo couldn't accurately predict everything, even if it was only a vague future, it was already a guiding light for those with exceptional intelligence. Gu Hai and Old Man Guanxi each controlled the heavenly Go chess pieces and closed their eyes to play. The rotation of countless stars changed again. Previously, because of the Book of Luo, Old Man Guanxi was able to predict the opponent's moves. Even though Gu Hai made countless arrangements, it was a pity that Old Man Guanxi's chess skills weren't inferior to his own. Just a slight prediction of the future was enough to break the balance, allowing Old Man Guanxi to gain the upper hand. Now, with Hichu in his body, Gu Hai's body of six paths deprived him of his ability to predict. Since Old Man Guanxi could predict Gu Hai's arrangements, Gu Hai could also predict Old Man Guanxi's arrangements. Although the predictions were vague, it was enough for the two of them. In a short period of time, this battle of 34 chess pieces continued for 8 days and 8 nights without a conclusion. On the 9th day, Old man Guanxi was the first to open his eyes. Gu Hai on the opposite side also opened his eyes. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Apart from burning my brain, it's useless. Old man Guanxi said indifferently. Hichu Book of Luo? How mysterious. Gu Hai frowned. Evidently, the two of them were evenly matched in this battle. Owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion, I've already experienced your chess skills. I beg you to send me back to 800,000 years later. I won't compete with you anymore. Gu Hai said solemnly. Old man Guanxi shook his head. It's useless. When I came here, I didn't plan to go back, so I didn't leave behind a trace of time power. I don't have any coordinates for the future. Coordinates? Gu Hai frowned. That's right. The law of time is unpredictable. Even the heavens are unable to comprehend it. Do you think I can comprehend it completely? If I can fully comprehend it, wouldn't it be fine if I directly transmigrated to the time before my wife's death? Why go through so much trouble? Old Mr. Guanxi shook his head. What if I have the coordinates? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Old man Guanxi narrowed his eyes in disbelief. I have the coordinates in 800,000 years. Can you send me back? Solemnly Gu Hai asked. Impossible. I brought all the power of the law of time over here for this battle. I can't afford to lose. I didn't leave behind a single bit. Old man Guanxi shook his head. Gu Hai reached out and took out half a pen. It was the pen that sealed the memories he obtained from Earth. Last time, he used this half pen to connect with the other half of the pen in 800,000 years to send a strand of the Long Jianghu's divine consciousness over. There's a strand here. It connects to 800,000 years later. Take a look. Gu Hai waved his hand. Whoosh. The other half of the pen flew towards Old Man Guanxi. Old Man Guanxi caught it. Gu Hai didn't fear Old Man Guanxi because he couldn't use the law of time. The power of time in this pen was pitifully small. If he wanted to go back, he would need Old Man Guanxi's help. It didn't matter if he gave the other half of the pen to Old Man Guanxi. Old Man Guanxi took the pen and immediately checked it. After a while, he closed his eyes and sent a strand of divine consciousness into the pen. It's really the law of time? No, your law of time is a little strange. It's different from mine. Old Man Guanxi exclaimed in surprise. What's different? Gu Hai was puzzled. Old Man Guanxi frowned and pondered for a while before shaking his head. It's indeed different. It's like the law of time in the mirror. It looks the same, but it's the opposite. Compared to my previous law of time, one is positive and one is negative, one is positive and one is yang. Strange, there's a second law of time? No matter what, can you feel the position of the pen in 800,000 years? Can you control this half pen after 800,000 years? Gu Hai asked expectantly. It's not difficult to control it. You can control it in reverse. It's indeed connected to 800,000 years later. Where did you get this? Old Man Guanxi asked solemnly. Gu Hai shook his head, obviously unwilling to say. Since Gu Hai didn't want to say, Old Man Guanxi didn't ask further. Everyone had their own secrets. Can you send me back? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Being able to sense the position of the pen in 800,000 years means that history hasn't changed. I send you back? Sorry. Old Man Guanxi shook his head. What? Gu Hai frowned. There's too little time force in this half pen. To open the gate of time, you need a huge amount of time force. But now, I don't have any time force left. It's been completely burned out. There's not a trace left. Old Man Guanxi shook his head. Impossible, time force can't disappear into thin air. Gu Hai said anxiously. Time force? Naturally, it can't disappear into thin air. However, it's gone in this world. It's in the primal chaos spacetime. The time force I burned merged with the primal chaos spacetime. Unless you open the primal chaos spacetime, I can take the time force and use your coordinates to open the gate of time for you. However, the primal chaos spacetime can't be opened except by burning a huge amount of time force. It's gone. You can't go back. Don't even think about it. Old Man Guanxi shook his head. Can't go back? Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. He stared at Old Man Guanxi. After watching for a while, Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Wait, you have a way to open the primal chaos spacetime and extract the time force inside? Old Man Guanxi frowned slightly. I can see the way you played just now. You always take care of everything. You always leave a way out in any desperate situation. You never use up all your strength. This is your style in chess, and it should also be your way of doing things. You always leave a way out. This has become a kind of instinct. You must have left a backup plan in that primal chaos spacetime, right? A secret that only you know? Gu Hai said solemnly. You're just guessing. Old man Guanxi said solemnly. Yes, it's a guess, but am I right? Gu Hai stared at old man Guanxi. Taking a deep breath, old man Guanxi shook his head. You're wrong. I don't have a way. Even if I did, I wouldn't do it. Once the primal chaos spacetime is opened and the 6 paths of celestial gods appear, my plan will be for naught. I can't give up my lover for your lover. In that case, our Go game isn't over yet. We have to continue. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh, 34 Go games, isn't that your limit? Old man Guanxi narrowed his eyes. 34 Go games is my limit of perfection, but sometimes, perfection isn't the limit. Gu Hai shook his head. He squeezed the black Go piece in his hand. The surrounding stars suddenly became restless, spinning rapidly and releasing countless dazzling lights. Horizontal 34, vertical 35? As expected, the limit isn't 34. Your current Go skill is between 34 and 35? Half-step 35? Old man Guanxi narrowed his eyes. As he spoke, old man Guanxi squeezed the white Go piece in his hand. Boom. Among the countless stars, a thick fog suddenly erupted, enveloping the stars and old man Guanxi, making it impossible to see what was going on. 34 isn't the limit? The Scarlet Emperor said in shock. Within the fog, Gu Hai was also shocked. He had reached his limit, and his Go game had become countless times more complicated. Yet old man Guanxi had caught up in an instant. What's your Go skill? Gu Hai asked in shock. Won't you know if you keep watching? Your Go style is getting more and more different from mine. What a good half-step 35. Old man Guanxi's eyes flashed with shock. 35? You've reached that step? Gu Hai asked in shock. It must be known that Gu Hai had spent 100 million years comprehending from 34 to 35, but he had not been able to cross that threshold, only reaching half-step 35. But now old man Guanxi had actually crossed it? This was a heavy blow to Gu Hai. Was his talent in Go so much worse than old man Guanxi's? When Xiao zither, Go, calligraphy and painting. Go is different from the other 3 disciplines. Go is not played by one person. I'm also very surprised that you were able to reach your current level while comprehending on your own. The Go path requires opponents. Only opponents can make you stronger and allow you to break through. My opponent is my future self, but what about you? Self-comprehension? To be able to reach this step, your talent is truly terrifying. Old man Guanxi sighed. Talent? What's the use of talent if I can't win? Gu Hai sternly said. Just admit defeat in this game of Go. You were able to wait 200 million years in the 18th layer of hell, so 800,000 years won't be difficult. Why don't you go see your family after 800,000 years? Old man Guanxi said with a shake of his head. 800,000 years? Would they still be my family? I, Gu Hai, have encountered so many opponents and so many problems. What I have relied on is not my talent but my character. I refuse to admit defeat. So what if it's 35 games? I must win this game. Gu Hai sternly said. Gu Hai ignored old man Guanxi, his mind completely immersed in the Go game. At this moment, Gu Hai's mind was highly focused, unprecedentedly serious. In his mind he was calculating every change in the Go game. Half a step. Just half a step, but Gu Hai had lost again and again. The black side had lost again and again. There are only so many black Go stones. How long can you hold on? Once I remove all your black Go stones, you will have no more Go stones to play. Old man Guanxi said. Gu Hai ignored old man Guanxi. With every Go stone he thought for a long time. The Go Dao required opponents. In just a short while, Gu Hai had already reached his limits. Although he had reached his limits, playing with old man Guanxi provided him with boundless inspiration. This boundless inspiration helped Gu Hai improve his Go skills. With every Go stone, Gu Hai's Go skills increased. At this moment, the 100,000 Go puzzles he brought from Earth merged into the forehead of Gu Hai's main body. Now only 10 remained. However, these 10 extremely complicated Go puzzles suddenly trembled. Inspired by old man Guanxi's Go skills, 8 of the 10 Go puzzles started to pair up. The Go puzzles shifted, merging 4 by 4. On the 5th day of Gu Hai's Go game with old man Guanxi, Gu Hai's black Go stones crumbled. Hey, your Go skills increased? Old man Guanxi suddenly exclaimed in shock. Boom, boom. The 8 Go puzzles on Xiao Chen's forehead suddenly merged into 2 large Go puzzles and quickly merged. Although Gu Hai was on the verge of defeat, the increase in his Go energy made his defeat less obvious and slower. Chapter 843. In the space between Gu Hai's eyebrows, there were 10 Go puzzles. 8 of them had merged into 2 large Go boards. After merging, they needed to condense the pieces that could be removed into 2 smaller Go boards. From quantitative to qualitative. Although this Go game inspired Xiaoqun greatly, the 100,000 Go puzzles had been condensed to this point. Nearly every piece was the essence and was not that easy to remove. Xiaoqun was removing them bit by bit. However, it would take a long time. What great comprehension ability! Old man Guanqi said with narrowed eyes. Although Gu Hai placed his pieces slowly, the chances of him losing were getting smaller and smaller. Such an increase in Go skill made old man Guanqi sigh in amazement. To outsiders, it looked like the 2 of them were sitting in the void with their hands on the heavenly Go board as the stars spun around them. In the eyes of Gu Hai and old man Guanqi, it was not that simple. When the Go Dao was at the 28th array, it could already create a rudimentary world. Now that it was at the 34th array and 35th array, the Go Dao world had already been perfected to an extremely fine state. Others could not see it, but Gu Hai and old man Guanqi could see a Go Dao world. This world was different from the Immortal Dome, but every detail could be seen clearly. Gu Hai and old man Guanqi were the creators of this world. They controlled the operation of this world, watching the competition between races and nations. Every life in the Go Dao world made their own choices under the 2's control. Now, the most obvious competition was the battle between the 2 countries. Armies, tactics, strategies, business wars and espionage wars were used. Everything big and small was in a perfect game. Among them, the 2 of them even sent in the souls they controlled to assist. In this Go Dao world there were Guqin, Kongxian, Ziwei, Changsheng, Yanqingshan, Ao Shun, Mao Tianyun, and even countless sovereigns and sect masters that the 6 paths had swallowed up. It was as if they had lost their memories. They were only fulfilling the instructions of Gu Hai and old man Guanqi. In this place, they were divided into 2 factions that participated in the war between the 2 nations. Schemes and plots were constantly being carried out. In the beginning, Gu Hai's kingdom was repeatedly thwarted. However, as Gu Hai's Go skills increased, the repeated setbacks slowly eased up. Mr. Good, do you know that although Guqin's consciousness is being used by you, his loyalty is to me? Furthermore, it is a subconscious instinct. You actually dared to use it? Old Mr. Guanqi said indifferently. However, as soon as old man Guanqi finished speaking, Guqin, who was in the world of chess, suddenly shuddered and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Pavilion Master. In the blink of an eye, the Guqin army turned against them and led their own army to attack the country controlled by Gu Hai. In an instant, due to the Guqin army's rebellion, the battlefield changed. The army of Gu Hai's kingdom suffered heavy losses. With Guqin as the vanguard, they led a large number of enemy troops deep into Gu Hai's kingdom. In an instant, Gu Hai's army collapsed. That's not right. Old man Guanqi frowned slightly. How did Gu Hai's kingdom collapse so quickly? Guqin? I've been looking for him for so long. Do you think I haven't unlocked the seal in his soul? Gu Hai suddenly said with a smile. In the world of chess, the enemy troops led by Guqin into Gu Hai's kingdom seemed to have entered a large-scale encirclement. In an instant, they were ambushed by the army of Gu Hai's kingdom. Rumble. A quick battle broke out. At that moment, Guqin did not help old man Guanqi. Instead, he turned against them again. Oh, luring the enemy into a trap? Old man Guanqi's expression darkened. However, even though they had been ambushed, Guanqi's kingdom still occupied more than half of its territory. At this moment, after swallowing up the invaders, Guqin led the army forward and arrived at a huge pass. Yanqingshan led the army to stop the pass. You've already lost 30% of the battle, but this pass can stop an army of 10,000. Old man Guanqi said grimly. Perhaps there's a favor that you don't know about. Gu Hai suddenly said. Oh. On the gate tower of the pass, Yanqingshan suddenly waved his hand and said, Open the gate. Boom. The gate of the pass opened and Guqin led the army into the pass. The army marched straight in and quickly reclaimed the lost territory. Yanqingshan? Old man Guanqi narrowed his eyes. Then he saw Yanqingshan suddenly bow in Gu Hai's direction. Gu Hai had met Yanqingshan in the human Dao mystic realm during the Thousand Saints conference. Gu Hai had helped Yanqingshan solve the Go puzzle. Gu Hai had saved Yanqingshan from danger, so Yanqingshan owed Gu Hai a favor. Fortunately, Yanqingshan remembered this favor in his subconscious. When Gu Hai sent people to test Yanqingshan, Yanqingshan was actually willing to defect. Rumble. Amidst the mass killing. Gu Hai's kingdom reclaimed its lost territory and returned to a stalemate with Old Man Guanxi. At the same time, between Gu Hai's eyebrows, two loud sounds rang out. Boom, boom. The two large chessboards finally condensed into a small chessboard. Gu Hai's Go skills instantly reached a new height. There were only 4 small Go boards left between his eyebrows. Each board had a Go Soul clone sitting on it. The 4 Go Soul clones seemed to be real. When the Go board was condensed, Gu Hai could now play Zhou Tian 10 times. The merging of the Go boards also meant that Gu Hai's Go skills had made a qualitative leap. I have already taken this step. Thank you, Lord of the Sky Chess Pavilion. Gu Hai said with a smile. In the outside world, countless stars suddenly trembled. As they trembled, their original trajectories changed again and became silent again. Everything became calm again. Gu Hai's Go skills and Old Man Guanxi's Go skills reached a stalemate again. 35. Old Man Guanxi frowned slightly. In the Go board world, because of luck, you and I reached a stalemate again. Now my Go skills have also reached 35. Lord of the Sky Chess Pavilion, you were right. One person comprehending Go is indeed different from 2 people playing Go. Thank you for your guidance. Now let's continue. Gu Hai said solemnly. Old Man Guanxi didn't continue. Instead, he looked at Gu Hai and said, Mr. Good, what if I had 36? Would you still continue? 36? Gu Hai's face darkened. Yes, I have 35, and you have half a step to 35. You are unwilling to give up and risking your life to comprehend Go. That is because you can take this step. But what if I have 36 or even 37 and you can't comprehend it? If you are powerless, what will you do? Old Man Guanxi stared at Gu Hai. Powerless? Haha, if that moment really comes, I will still fight to the death. Everyone has their own reason to exist, don't they? Just like how you are obsessed with Murong Yen? Gu Hai wasn't depressed. Instead, his eyes flashed with stubbornness. Even if you have to give up your life? Old Man Guanxi looked at Gu Hai. Even if I have to die 10,000 times, I will have no regrets. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with determination. Even if you have to die 10,000 times, you will have no regrets? Ah, you are really like me. A copy is a copy. If you accept the copy, what about the real one? She is also a living person. Are you going to lose her just like that? Old Man Guanxi's eyes flashed with sadness. Gu Hai stared at Old Man Guanxi for a while. He frowned and said, Old Man Guanxi, have you ever thought that even if you copy the exact same history, the Murong Yen that is reborn will also be a copy? It won't be the original one. Shut up. Old Man Guanxi suddenly glared. Countless stars around them instantly exploded. You know that too? The Murong Yen that you copied from the future and the Murong Yen that you created with the array are actually the same. They are both copies. It's just that you are unwilling to accept it. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. I told you to shut up. Old Man Guanxi's eyes spat fire again. He stretched out his hand and waved. Boom. Countless stars in the surroundings suddenly lit up. Kaboom. 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 In an instant, countless stars exploded. Those stars that exploded were the stars that Gu Hai had created. They were the black pieces that were placed there. Pooh. Affected by the destruction of the stars, Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. You are really more than 35? Gu Hai said in surprise. Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. Old Man Guanxi opposite him seemed to have woken up from his anger. Ha 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 ha. Old Man Guanxi suddenly laughed miserably. 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks as he laughed. Husband. The Murong Yen in the distance also started crying. She seemed to be in even more pain. Sky Chess Pavilion's owner? Gu Hai called out worriedly. After laughing miserably for a while, Old Man Guanxi said bitterly, You are right. Perhaps I have lost from the start. I just didn't want to admit it. Sky Chess Pavilion's owner, although this Murong Yen was created by your array, she is indeed a Murong Yen. Why are you rejecting her? Does that mean that you have fallen in love with her? Since you have fallen in love with her, why are you avoiding her? If the real Murong Yen knew about this, she would definitely want the 2 of you to live on. Gu Hai comforted him. Don't say any more, don't say any more. I will send you back. Old Man Guanxi seemed to be mentally and physically exhausted in an instant. He still didn't dare to look at the Murong Yen in the distance. You want to send me back to 800,000 years in the future? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. You destroyed my dream and made it impossible for me to reunite with Yen. But I want to send you back to 800,000 years in the future so that you can reunite with your family? Ha ha ha, I am indeed crazy. Old Man Guanxi was in grief. Thank you, Sky Chess Pavilion's owner. Gu Hai was very grateful. Old man Guanxi was very emotional. After a while he slowly calmed down. He looked around and smiled bitterly. No matter what happens in the future, I will continue to stay. I will continue to be the immortal of the six paths. I will continue to have the same future. Therefore, in this world, everything that is different needs to be set right. Set right. The bell of primal chaos and 10-direction destruction are in your hands? Old man Guanxi looked at Gu Hai. Yes. Although it is broken, it is repairing itself. Gu Hai nodded. Then I will leave Solar God Palace to you. Old man Guanxi said, shaking his head. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Then he nodded and said, okay. Thank you, Sky Chess Pavilion's owner. The two stopped playing Go. However, Gu Hai had already gained something even greater than winning. Old man Guanxi agreed to send him back. Gu Hai used the heavenly Go chess set. Boom. Countless stars in the surroundings quickly gathered and slowly arranged themselves into a huge galaxy with 35 horizontal and 35 vertical lines. It is indeed the 35 great arrays? However, Gu Hai extended his hand and pressed. Suddenly, dense purple gas appeared in the 35 great arrays. The purple gas quickly gathered at the center. Slowly, something seemed to condense in the purple gas. In the distance, the Taishang sect master narrowed his eyes. Is he using the Go Dao array to condense figures? In the past, Gu Hai condensed Zhang Sanfeng, Shimen Chueshue, Dugu Qiubai, and Dongfang undefeated. Back then there were only 30 great arrays. Now there are 35. He should be even more powerful, right? The Tong Tian sect master said with a frown. Just as everyone was frowning, wah! Suddenly, a loud crow cry came from the center of the purple gas. A three-legged golden crow suddenly flew out of the purple gas. Surging solar true flame came out of its body, instantly lighting up the surroundings. Donghuang Tai? The Tong Tian sect master said in shock. Chapter 844. Using the Go Dao array, Gu Hai had formed the Eastern Emperor Tai Cloud Beast. The golden crow let out a loud cry, flapped its wings and flew above the array. Gu Hai once again formed the array, and the figure of Alpha Primordium emerged from the purple cloud. From the moment Tai was formed by the array, everyone in the distance could guess what was going on. Old man Guanxi had promised Gu Hai to send Gu Hai back? 800,000 years in the future? For a moment, everyone was taken aback. Looking at this Sinuan, in front of old man Guanxi, everyone knew that they no longer had a chance. Now, Gu Hai and old man Guanxi seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. They controlled the power of life, and it was almost impossible to snatch Sinuan from them. Gu Hai was leaving? Not far away, Taiwa anxiously asked, Gu Hai, where's my big brother's letter? What did my big brother say in that letter? Can my big brother still be saved? Taiwa shouted, and Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Taiwa quickly flew over, and Gu Hai did not stop him. He opened his mouth and spat out a letter. It was a letter from Fuxi. There was a seal on it that seemed to sense Gu Hai's aura. The seal instantly disappeared when it sensed Gu Hai's aura. Gu Hai tore open the letter and read it. There was only one line written on it. Before you go back, help Taiwa settle down. I can do nothing. I can only rely on you to protect her. It was only one line, but this line made Gu Hai's eyelids twitch. Impossible. Gu Hai said in shock. Fuxi knew that he was going back? Had he written this letter long ago? Could he predict the future? Could it be that Fuxi had already predicted his game with old man Guanxi? What did my brother say? What did my brother say? Taiwa said anxiously. There is no way to save Fuxi. Gu Hai shook his head. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Show it to me, show it to me. Taiwa burst into tears and snatched the letter. After reading the letter, Taiwa burst into tears. No, no, you lied to me. Big brother can be saved. Gu Hai turned to look at old man Guanxi and said, Sky Chess Pavilion's owner, can Taiwa come with me? Returning from 800,000 years in the future is a reversal of time, a violation of the order of time, a loophole. If she goes with you, it will be within the order of time. I can't guarantee that she can live for 800,000 years. Gu Hai's face darkened. The Taiwa in front of him could not follow him, otherwise he would die of old age halfway through. He glanced at Tai Yi and Tai Chu in the array. Gu Hai activated the array again. Wah! Ah! Tai Yi and Tai Chu immediately roared in pain. Now I will plant a restriction in your consciousness. For the next 800,000 years, protect Taiwa with all your strength. Don't have any ill intentions towards her. Her life is more important than anything you two have. Gu Hai shouted. Bus. Tai Yi and Tai Chu were muddle-headed. They cried out as if they had this mark in the depths of their memories. Sky Chess Pavilion's owner. Gu Hai looked at Old Man Guanxi again. Please use the time law in that half of my brush to help Taiwa seal all of her memories about us. Gu Hai said solemnly. Old Man Guanxi glanced at Taiwa. The time law in your brush is limited. It can only seal one person's memories. Otherwise, it won't be able to connect the coordinates of the other half of the brush 800,000 years later. He immediately swung his hand. Whoosh! A white light rushed into Taiwa's mind. Bus. Taiwa shivered and fainted. Taiwa. Gu Hai anxiously hugged her. Don't worry. She's just sad. Seal this memory. When she wakes up, she will forget everything. Old Man Guanxi said calmly. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. Since you're going back, everyone alive should go back too. Tong Tian Sect Master, present Buddha, your consciousnesses have returned to your bodies. Once your consciousnesses leave your bodies, your original bodies will forget everything that happened during this period. Because this memory has been brought back 800,000 years in the future, your current bodies will have no memory of this period. Old Man Guanxi said. In the distance, the Tong Tian Sect Master and the others nodded with grim expressions. We're still missing a future Buddha? The present Buddha looked at Gu Hai. Bus. Gu Hai used the Go Dao array to create a plump future Buddha once more. This was the future Buddha who had used the closed eyes world purification Zen not long ago. Gu Hai opened his mouth and spat out the divine scepter of wisdom, which immediately flew into the hands of the first future Buddha clone. Leave the rest to me. Once I retrieve a portion of the time law from the chaotic space-time, I'll open the gate of time for all of you. Old Man Guanxi sighed softly. Not far away, Jiang Lianshan said coldly, we came when you asked us to and left when you asked us to? Old Man Guanxi, you want to send us away, but did you ask for our permission? Old Man Guanxi calmly glanced at Jiang Lianshan but ignored him. Instead, he turned to Murong Yen. Upon seeing Murong Yen, Old Man Guanxi raised an eyebrow. Send Murong Yen away? Leave her behind? Husband, I don't want to go. I want to stay with you. Let me stay with you, okay, husband? Murong Yen suddenly began to weep. Old Man Guanxi felt his entire body tremble, and his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Just as Gu Hai had said, Old Man Guanxi couldn't let go of Murong Yen, which was why he had been running away. Now he was sending her away? Eternally separated? Old Man Guanxi felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He really didn't want to send her away, but if she didn't leave, how could he have the determination to find the real Murong Yen? Even if that was fake, even if he was deceiving himself, Old Man Guanxi still wanted to go to the end. Hearing Murong Yan's sorrow, Old Man Guanxi felt like his whole person was about to collapse. No, you go with Jiang Lianshan and the others. Forget about me, forget about me. Old Man Guanxi seemed to have aged countless times in an instant. I can't forget, I can't forget. Murong Yen cried sadly. Not far away, Jiang Lianshan was startled. Old Man Guanxi wanted Murong Yen to go back with him? He was going to stay here alone? In an instant, Jiang Lianshan was no longer repulsed. Dian, His Holiness, if you're going to leave, return our treasures first. Taishang Sect Master said. Without any resistance in his heart, Jiang Lianshan was very easy to talk to at this moment. As he opened his mouth, he immediately spat out the grade 9 golden lotus, Shenyuan sword, Taiji diagram and other treasures and energy and returned them to everyone. Old Man Guanxi didn't dare to look at Murong Yen crying. He turned to look at Gu Hai and took out 3 black ghost stones and 1 white ghost stone. Qin Xianer, who you're looking for, was sealed in this white ghost stone alone. Considering that you're very good at Go, I was going to turn the situation around in the game. In the end, I decided to forget about it. I'll give you the other heavenly souls too. Old Man Guanxi handed over a group of ghost stones, looking a little haggard at this moment. Xianer. Gu Hai was stunned. He took it very carefully. Previously in the world of Go there was Gu Qin and Yan Qingshan's plan. It seemed like victory was in his hands. However, if Old Man Guanxi took out Qin Xianer's heavenly soul, he would definitely lose because Qin Xian was his Achilles heel. Old Man Guanxi didn't use it and he didn't want to use it. Thank you very much. Gu Hai said solemnly. Old Man Guanxi shook his head and sighed slightly. Alright, I'll extract the power of time from the chaotic space-time. The chaotic space-time? If you extract it, will the 6 paths of Tianxin escape? Gu Hai frowned. Old Man Guanxi shook his head. In the chaotic space-time, the time inside is chaotic. In just a few days, perhaps the power has exceeded 100 million trillion years. Moreover, the power of time inside is wearing down the godly soul. Even if he's alive now, he must have suffered devastating injuries. Alright, then be careful. Guhai nodded. Old man Guanxi stretched out his hand and was about to cast a spell. Be careful. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Everyone turned their heads to look, only to see Dragon Shenyin covered in blood and surrounded by a six-colored light. He shouted with difficulty. Pooh. After shouting, Dragon Shenyin instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. He seemed to have suffered a fatal injury. What's going on? Six-colored? Is this the power of the six paths of Tianxin? Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. In front of Guhai and Old Man Guanxi, two palms suddenly appeared and stabbed into the chests of Guhai and Old Man Guanxi. No, it should be the chest of the six paths of white and six paths of black. Old Man Guanxi and Guhai both opened their eyes wide and looked at the palms in their chests. This was the aura of the six paths of Tianxin. Even if the palms were only bones left, the two instantly understood that this was the aura of the six paths of Tianxin. Previously, the six paths of Tianxin also had two palms on his back. Now there were four palms. Two of them stabbed into the chests of the six paths of black and white. The third hand grabbed a faintly discernible golden energy rope. That energy rope was connected to the distant Dragon Shenyin. He is connected to Takeshi Ryushin through my bloodline. Previously, I did not completely seal him. Dragon Shenying's body twisted and made cracking sounds. That energy rope gave the six paths of Tianxin a sliver of hope to return. As for the fourth hand, it grabbed Sinyuan. Not good. Everyone's expression changed. Guhai and Old Man Guanxi both opened their eyes wide and cried out in alarm. Protect Yen, protect Taiwa. The two of them cried out in alarm. Jiang Lianshan, Fire Emperor, Tai Yi, Tai Chu, and Jiang Yi immediately leapt towards the two women and protected them. Ha ha ha, those who go against me explode. A loud roar suddenly rang out. Boom. The void suddenly trembled and a super-huge shockwave spread out. Under the shockwave, the stars that Guhai and Old Man Guanxi had set up earlier all exploded. The black-robed 6 Dao and the white-robed 6 Dao were the first to bear the brunt of the explosion. Boom boom. The six paths of black and white that were controlled by Old Man Guanxi and Guhai instantly exploded. They did not even have the time to resist before they exploded. At the center of the explosion, the huge chaotic space-time entrance was exposed once again. It was a huge hole in the void that emitted a rainbow-colored energy ring. The six paths of Tianxin had exploded the six paths of Tianxin. He came out with Sinyuan in one hand and the deformed Takeshi Ryushin in the other. A ferocious aura spread out in all directions. The six paths of Tianxin's body had almost changed shape. His flesh and blood were gone, leaving behind only white bones. His scarlet eyes were filled with a monstrous hatred and resentment. I'm back, everything is mine, all mine roars. The six paths of Tianxin let out a ferocious roar that shook the world. Chapter 845. The moment the samsara of the celestial god tore open the spacetime gate, the fleshless skeletal claws pierced into the black-robed samsara, Guhai knew he was in trouble. This was because the moment the samsara of the celestial god's skeletal claws entered his body, his entire body froze. If it was someone else, they might have been able to resist. However, the black-robed samsara of the celestial god was a doppelganger of the samsara. Naturally, the samsara of the celestial god knew what was happening to his body. Unable to move, unable to attack, he could only shout, "Protect Taiwa." Fortunately, Tai Yi, Tai Chu, and the future Buddha were all formed by his own formation. This was not a summon, but a condensation of cloud beasts. They listened to him and instantly pounced towards Taiwa. Jianghu also pounced towards Taiwa. After protecting Taiwa, Guhai immediately woke everyone up. With a shudder, all the people who had been devoured in the past woke up. What's going on? Everyone looked at the countless roots on their bodies in this strange hall in shock. Your Majesty, Kong Xian said in shock. He vaguely remembered being swallowed by the samsara of the celestial god. Why did it seem like the emperor was controlling everything? Father. Guqin suddenly burst into tears. Guhai, you tricked me. Hichu shouted in grief. With so many people around, the shouting did not stop. It's too late. The samsara of the celestial god is back. Run. Guhai shouted. He broke free from the water ball and rushed towards everyone. Boom boom. He grabbed Guqin with one hand and Kong Xian with the other and was about to escape. Me too. Don't leave me behind. He Tu's expression changed as he cried out in alarm. He Chu had the ability to predict and immediately predicted that he was in great danger. Ha ha ha, those who go against me explode. The samsara of the celestial god's roar suddenly came from the outside world. With this, everyone's expression changed. Heavenly Go Chess, protect me! Gu Hai shouted. Ancient Emperor! Gao Chen and Ziwei shouted in shock. However, Gu Hai could not save them in time. He could not even protect himself. Boom! A loud boom rang out as the 6 pads of black robes exploded. The lower heaven palace exploded as well. The explosion was so powerful that everything inside of it was blown apart. Ziwei, Gao Chen, countless sovereigns and sect leaders. None of them could escape. In fact, this powerful explosion was so powerful that it even tore his soul apart. No, I shouldn't have died like this. Why am I so unlucky? Ark. Hichu Robe's rage. I didn't want to go against the 6 paths. It's all Gu Hai's fault. Why are you eating me? Eating me but not saving me. Now, I don't even have time to escape. Why am I so unlucky? Boom. The celestial god, Gu Qin escape. Of the samsara of the samsara of the samsara. And Gu, of the explosion. Was Gu. Of it, samsara and, was, its space was and disappeared. Gu to disappear to escape to. A black light flew out from the samsara of 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 the samsara. Similarly, a white light flew out from the samsara of the samsara of the samsara. Old man Guanxi knew that things were not going well, and chose to leave the samsara body. The white heavenly Go Chess was in a hurry and could not bring many people out. Only Mao Tianyun and Shangguanhen were dragged out by Old man Guanxi. Old man Guanxi could not let go of the Book of Luo. Eventually he flew out with it. The Book of Luo was connected to Shangguanhen, and so he successfully escaped. However, the 18 heads of the Xuanwu progenitor had all corroded away, leaving only Shangguanhen behind. His eyes were closed and his body was shrouded in golden light. In that instant, Ao Shun and Ao Xing grabbed Shangguanhen and escaped. The white heavenly Go Chess piece took everyone and flew away. Jiang Lianshan and the Fire Emperor managed to save Murong Yen in the nick of time. Both of them were injured by the explosion as well. Taiwa and the future Buddha acted at the same time, saving the unconscious Taiwa. The 6 paths of black and white were instantly destroyed. I'm back. Everything is mine. All of it is mine. Roar. The 6 paths of the heavenly gods let out a ferocious roar that shook the world. However, with just a loud roar, the 6th Tao of Heaven God clutched his head in pain. The 6 paths of the heavenly god, who was only left with his skeletal body, screamed in pain. When he blew up the black and white 6 paths, he also blew up his other 2 souls and 7 spirits. His body was affected. The Taishang sect master narrowed his eyes. Sinyuan quickly. Ji Empress shouted. 3 lives Buddha, Jiang Lianshan, Ji Empress, and the Tongtian sect master acted at almost the same time. I'm going to kill all of you. I'm going to kill all of you. I don't care who you are. After I kill all of you, everything will be mine. Roar. The 6 paths of heaven god roared. Boom. A wave of energy burst out from his body, instantly knocking everyone away. What? So powerful? It's even stronger than before? The Tongtian master was shocked as he was sent flying. Be careful. His 2 souls and 7 spirits were blown up just now. He collected the fragments of his 2 souls and 7 spirits and burned them to strengthen himself. Be careful. The old man Guanxi instantly shouted from afar. He stretched out his hand and summoned the stars in the distance. Rumble. The stars gathered the power of the formation and locked the 6 paths of the heavenly god. Scram. The 6 paths of the heavenly god punched out. Hong. Countless stars exploded in an instant. For a time heaven and earth rumbled as the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The 6 paths of the heavenly god seemed to be invincible. No one could stop him. I'm going to kill all of you. I'm going to kill all of you. The 6 paths of the heavenly god roared as he charged towards Taiwa. Not good. Empress, quickly run. Jiang Yi shouted and blocked in front of her. Boom. Jiang Yi was blown apart by a palm. He was not a match for a single palm. Tai Yi, Tai Chu and the future Buddha acted at the same time. Boom. Everyone was blown away. PFFF. Tai Chu, Tai Yi, and the future Buddha all vomited blood as they were blown away. Who am I? I don't remember. You want to snatch my sinyuan? Snatch my sinyuan? You are all my enemies. I'm going to kill all of you. Kill all of you. The 6 paths of the heavenly god roared. Just as everyone was about to charge forward again, their expressions suddenly changed. Then, the 6 paths of the heavenly deity swallowed the immortal origin in one gulp. What? Everyone cried out in shock. Rumble. Sinuan seemed to have the power of a backlash. Immediately, the 6 paths of the heavenly god was surrounded by rolling lightning. The 6 paths of the heavenly god trembled. However, the 6 paths of the heavenly god's power was also extraordinary. He suppressed the lightning fiercely as if he was refining Sinuan. Ah ah ah. Amidst the painful screams, the 6 paths of the heavenly god could not chase after them. However, his overflowing hatred made him like a hedgehog. No one could get close to him. If we can't get close to him, will he be devoured by Sinuan? The Tong Tian sect master frowned. No, it's too late. Old man Guanqi's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? He's fusing with Sinuan? He was willing to sacrifice himself, willing to damage his final heavenly soul to fuse with the celestial origin? Although Sinuan is resisting, he is slowly being fused with. Old man Guanqi said with an ugly expression. How can this be? That's impossible. It's true. Look at the surface of his skeleton. Old man Guanqi said bitterly. Although countless lightning bolts were exploding, the 6 paths of the heavenly god's body seemed to be surging with 7-colored energy, reconstructing some flesh on the surface of his body. He's fusing. We can't let him fuse. Jiang Lianshan's expression sank. He swung the Shinong Ho in his hand again. Boom. In an instant, it hit the center of the 6 paths of the heavenly god's lightning storm. The 6 paths of the heavenly god's body only paused for a moment before he became furious. Who are you? How dare you injure me? You want to steal my Sinuan? I'll kill you. The 6 paths of the heavenly god charged at Jiang Lianshan with heavy injuries. Be careful. The Tong Tian sect master, the Taishang sect master, Matriarch Ji, and the 3 worlds Buddha acted at almost the same time to help Jiang Lianshan. Hong. Under the 6 paths of the heavenly god's powerful attack, everyone was still blown away. I'll kill you all. I'll kill you all. The 6 paths of the heavenly god's aura grew stronger and stronger. Pooh. Everyone spat out a mouthful of blood as they looked at the 6 paths of the heavenly god in shock. He was too strong. He was more than 10 times stronger than before. No one could stop him. Could it be that they were all going to die here today? Just as everyone was feeling anxious. Wong. Suddenly, a golden light gathered from all directions and enveloped the 6 paths of the heavenly god. Immediately, the 6 paths of the heavenly god was unable to move. This is? Everyone was shocked. They saw that this golden light seemed to be an illusion. It was a huge illusion. It looked like a Buddha. Vajra Buddha? You're not dead? In the distance, Guhai was shocked. The illusion was indeed the Vajra Buddha. When Guhai first came to this world, he was chased by the Vajra Buddha. After that, he started to believe in Guhai at the Peacock God Island. However, he still sat outside the Peacock God Palace and wanted to confront Rokudo Shinkuan. In the end, he was killed by Rokudo Shinkuan's god-slaying finger. Wasn't he dead? 10 lives golden body Dharma idol? Not far away, the present Buddha was shocked. Ancient Emperor, the Vajra Buddha is late. I hope you can forgive the misunderstanding in the past. The Vajra Buddha looked at Guhai. Vajra Buddha, you're not dead? You trapped Rokudo Shinkuan? Guhai was shocked. This one has done good deeds for 10 lives. I once moved the heavens, and the heavens bestowed me with the golden body. This is the power of the heavens. When my body died, I went to the void. It's a pity that the heavens have fallen. I only found a fragment of the heavens' corpse, a rib with countless cracks. It's a pity that the rib fell into the netherworld and disappeared as well. I was so foolish. I actually helped the 6 paths do evil. I repented along the way and got lost in the void. I just returned. Originally, my golden body could have trapped him. However, he swallowed Sinuan. The power of my golden body seems to be being absorbed by him. I won't be able to trap him for long. All of you run. The Vajra Buddha said bitterly. Where can you run to in this world? The Tong Tian sect master said with an ugly expression. Meow. Old man Guanqi, you bastard. Everyone else is dead. Mao Tianyun also said sorrowfully. Man's plans are not as good as the plans of the heavens. I wanted to replicate the exact same history, but I couldn't. However, that won't do either. Old man Guanqi laughed bitterly. All his efforts were for naught. All his schemes were for naught in the end. Although the 6 paths of the heavenly deities had sacrificed himself, Once Sinyuan was refined, everything in the world would be his. The Vajra Buddha won't be trapped for long. The six paths seems to have suffered a brain injury in the chaotic spacetime. He doesn't remember us? However, as long as he refines Sinyuan, he will be able to deduce who we are from the traces around us. There's no place for us in this world. Now shall we go back? Gu Hai looked at Old Man Guanxi. Old Man Guanxi suddenly revealed a trace of sadness and bitterness. Man's plans are not as good as the heavens. Is everything predestined? Perhaps this revival convention is also fated. Our arrival here is also part of the history of the past. Chapter 846. Old Man Guanxi suddenly revealed a hint of bitterness. Man proposes, God disposes. Is everything predestined? Perhaps this revival convention is also fated. Our arrival here is also part of the history of the past. What do you mean? Gu Hai's expression changed. We did not change history. Perhaps history has always been this way. Old Man Guanxi smiled bitterly. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Streams of rainbow light suddenly surged out of the chaos space. As the streams of light appeared, the door to the chaos space seemed to shrink. Old Man Guanxi immediately sat at the door, using his physical body to block the door and prevent it from closing. Go back, go back. Just treat it as a joke. Ha 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 ha. Old Man Guanxi laughed bleakly. He flung his sleeves. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Streaks of time power turned into 7 colored streaks of light that shot out in all directions of the divine continent. A large portion of the power of time condensed into a rainbow plane in front of Old Man Guanxi. It was a rainbow door, a door of time that led to 800,000 years in the future. Let's go. Everything will return to normal. Everything should have been like this. Old Man Guanxi waved his hand. Rumble. Instantly, streams of light rushed into the sky from the divine continent. Within each stream of light was a figure. Mo Yike, Long Outyin, the emperor, the sect leader, and the others who had been transported 800,000 years in the future were all sucked in by the streams of light. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one they rushed into the door of time. As long as they were from the future, they were all wrapped up in the streams of light, including Gu Hai and the others. But at this moment they forced themselves not to enter. Let's go. The 6th Daos ascension to immortality still knows about me. Gu Hai frowned. Old Man Guanxi shook his head. He doesn't know. His memory is damaged, so he probably doesn't remember anything from before. It's just that his obsession is causing him to hold a grudge against Sinyuan and fill him with hatred for everyone. Besides, if you leave, who would know that you came from 800,000 years in the future? Now, there are portraits of us all over the world. The Scarlet Emperor shouted. What about the portrait? What portrait is it? Old Man Guanxi looked at the Scarlet Emperor. Back then, Rokudo Shinkuan released the portrait of the future evil demon sect? The Scarlet Emperor's expression changed. Even if the 6 paths of celestial gods were to investigate, they would only find people from the future evil demon sect. Is that the evil demon sect that is hidden in the world? The common people only know that we are evil spirits, but they don't know that we came from the future? The Fire Emperor exclaimed in shock. Mr. Good. Old Man Guanxi threw the white heavenly go chess piece in his hand to Gu Hai. After catching the white heavenly go chess piece, Gu Hai instantly understood. He held the heavenly go chess piece. He pressed it down. Rumble. Instantly, stars appeared one after another in the distance. The stars formed a formation and quickly gathered a surge of star power. Wong. Within the purple clouds, human figures appeared one after another. They weren't living people but corpses. Gu Hai's corpses, Shangguan Hen's corpses, the Scarlet Emperor's corpses, and the Fire Emperor's corpses appeared one after another. They all died in a horrible manner. It was as if they had just gone through a fierce battle. Go in. I can't hold on any longer, quick. Old Man Guanxi roared. The Tong Tian sect master shook slightly. Wong. Suddenly, a black ray of light appeared from his body and rushed towards the door of time. It was the future Tongtian's physical body that had left this place. The Tongtian's physical body shuddered and seemed to have fainted. Wong. The present Buddha, the past Buddha, and Mao Tianyun all fainted. The future body entered the door of time. The earth body all fainted. Matriarch Ji, the Scarlet Emperor, the White Emperor, and their respective subordinates all rushed into the door of time. In the blink of an eye, the outside world was empty. Only 4 people were left. Gu Hai, Jiang Lianshan, the Fire Emperor, and Murong Yen. Gu Hai waved his chest formation. Tai Yi, Tai Chu, and the future Buddha shuddered as if some of their memories had been erased. At the same time, the three of them were in a daze as Gu Hai filled in some new memories. Gu Hai waved his hand and condensed the three swords of void annihilation, which he threw to the Taishang sect master. After looking at the unconscious Taiwa, Gu Hai suppressed his reluctance and turned to look at old man Guanxi. "Alright, Sky Chess Pavilion owner, everything is almost done. Should we leave?" At this moment, the entrance to the chaotic spacetime was firmly blocked by old man Guanxi. Old man Guanxi looked at Gu Hai with a complicated look in his eyes. "Mr. Good, it's my misfortune to have met you, but it's also my fortune. You guys can leave." "I'm not leaving." Old man Guanxi's eyes dimmed. There was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. A lifetime of pursuit, but there was no turning back. "You're not leaving?" Gu Hai's expression changed. Old man Guanxi looked at Jiang Lianshan. "Jiang Lianshan, we've been scheming against each other all our lives. I'm tired. She's Yen-er. I've condensed her and it's just like the real thing. She's Yen-er. Take good care of her for me." Old man Guanxi said with tears in his eyes. You. Jiang Lianshan's expression was terrible. "Yen-er, I'm sorry. It was a mistake to have met my husband. Perhaps the moment I condensed you was also a mistake, but Yen-er, you must live well in the future. Live well." Old man Guanxi's eyes flashed with sadness. No, my husband, don't leave me behind. No, even if I die, I don't care, my husband." Murong Yen suddenly cried in grief. "Let's go. The door of time is about to close. It's about to close." Old man Guanxi said sadly. His eyes dimmed and his heart died. Closing his eyes, old man Guanxi seemed to recall the happy times he spent with Murong Yen. He smiled, hurt, and tired as he took a step back. Bam! Old man Guanxi fell into the chaotic space. Suicide? Old man Guanxi fell into the chaotic space and committed suicide? At this moment, Gu Hai, Jiang Lianshan, and the Fire Emperor all opened their eyes wide. They knew that old man Guanxi was sad, and they knew that his heart had died. However, how could Gu Hai expect that he would choose to commit suicide? Falling into the chaotic space and never coming back. The 6 paths of the gods used Takeshi Ryushin and Dragon God Ying's bloodline. However, old man Guanxi didn't leave anything behind. He wanted to die. No one could save him now. No husband. Murong Yen ignored everything and rushed forward. Don't. Jiang Lianshan, the Fire Emperor, and Gu Hai all screamed in fear. Boom. Murong Yen did not hesitate. She immediately jumped into the primal chaos spacetime and headed for old Mr. Guanxi, who committed suicide. When old Mr. Guanxi felt Yenner jump in as well, he opened his eyes. A flash of light immediately appeared in his dark eyes, along with great horror. No, you can't come. You can't come. Old man Guanxi screamed in fear. Murong Yen jumped in and suddenly smiled with tears in her eyes. You care about me, you care about me. No, once you enter you will never return. Go back, don't. Old man Guanxi screamed in fear as he tried to push Murong Yen out. However, the entrance to the chaotic space became smaller and smaller. Murong Yen hugged old man Guanxi with tears in her eyes. Husband, don't leave Yenner behind, okay? Yenner isn't afraid of death. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm only afraid that husband doesn't want me anymore. Husband, don't leave me behind, don't leave me behind. Murong Yen hugged old man Guanxi as she cried. Oh. Old man Guanxi screamed in despair. Oh. In an instant, the entrance to the chaotic space closed completely. No. Jiang Lianshan also screamed in despair. In the chaotic space. With Takeshi Ryushin's bloodline leading the way, the powerful 6 paths of God was reduced to a skeleton. Old man Guanxi was good at chess, but his strength wasn't the best. He was definitely done for, and so was Murong Yen. In the end, Yenner would rather die with old man Guanxi than live with him? Back then, before Long Zhan defied the heavens, he had asked Gu Hai to give him a sachet. At the same time, Gu Hai had given him a sentence. Back then, he hadn't taken those words seriously, but now, they were like a curse in his heart, echoing again and again. Murong Yen embroidered this for you back then. Murong Yan's heart didn't change, but you don't deserve her. Did you change your heart after reincarnating? Even if you reincarnate 10 times, she won't choose you. Guanxi could point his sword at the 6 paths immortal for her. What about you? You don't deserve her. Guanxi could point his sword at the 6 paths immortal for her. What about you? What about you? What about you? Long Zhangguo's words in the past kept repeating in his heart. What about me? What about me? Ha 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 ha. Guanxi could point his sword at the 6 paths immortal for her? Long Jianghu could also attack the 6 paths immortal for her. What about me? What about me? Jiang Lianshan roared and suddenly cried. The sachet appeared in his hand out of nowhere. It was the sachet that Murong Yen embroidered for him in the past. At that time Murong Yan's heart was still with him. Even when she was hiding in the Deqian Celestial Empire, she didn't forget about him and embroidered the sachet for him. I don't deserve it? I don't deserve it? Jiang Lianshan cried out sorrowfully. His Holiness, leave quickly. It's going to be too late. The Scarlet Emperor shouted from within the Gate of Time. 3-World Buddha and Matriarch Ji were also watching from within the Gate of Time. However, Jiang Lianshan seemed to have gone crazy and was extremely sorrowful. I'm not leaving. You guys can leave. I want to take revenge for Yen Er. Give me all of your powers. Give me all of your remaining powers. Leave on your own. I want all of your powers. Jiang Lianshan roared again. He's not leaving? The Fire Emperor's expression changed. Gu Hai's face fell as well. However, looking at Jiang Lianshan's crazed expression, Gu Hai shook his head and stepped into the Gate of Time. Give it to me, give it to me. Jiang Lianshan roared. The Fire Emperor spat out a fiery red pearl. His Holiness, this is the source of all my powers. I'll give it to you. The Fire Emperor spat out the pearl as his entire body went limp. He then flew into the Gate of Time. The Gate of Time was shrinking. However, at this moment, Matriarch Ji and 3-World Buddha both narrowed their eyes. None of them lent any power to Jiang Lianshan. The Scarlet Emperor and White Emperor were about to speak when Matriarch Ji waved her hand and stopped them. In the blink of an eye, everyone disappeared into the Gate of Time. Slowly the Gate of Time disappeared completely. When the Gate of Time disappeared, everyone was transported back to 800,000 years in the future. Ha ha ha, I raised a bunch of ingrates? Haha, why should I care about you? Yen Er is enough for me. Amidst the pain, Jiang Lianshan looked at Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji coldly. Sorrow welled up in his heart as he laughed bitterly. He raised the Shenong Ho and charged towards the 6 Tao of deities. The 6 Tao of deities held his head in pain. Lightning flashed around his body as the Vajra Buddha image on his body became more and more illusory. In the end it slowly disappeared. Heavens, this poor monk is useless. The Vajra Buddha said sorrowfully before disappearing. Boom. Without the Vajra Buddha's restraint, the 6 Tao of deities could move again. However, his head was still in pain as countless lightning flashed around his body. 6 Tao die. Jiang Lianshan roared as he charged over. I'll kill all of you. Roar. The 6 Tao of deities also charged over in a frenzy. Boom. In the distance, the Taishang sect master was the only person who had complete memories. He watched as Jiang Lianshan fought the 6 Tao of deities to the death. In the end he sighed slightly. Chapter 847. When a person didn't even care about their own life, the power they could unleash was the most terrifying. Jiang Lianshan was like this. So what if he was number 1 in the world? So what if he had become an immortal? He didn't have what he wanted. Even if he was given the entire world, he wouldn't be happy. Ever since he realized the importance of Murong Yen, Jiang Lianshan tried his best to forget her. However, Murong Yen was like a nightmare that he couldn't get rid of. Marry old man Guanxi? Control. Be killed by the heavens? Control. Old man Guanxi avenging Murong Yen? Control. Long Zhanghua avenging Murong Yen? Control. Murong Yen reviving old man Guanxi avenging again? Control. Murong Yen would rather die with old man Guanxi than live with him? Control. How long did he have to control? At this moment, Jiang Lianshan didn't want to restrain himself anymore. He swung the Shenong Ho, revealing his monstrous resentment and anger. He had schemed for the world and plotted countless schemes, but in the end, it was all in vain. He had merely borrowed strength to betray him. Ji Matriarch also betrayed him and even stopped others. Only Murong Yen was real. But now Murong Yen was killed by the person in front of him. 6 Tao of gods? He was the one who destroyed everything he had. Even if the whole world was given to him, it wouldn't be as good as Yen Er coming back. I want your life. Jiang Lianshan slashed with the hoe with a ferocious expression. You want to steal my immortal origin? Die for me. 6 paths of the celestial gods also attacked Jiang Lianshan furiously. Boom boom boom. The 6 Tao of gods was too strong. Even though he was heavily injured, his power was still overwhelming. Jiang Lianshan didn't have anything to rely on, but he still burned his lifespan and even the power of his soul in order to avenge Yen Er and kill the 6 Tao. Jiang Lianshan's power had also reached its peak. Energy flames rushed out from his body. Boom. With a single swing of the hoe, the 6 Tao of heavenly gods was sent flying into the ground below. At the same time he quickly chased after them. Roar. 6 paths of the heavenly deity let out a ferocious roar. Boom boom boom. It was as if 2 huge meteors were colliding with each other. At the boundary of the immortal sky dome, space and time were extremely thin. It wasn't possible to tear apart the void yet. However, as the 2 of them continued to fight, the void was instantly shattered into countless pieces as numerous black holes appeared one after another. The Taishang sect master stood in space and frowned as he looked down. At this moment, the Taishang sect master did not help Jiang Lianshan. It was too late and there was nothing he could do. Finally, the 2 of them fought from the sky to the ground and they fought in a city. The people had been borrowing power for a few days, and they had already recovered their strength. However, what welcomed them was the death of their emperors and sect leaders. The Sea of Providence clouds collapsed, and cries of agony rang out from the various countries. What is that? Evil demon? It's not over yet? I have that person's portrait. What about that skeleton? That person shouted, 6 Tao of heavenly gods die. Could that skeleton be Rokudo Shinkuin? The people were still in shock. Boom. The 2 of them fought in the city. Don't come over. Rokudo Shinkuin, save us. Ah, not good. Amidst the anxious cries, a loud sound rang out. Hong. The entire city instantly exploded. A huge black hole tore everything in the city apart and all the people were killed. However, the battle between the 2 of them was not over yet. They continued to fight from one place to another. For a time, the earth shook incessantly, and countless cities suffered a devastating disaster. Explode, explode, explode. The divine continent was facing a devastating calamity. Many people were instantly annihilated, and many people were instantly annihilated. The 2 of them fought as if they did not care about their lives. However, as time passed, 3 days and 3 nights later, the battle changed. Jiang Lianshan was burning his lifespan and soul energy, and his strength was getting weaker and weaker. The 6 Tao of heavenly gods forcefully fused with Sinyuan, and although he was heavily injured, Sinyuan was absorbing the laws of heaven and earth and fusing them with the 6 Tao of heavenly gods. The 6 Tao of heavenly gods was nourished by the laws of heaven and earth, and instantly, his appearance became much better. He was also getting stronger and stronger. The 6 Tao of heavenly gods began to suppress Jiang Lianshan. Ha 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 Yenner, I did not try my best. I've worked hard for you. I'm very tired now. I'm coming to see you. Wait for me, okay? Jiang Lianshan said gently with tears of blood in his eyes. Instantly, Jiang Lianshan hugged the 6 Tao of heavenly gods. Die. The 6 Tao of heavenly gods slammed down. Explode. Jiang Lianshan roared. Boom. Jiang Lianshan used all the strength in his body to explode. A super huge explosion occurred, and it even shattered the ground below the 2 of them. This was the former continent of the Thousand Islands Sea. Now it was blown into countless islands. A huge black hole appeared in the void, and it slowly absorbed the fragments of the continent and the seawater to fill it up. Jiang Lianshan died from the explosion. In the sky, the Taishang sect master closed his eyes and sighed. At the center of the explosion, the flesh that the 6 Tao of heavenly gods had just regrown was blown up again. Countless bones in his body were also shattered. Ah! The 6 Tao of heavenly gods screamed in pain. It was too tragic. Although he won in the end, his heavenly soul was heavily injured. Even the laws of heaven and earth couldn't repair these injuries. He had no more enemies. The 6 Tao of heavenly gods quickly refined Sinyuan. Sinyuan absorbed the surging laws of heaven and earth and controlled them to repair his body. 3 days later, a physical body was born. However, although his appearance was restored, his heavenly soul was still heavily injured. Who am I? Where is this? Who hurt me? Roar. The 6 Tao of heavenly gods held his head and roared in pain. Whoosh. In an instant, the 6 Tao of heavenly gods disappeared. The Taishang sect master in the starry sky couldn't find him either. The common people wailed. The 6 Tao of heavenly gods endured the pain and quickly traveled the world. He collected information from the wailing common people and everything that happened in the past. I am Rokudo Shinkuin? Kikik, I remember now. I killed heaven. Ah, now I am the new heaven. But what happened after that? What evil demon sect? What are these? And these portraits? The 6 Tao of heavenly gods held his head in pain. In the starry sky. The Taishang sect master looked at the ruined starry sky and smiled bitterly. Tong Tian, the Buddha of the present, the Buddha of the past, Mao Tianyun and Taiwa gradually woke up. What happened? Eldest senior brother? Why are there so many corpses? The Tong Tian held his head and looked around. It was like he had a dream, but he couldn't remember anything. What's going on? Future Buddha, what happened? The Buddha of the present also rubbed his head. My brother is dead? My brother is dead. No, why am I here? Taiwa also looked around blankly. Meow, heaven's aura changed? How did this happen? Mao Tianyun was also surprised. Boom. Suddenly a gust of wind blew. The 6 Tao of heavenly gods suddenly appeared with red eyes. There were countless corpses around, they were the ones in the portraits that he collected. Congratulations, sage, for refining Sinuan and becoming an immortal. The Taishang sect master bowed respectfully. What? Everyone's expression changed. Tai Yi, Tai Chu and future Buddha also bowed respectfully. Congratulations, sage 6 Tao. Meow. Immortal? What did you do to heaven? Where is heaven? Mao Tianyun exclaimed. What happened? Sage 6 Tao looked coldly at the Taishang sect master. When Sage went to the void, the evil demon sect appeared. The leader was called Old Man Guanxi. Sage 6 Tao's 9 bodies fought with them. It was extremely tragic. We followed Sage 6 Tao and fought with them to the death. They set up the Starry Sky Formation, and we gathered the power of the common people to help Sage 6 Tao. When Sage 6 Tao returned from the void, we were almost defeated. But in the end, Sage 6 Tao merged with Sinuan and killed everyone. We were saved. The present Buddha, past Buddha, and Tong Tian seemed to have lost their memories. The Taishang sect master said respectfully. Tai Yi, Tai Chu and the future Buddha also nodded. Congratulations, true monarch. We've won. Meow, in the void, I remember. You Rokudo Shinkuan, you lied to heaven. You killed heaven? Mao Tianyun suddenly exclaimed. Sage 6 Tao looked coldly at Mao Tianyun. Evil demon sect? You are the evil demon. They must be avenging heaven. You are the evil demon. Mao Tianyun shouted and was about to rush forward. Sage 6 Tao waved his hand. Suddenly, countless laws of heaven and earth gathered into a light ball, trapping Mao Tianyun inside. It seems like you know a lot about this group of evil demons. Since you know, then tell me everything. Otherwise, I will keep you in this cage forever. Sage 6 Tao said coldly. Roared Demon 6 Tao, you killed everyone. You killed everyone. You will die a horrible death. Mao Tianyun roared. Sage 6 Tao ignored him and waved his hand, keeping him in his sleeve. There were countless corpses around. Taishang and the others had also fought with Sage 6 Tao. Their bodies were covered in blood, and they looked extremely miserable. It was as if they had fought against evil demon sect for Sage 6 Tao. Before Guhai left, he threw the Chaos Bell and 10-Direction Annihilation to Grand Supreme and Grand Primordium. The Chaos Bell and 10-Direction Annihilation were filled with cracks. From the looks of it, the battle was extremely intense. Wansho Taoism? Solar Divine Palace? Spiritual Mountain Sect? You have done well. You have done a good job protecting this immortal. This immortal bestows you all to guard this world for generations. With this immortal's protection, you will prosper forever. Sage 6 Tao said. Thank you, Sage 6 Tao. Everyone said respectfully. Sage 6 Tao turned his head and looked at Taiwa, who was crying for Fushi. His face was cold. Sage 6 Tao, Fushi is dead. I don't know the reason. Taiwa has agreed to join my Solar Divine Palace. I will keep an eye on him. Tai Yi said respectfully. Sage 6 Tao put away his doubts. Now that the Buddha and Tongtian sect master were in a daze, Sage 6 Tao frowned slightly. He instinctively felt that Tai Yi and Tai Chu were very close to him. I was heavily injured in this battle. I need to open up a heaven realm to heal myself. The entrance to the heaven realm will be guarded by Solar Divine Palace for now. Sage 6 Tao said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone answered. Sage 6 Tao, let me clean up these corpses. Taishang sect master said. Sage 6 Tao narrowed his eyes. He felt that Taishang's tone was a little strange. You destroy their corpses. Sage 6 Tao said coldly. The dominator of the 6 realms wanted to know from the Grand Supreme's attitude whether he was telling the truth or not. Did Taishang recognize these evil demon corpses? Others might not know, but Taishang knew that they were all cloud beasts that Guhai had created with the heavenly Go chess. Without the slightest psychological burden, the Taishang True Samadhi fire instantly burned them all to ashes. Okay. Sage 6 Tao dispelled his doubts. Chapter 848. The Immortal of the Six Paths temporarily put aside his doubts and used the power of laws to open up a heaven realm near Solar Divine Shrine. Tai and Taichu had Guhai's memories. The first thing they did was to purge the demons in Solar Divine Shrine. They killed all the demon kings who knew about them. Taiwo was suspected by the Immortal of the Six Paths. He stayed in Solar Divine Shrine with a heart full of despair. As for the Peacock tribe, except for a few who entered Guhai's fairy dome, most didn't have time to follow Guhai and were massacred by Solar Divine Shrine. History was exactly the same. The emperors and sect masters of the world were almost all dead. Solar Divine Shrine, Wanshou Taoism and Lingshan sect rose quickly. The three sects quickly became superior sects, and Lingshan sect was renamed the Lingshan Sacred Ground. However, to Tongtian, the Buddha of the present and the Buddha of the past, it all came out of nowhere. Did he help the Six Paths become an immortal? No matter what the result was, the three sects successfully established the world and prospered from then on. Only the sovereign sect's master was clearly aware of what had happened in the past. History? So it never changed. Ha ha ha. The Taishang sect master said bitterly. Eldest senior brother, what are you talking about? Tong Tian walked over and asked curiously. The Taishang sect master shook his head. He couldn't tell anyone what happened in the past. Eldest senior brother, why do you have my sky destroying three swords? Why do I feel that the sword is strange? Tong Tian frowned. Slowly get used to it. Maybe the sword mutated when you were fighting. The Taishang sect master shook his head. Oh okay. Tong Tian nodded. However, after a moment of silence, Tong Tian bit his lip. Eldest senior brother, why do you think Rokudo Shinkuan wants to kill the heavens? In the past, Tong Tian worshipped Rokudo Shinkuan the most. But now Rokudo Shinkuan was a stranger to him. He actually killed the heavens? The worship of the past had been completely put down, leaving behind only waves of shock and rejection. The Taishang sect master said solemnly, there's no need to think too much. You just need to know that the Immortal of the Six Paths is in the heavens today. Our immortal firmament is called the Immortal of the Six Paths. You can put aside all other thoughts. Our Wanshou Taoism is also thanks to the Immortal of the Six Paths, yes. Tong Tian nodded his head, completely suppressing the undulation in his heart. Why has second senior brother been in seclusion all this time? Tong Tian asked worriedly. Yuansher? Perhaps he had a fortuitous encounter. Don't disturb him. Let him go into seclusion. The Taishang sect master shook his head. Yes. Spiritual Mountain Holy Land. Grand Hall. The Buddha trembled slightly, and a peaceful aura suddenly exuded from his body. Good Tathagata? The past Buddha and future Buddha were stunned. The Buddha now had dual personalities. In the past, the two personalities ruled the body at different stages. Now the good Tathagata had awakened. You help kill the heavens? You help the Six Paths kill the heavens? The good Tathagata suddenly roared. The Buddha's aura changed again, and the evil Tathagata woke up. Without me, how could the spiritual mountain Holy Land prosper forever? The evil Tathagata said solemnly. How dare you do such a disgraceful thing? I'm ashamed to be in the same body as you. The good Tathagata roared. What's done is done. Everything is over. What's the use of shouting? Do you think I like to be in the same body as you? The evil Tathagata said coldly. One day I will cut you out of my body. You evil demon, you devil. The good Tathagata said coldly. I'll wait for that day. Come soon. The evil Tathagata said coldly. Human Path Secret Realm. Mao Tianyun was trapped in a bubble and was thrown into the Human Path Secret Realm. An eye appeared in the sky. Six paths, you will die a horrible death. You killed the heavens and everyone else. You will die a horrible death. I will kill you. Mao Tianyun roared at the sky. Mao Tianyun, you better tell me everything clearly. What happened to those evil demons? What other secrets did the previous heavens have? If you don't tell me, I will be trapped here forever. Let's see how long you can last. A cold voice came from the void. Roar, dream on, dream on. Mao Tianyun roared in grief. 1 year later, in the netherworld. Buddha returned from the void. She looked like she was about to collapse. The heavens are dead? Are they really dead? Six paths? Six paths? Buddha showed a look of despair. She took a step and walked into the world of the living. There were too many living beings in the world. The Six Paths Immortal did not notice the sudden appearance of Hutu. Hutu walked around the world and asked around for news. However, the current world was no longer the world of the past. Everything had changed. Everything had changed. The world had changed. The forces in the world had also changed. Mao Tianyun's life was unknown. Ziwei was dead. Gaochen was dead. Chongqing was dead. Hichu, you liar. You tricked me into going to the void. The heavens had already fallen before I went. If I did not go, Gaochen, Ziwei, and Chongqing would not have died. You liar, I will find you and kill you. Buddha was furious. She wandered around the world but could not find Hichu. Finally, she saw Taishang in Wansho Taoism. The Taishang sect master did not mention what happened that day. He was worried that the 6 paths immortal might be listening. He only told Hutu to keep quiet. Hutu returned to the netherworld in a daze. Big senior brother, was that Hutu? Tong Tian was puzzled. Yes, she is gone. Don't worry about her. The Taishang sect master shook his head. Oh. Tong Tian, I have to go into seclusion too. From now on, you will be in charge of Wansho Taoism. The Taishang sect master sighed. Big senior brother, did you have a breakthrough? Tong Tian was surprised. The Taishang sect master shook his head and smiled bitterly. I have to comprehend a song. A song that I did not have time to listen to. A song? Tong Tian was slightly stunned. Taishang's longevity melody. It was a pity that he did not get to listen to Guhai play it. However, since he knew about the other immortal dome, he finally had a goal. Perhaps he would be able to comprehend it soon? The Taishang sect master began his seclusion. The Wansho Taoism was now under the leadership of the Tong Tian sect master. Everything was developing. It was as if history was supposed to be like this, as if it had always been like this, slowly moving forward. 1,000 years later. Pfft. The Taishang sect master spat out a mouthful of blood. He came out of seclusion. Taishang sect master? Instantly, countless Wansho Taoism disciples cried out in surprise. In the past 1,000 years, Wansho Taoism had developed tremendously and recruited countless disciples. Now that Taishang had come out of seclusion, it was a major event for the entire sect. Countless disciples put aside everything and came to witness the head sect master's grand ceremony. Big senior brother, you're finally out of seclusion. I've been waiting for so long. The Tong Tian sect master also rushed over excitedly. However, when he got close, the Tong Tian sect master's expression changed. Big senior brother, what happened? Why are you like this? The Taishang sect master had suddenly aged immensely. His body was covered in spots and the stench was everywhere. He was not far from death. A disciple of the Taishang lineage. The Taishang sect master said solemnly. Master, why are you like this? A Taishang sect disciple asked in horror. However, Taishang reached out and tapped the disciple's glabella. Buzz. It was as if he was passing on something to him. This is the Taishang sound of longevity. It is passed down from generation to generation. This is the foundation of the Taishang lineage. Even if you don't understand it, you have to pass it on. Only those who inherit the sound of longevity can become the leader of the Taishang lineage and become the new Taishang. The Taishang sect master said solemnly. Master, I don't understand, master. The disciple said anxiously. Third brother, master died early. From now on, Wansho Taoism will depend on you and primeval Lord of Heaven. Taishang said weakly. Impossible, impossible, eldest senior brother, we can reincarnate and cultivate again. You can reincarnate. Nothing will happen to you. Our Wansho Taoism still has eternal prosperity. The Tong Tian sect master said anxiously. Xiao. Suddenly, another person appeared in front of the Taishang sect master. Greetings, Yuanshu Qianzuan. The Wansho Taoism disciples greeted respectfully. Eldest senior brother? Yuanshu Qianzuan quickly grabbed Taishang's right hand. Second brother, you're finally willing to show yourself. The Tong Tian sect master said angrily. Yuanshu Qianzuan ignored the Tong Tian and checked on the Taishang sect master. In the end, he frowned deeply. Mentally and physically exhausted? Eldest senior brother, why do you have to do this? Yuanshu Qianzuan frowned. Some things have to be done, right? The Taishang sect master said weakly. Is it worth it to sacrifice for them? Yuanshu Qianzuan gritted his teeth. His eyes flashed with unwillingness. It's not worth it or not. This is my mission. If I die, I may have a chance to live again. Perhaps I will disappear forever. I have exhausted the power of my 3 souls and 7 spirits. In the end I did it. The Taishang sect master shook his head. For whom? Second brother, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Tong Tian said with a glare. The Taishang sect master looked at Yuanshu Qianzuan. Solemnly he said, Second brother, I know. I know that you have obtained an amazing technique. But you must know why you obtained it. Everything has its cause and effect. You have to repay the debt you borrowed. You will repay it one day. Although the technique is good, don't lose yourself. Don't lose yourself. Yuanshi Qinzuan's eyelids twitched. In the end he nodded. You have always been at odds with Tong Tian, but I know that it's only because of your personality. At the end of the day you are still brothers. If Tong Tian has any shortcomings, please give him some pointers. Don't complain. He is your junior brother. He is your only family in this world. The Taishang sect master said weakly. Eldest senior brother, I will. From now on, I will not bicker with him, Yuanshi Qinzuan said with reddened eyes. Second brother, you are not good at expressing your emotions. But I know that you care about us three brothers more than anyone else. Haha, I hope that there will be a next life where the common people will no longer be slaves. I hope that there will be a next life where the common people will be the masters of the immortal heavens. I hope that there will be a next life where everyone will be immortals and the world will be harmonious. The Taishang sect master smiled and slowly closed his eyes. Eldest senior brother? Yuanshi Qinzuan cried with reddened eyes. What's wrong with eldest senior brother? Second brother, what's wrong with eldest senior brother? What's wrong? The Tong Tian sect master also cried out sorrowfully. Boom. The sea of providence clouds above them churned. A large amount of providence dissipated, as if informing the Taishang sect master of his demise. Farewell Taishang sect master. Countless Wansho Taoism disciples knelt down in grief. Chapter 849. Door of Time. Jiang Lianshan decided to stay behind and fight the six Dao gods to the death. He decided to borrow the strength of his subordinates. Besides the Fire Emperor who spat out the Fire Pearl, the White Emperor and the Scarlet Emperor also wanted to help. Matriarch Ji and Jiang Rulai squinted their eyes. Matriarch Ji stretched out her hands and stopped the White Emperor and the Scarlet Emperor. Jiang Rulai stretched out his hands and stopped the future Buddha and the past Buddha. What are you doing? Yellow Emperor, why are you stopping us? The Scarlet Emperor stared at him. The Fire Emperor flew in as well. Why aren't you borrowing strength? The Fire Emperor stared at them. Matriarch Ji looked at Jiang Lianshan and shook her head. There's no need to borrow strength. Don't throw yourself into this mess. What? The Fire Emperor stared at Matriarch Ji. Jiang Lianshan is crippled. Matriarch Ji shook her head. What do you mean crippled? If you don't want to help, why don't you ask others to help? The Fire Emperor stared at her unwillingly. Jiang Lianshan doesn't have the heart of an emperor anymore. Well, a woman is a hero's grave. Matriarch Ji said coldly. Jiang Rulai, you are the crown prince of Dian. You should help. The Fire Emperor looked at Jiang Rulai anxiously. Dian? Dian collapsed because of him. Since history has returned, don't try to change it. Jiang Rulai said coldly. The past Buddha and future Buddha clasped their palms together and didn't interrupt. Scarlet Emperor, White Emperor. The Fire Emperor looked at the two of them. The two of them frowned and looked at Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji, when you borrowed strength for the first time, you held back? And Jiang Rulai, when you lent strength for the first time to Jiang Lianshan, you also held back? You didn't use your full strength intentionally? Or did you agree not to use your full strength together? The White Emperor squinted his eyes and looked at Matriarch Ji and Jiang Rulai. They didn't use their full strength? The Scarlet Emperor was shocked. Can't you see? The strength they displayed earlier was only slightly stronger than yours. Can't you use your brain to think? Are they only slightly stronger than you? White Emperor said coldly. But why did they? The Scarlet Emperor was shocked. Ah, disloyal. From the very beginning, Jiang Lianshan shouldn't have trusted you. Jiang Lianshan thought that he had the whole world under his control, but most of it was a lie. You're just using Jiang Lianshan to gain independence. Jiang Lianshan is strong, so you two follow behind him and cheer him on. Once Jiang Lianshan is defeated, you two hit him when he is down? White Emperor said coldly. White Emperor, you are still so smart. Ji Empress sneered. Amateus Buddha, history is about to return to normal. Jiang Lianshan is dead, and the Dian dynasty is considered to have collapsed. What do you all plan to do? Jiang Rulai looked at everyone. Scarlet Emperor, White Emperor, Fire Emperor, we have worked together for many years. Why don't you come to the Great Yellow Dynasty? I can give you the same power and status as the Dian dynasty. Solemnly, Ji Empress said. Amateus Buddha, my spiritual mountain is always open to all of you. Solemnly, Jiang Rulai also said. Ah. No wonder you don't want to help His Holiness. No wonder you don't want to help him. So, you want to become the most powerful person in the world. You want to become immortals? Below one person and above all others? That person should be His Holiness, but you want to be that person. Ambition. Back then, the princess said that you were ambitious and told His Holiness to be careful of you. You are indeed trash. The Fire Emperor glared. Empress snorted coldly. Oh. Just this snort caused the Fire Emperor to spit out a mouthful of blood. After an unknown period of time, Shangguanhen slowly regained consciousness. Boom. A loud sound rang out around him as a strong aura emanated from him. 9 Mystic Arts, 70th level? That's so hard to cultivate. Elder Wu, thank you for your generosity. Shangguanhen opened his eyes as his entire body emitted a blinding golden light. Outside the blinding golden light, there was a rainbow-colored light which brought Shangguanhen through time and space. Where's the Book of Luo? Shangguanhen's expression changed as he checked his surroundings. The Book of Luo was gone? It was once on his body, but it was gone without a trace. Book of Luo? Could it have been taken by old man Guanxi? Shangguanhen's expression turned ugly. Ancestor Xuanwu's greatest treasure, the Book of Luo, was gone just like that? Even though his cultivation had reached the 70th level, he was still unwilling to accept it. Takeshi Ryushin was on the brink of death. However, Jiang Chen's bloodline allowed Takeshi Ryushin to recover quickly. Furthermore, as the rainbow-colored light enveloped him, his recovery rate increased. At the same time, the corpse chi around him became thicker and thicker. I am a person from 800,000 years in the future. Hence, the passage of time has no effect on my lifespan. However, this Jiang Chen's blood essence is from 800,000 years ago. After passing through this passage of time, it is accumulating the power of history and becoming purer and purer. My zombie blood is becoming purer and purer, and the corpse chi is getting thicker and thicker. Maybe even Ancestor Jiang Chen's blood essence is getting purer and purer? Takeshi Ryushin's eyes widened. At this moment, Takeshi Ryushin felt his body become stronger than ever. He was so strong that even Ancestor Jiang Chen was nothing in his eyes. Ao Shun and Ao Sheng were almost within the rainbow-colored light. No wonder the Dragon King of the West Sea was so arrogant. He had hidden a portion of the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Ao Shun, now that I have the ancestral dragon's blood essence in my body, my bloodline is not inferior to yours. Ao Sheng said coldly. Ao Shun frowned and looked at Ao Sheng. He did not say anything. He had also obtained the ancestral dragon's blood essence. How could he be weaker than Ao Sheng? However, he was still his younger brother. Before his father died, he had asked him to take care of him. Sighing slightly, Ao Shun did not say anything else. Gu Hai was within the rainbow-colored light. Gu Hai had waited patiently for a month. The rainbow-colored light still brought him through time and space. How long would he have to wait? Bored to death, he checked his body. 800,000 years ago he obtained the Arctic gourd. Now it was quickly mending itself. It seemed to be almost done mending. The black heavenly go chess piece turned back into the heaven-suppressing divine seal on Xiao Chen's forehead. Now only 4 go puzzles remained. Sitting on each of the 4 go puzzles was a go soul clone. Xiao Chen had already comprehended 35 go puzzles. However, these 4 go soul clones had not merged yet. Perhaps the 36 that old man Guanxi mentioned really exists. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Xiao Chen had a goal. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to break through. With a flip of his hand, a go stone appeared in Gu Hai's palm. Countless heavenly souls were stored inside. Gu Hai did not care about those heavenly souls. What Gu Hai cared about was one of the heavenly souls. It contained Qin Xian'er's heavenly soul. Xian'er. Gu Hai called out softly. Husband. Qin Xian'er's voice came from the ghost stone. As Gu Hai looked at this ghost stone, tears welled up in his eyes. However, they were tears of joy. Qin Xian'er's heavenly soul? Xian'er, your heavenly soul is weak. I'll put you with your mortal soul first. One day I will help you find your earthly soul. Soon the earthly soul is with the White Emperor. Ah. Xian'er, I will be able to see you again soon. Gu Hai felt his entire body tremble. The foundation of a person was the heaven, earth, and mortal soul. After a person died, the heavenly soul was the hardest to find. However, now that the heavenly soul was here, the greatest problem was solved. How could Gu Hai not be happy? Xiao Chen carefully placed Qin Xian'er's heavenly soul into the box with the earthly soul and carefully put it away. As for the other heavenly souls, Gu Hai did not have time to investigate them for now. With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai took out another white ghost stone. This was the heavenly ghost stone that old man Guanxi gave to Gu Hai before he committed suicide. This was a complete heavenly ghost stone. No, it looked complete. However, this heavenly ghost stone still had countless cracks on it. The heavenly ghost stone? Since you found it, let's restore it to the life entrapment saber. I believe that the life entrapment saber is even more powerful now, right? Gu Hai said with a smile. The instant Gu Hai activated the heavenly ghost stone, his expression suddenly changed. Suddenly, a strange energy came from the heavenly ghost stone. Energy? Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. Although Gu Hai did not know where the energy came from, he immediately absorbed it. Right now, what Xiao Qin lacked the most was energy. Rumble. The surging energy rushed to the central heavenly palace and to the earthly soul. The earthly soul waved the earthly soul book and quickly refined it. This energy seemed to have only one will. However, this will had already been shattered. The energy was very easy to refine, and the earthly soul quickly absorbed it. What strong energy! So much! Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. Rumble. The surging energy poured into the earthly soul's body. Initially, while Gu Hai felt anticipation, he did not hold much hope. After all, not long ago when he was in the Hell Dao secret realm, he only managed to raise his central heavenly palace's 8th to 9th heavenly palace's 8th heavenly palace's 9th heavenly palace's worth of energy. How much energy could there be in this heavenly ghost stone? However, as Gu Hai absorbed the energy, he felt increasingly shocked. His energy seemed to be limitless. Gu Hai sat in the flowing light for another month before he completely absorbed all the energy in the heavenly ghost stone. Boom. A loud sound rang out and energy surged around Gu Hai. Then Gu Hai opened his eyes. The 10th level of the Central Celestial Palace? The Central Heavenly Palace's consummation already? Gu Hai exclaimed in shock as his eyes widened. Where did the earthly soul get so much energy? Gu Hai closed his eyes and used his mind to sense the heavenly ghost stone. Suddenly, his consciousness saw a faintly discernible white smoke within the heavenly ghost stone. Old man Guanxi? Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. I'm not old man Guanxi. I'm just a remnant consciousness left behind by old man Guanxi. Before you finish absorbing this energy, I'll dissipate too. The smoke said calmly. What's up with this energy? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Before the white-robed 6 Dao exploded, the heavenly ghost stone absorbed all of his earthly soul's energy. This is all of Rokudo Shinkuan's energy. How old man Guanxi was right. It's only enough for you to break through one heavenly palace. The smoke exclaimed. Old man Guanxi helped me collect it? Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. Old man Guanxi said that the 6 Dao immortal would find you sooner or later. He couldn't kill the 6 Dao immortal, so you'll have to kill him in the future. This is the last time he's helping you. He also asked me to remind you. The smoke said solemnly. Remind me of what? Don't rush to break through the heavenly palace. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle it. The smoke said calmly. Why? Gu Hai frowned. Do you still remember the scene of breaking through the lower and middle heavenly palaces? Gu Hai recalled with a frown. On Paradise Island, he had absorbed Tai Chu's boundless power of faith, and formed the perfect human soul, opening the lower heavenly palace. The lower heavenly palace cultivated the spirit. On Earth, Taiwa had obtained Lady Nuwa's boundless power of virtue, and formed the perfect earthly soul, opening the middle heavenly palace. The middle heavenly palace cultivated the spirit. The upper heavenly palace cultivated the qi. However, opening the heavenly palace required lifespan. Lifespan? For others, it's still within their means to use a portion of their lifespan to fill the heavenly palace and form the heavenly soul. However, that's only for ordinary people. What about you? Me? When others open the heavenly palace, the materialized heavenly soul is very small. They only need a small portion of their lifespan and they can still handle it. What about you? Your 3 souls are abnormal. Once you open the heavenly palace, they'll be perfect. How much lifespan do you need? Gu Hai's face darkened. He needed an immeasurable lifespan. If he opened the heavenly palace recklessly, he was sure that his lifespan would be used up instantly. When his lifespan was used up, he would die. That's all I have to say. Take care. The smoke sighed. Whoosh. The smoke slowly dissipated. Gu Hai reached out his hand, and the heavenly go chess piece turned into the shape of the life-entrapping blade. However, Gu Hai sank into deep thought. To cultivate energy in the heavenly palace, one needed an immeasurable lifespan to open the heavenly palace. What should he do? He didn't need to worry about energy just now, but now he had to worry about lifespan. Why was it so difficult for him to cultivate? Just as Gu Hai was deep in thought, a purple light suddenly crashed into the rainbow light that Gu Hai was in. Who is it? Gu Hai's expression changed as he shouted. The rainbow light wrapped around him and brought him 800,000 years in the future. Something happened to the rainbow light, he would be in trouble. Hong. The rainbow light around Gu Hai suddenly shook. Then the rainbow light that wrapped around Gu Hai started to move irregularly. It brought Gu Hai in all directions at an irregular speed. I. Chapter 850. 800,000 years later. Following the start of the Resurrection Conference, countless emperors and sect masters were brought back to that moment 800,000 years ago. Almost all the dynasties and sects' fortunes collapsed in an instant. In an instant, the divine continent was plunged into a huge turmoil. Countless restless small factions, lords of dynasties that did not participate in the Resurrection Conference, and some lords of imperial dynasties used this opportunity to attack everywhere. In an instant, the divine continent was in chaos. Countless factions fell apart. Of course, there were also countless factions that rose up. The Han Imperial Dynasty. He had experienced it once, so he was quite experienced. In the open, Qin Tianshan was in charge of the overall situation, while Gao Xinji led the army to deter the foreign enemies. Montez led the embroidered uniform guards to deter all the restless factions in the country. In the dark, Chang Ming controlled the blood-robed guards to stop countless assassinations from everywhere. He also carried out a bloody purge of the assassins' nests. Everyone was waiting for the return of His Majesty. This day finally came. Almost a year later. Infinite Celestial Capital. Boom. All of a sudden, the dissipated fortunes came back out of nowhere and gathered above the boundless celestial capital. It was not just the Han Imperial Dynasty. It was the same everywhere in the world. The Great Wu Dynasty, the Great Ying Imperial Dynasty, the Great Yellow Dynasty, the Spiritual Mountains, and the Sacred Grounds. Fortunes gathered in one place after another, filling the divine continent. The expressions of the countless soldiers who were in the midst of battle all changed. What? His Majesty is still alive? How is that possible? How is that possible? Traitor, traitor, His Majesty has returned. Quick, follow me to kill the enemy and gain merit. Kill. The return of fortunes had a huge impact on everywhere in the world. Some suppressed armies were suddenly filled with boundless energy. Some high-spirited armies instantly lost their morale. At this moment, the great dynasties displayed the might of great dynasties. In the Great Yellow Dynasty, there was only a small disturbance. It did not cause much of a stir at all. The Spiritual Mountains and the Sacred Grounds were also peaceful. Only sects and countries with unstable foundations were in chaos. As one fate after another returned, it meant that the experts of the divine continent were returning one after another. The Han Imperial Dynasty, Infinite Celestial Capital. Qin Tianshan, Gao Xinji, Montez, and the others all released long sighs of relief. Ah, His Majesty is coming back, Gao Xinji said excitedly. Montez sighed inwardly as his eyes flashed with determination. Qin Tianshan met the officials outside the soaring palace hall. At this moment, the officials were also extremely excited. God bless the Han. Qin Tianshan shouted. God bless the Han. Long live His Majesty. Solemnly, the officials also cheered. Now everyone can relax. His Majesty will return soon. Inform all the city lords and announce to the world that the luck has returned. His Majesty will return. The entire nation will celebrate. Qin Tianshan shouted. Yes. The news quickly spread, and the citizens of the Han Imperial Dynasty immediately felt relieved. For a time the whole world celebrated. There were those who celebrated, and naturally there were those who were terrified. Some of the emperors and sect masters had died 800,000 years ago. Naturally the luck had not returned. Among them was the Dian Dynasty. The Dian Dynasty, one of the two major dynasties in the world. At the Flame God Hall, the princess of the Dian Dynasty looked at the sky with an unsightly expression. The luck still had not returned. At this moment, all the civil and military officials in the imperial court showed anxious and worried expressions. What happened? What's going on? A red-clad guard showed an unsightly expression. Princess, aside from the bewildering sound sect's luck that has not returned, the luck of the other 3 sects and 8 countries has returned, a guard said as he entered the hall and bowed. Bastard! The guard smacked the armrest of his chair. Hong! The guard smashed the chair and a loud sound rang out in the hall. The officials kept quiet out of fear. Sage Father must be delayed by something. Men, keep an eye on the 3 sects in 8 countries. As long as their sect masters and monarchs return, immediately bring them to me. The guard shouted. Yes. No, use the Qin figurines. Use the Qin figurines to let me know the situation immediately. The guard shouted. Yes. The Dian dynasty seemed to have entered a state of dead silence. Nobody dared to say anything at this point in time, and there was no commotion. An emperor and a sect master were returning continuously. Why was there no sign of the Dian dynasty's luck? Could something have happened to His Holiness? However, nobody dared to think about it. The Heavenly Dynasty. This was the most powerful dynasty in the world. The death of the monarch was a huge matter. Nothing would happen. However, as time passed, the luck of the Dian dynasty did not return. Until a month later. Flame God Hall. The Fire Emperor had returned. Sage Father is dead? You lied to me, Fire Emperor, you lied to me. The guard opened his eyes wide and shouted out in shock. The Fire Emperor was still weak and revealed a bitter expression as he shook his head. You lied to me. Impossible. My Sage Father is invincible. My Sage Father is wise and farsighted. My Sage Father would not die, he would not. The guard shouted out. The Fire Emperor could only carry a bitter expression on his face. Tell me. How did my Sage Father die? The guard shouted out as tears flowed down his cheeks. Before the Fire Emperor could speak, Amateus Buddha. The present Buddha's voice rang out from the outside world. Little guard. Empress Ji's voice rang out from the outside world. The Fire Emperor's expression changed. They are here? Not good. Princess, you are in danger. Dahan Imperial Dynasty, Limitless Celestial Capital. Who? A ray of green light shot into the soaring sky hall. Greetings, Commander of the 5th Army. When the guards saw who it was, they relaxed. Kong Xian had returned. Kong Xian's return attracted the attention of Qin Tianshan and the rest. Lord Kong, you are back? Where is His Majesty? Qin Tianshan asked expectantly. His Majesty? His Majesty is not back yet? Kong Xian was surprised. In a hall far away, Mosquito Doran's expression darkened. Kong Xian's aura seems to have become stronger again? Mosquito Doran's expression turned ugly. For the past few months, Mosquito Doran had been guarding the limitless celestial capital for Guhai. He was very confident in Guhai. The recent appearance of Guhai's providence had proven everything. He just didn't know what they had encountered during the revival ceremony. His Majesty is not back yet. Gao Xinji shook her head. Swish. Suddenly, another ray of golden light shot over from afar and arrived at the soaring sky hall's plaza. Who is it? The guards wanted to go forward again. It's Shangguan Hen. Kong Xian exclaimed. Boom. Shangguan Hen landed on the soaring sky hall's plaza. His body was surrounded by golden light and his aura was emitted. Everyone was slightly shocked. That's impossible. How did Shangguan Hen's cultivation increase so much? This aura is actually not any weaker than Kong Xian's. What did they encounter during the revival ceremony? Mosquito Doran exclaimed. Greetings, Prime Shangguan. The group of officials who rushed over greeted. His Majesty is back? Shangguan Hen looked at everyone. Not yet. However, the appearance of the Providence Cloud Sea means that His Majesty is fine, Qin Tianshan said with a smile. While you were gone, the providence of all the major factions in the world suddenly disappeared. Half a month ago, the Han royal dynasty's providence returned. I believe it will not be long before His Majesty returns, Qin Tianshan said. Swish. Another ray of azure light flew over from afar. It's Prime Ao Shun. Shangguan Hen's eyes lit up. Not far away, Mosquito Doran showed an unsightly expression. How did everyone's cultivation increase so much after going out once? This Ao Shun as well. He just went to the Heavenly Palace, right? How did his aura become so strong? Bus. Ao Shun suddenly withdrew his aura. Then Shangguan Hen and Kong Xian did the same. After chatting for a while, they discovered that Guhai had not returned yet. They could only sigh. However, that was not important. The Providence Cloud Sea returned. This meant that His Majesty had returned from 800,000 years ago. He was probably just delayed by something. Let's wait patiently. Kong Xian shook his head. Everyone nodded and could only wait patiently. Lord Meng, notify the embroidered uniform guards in the world. Have them report immediately if there is news of His Majesty, Qin Tianshan instructed. Montez nodded and said, "Don't worry." Gu Hai seemed to have fallen into a coma. After an unknown period of time, he finally woke up with a sharp pain in his head. "Is this my head? Where is this?" Gu Hai wanted to touch his head in a daze. However, his entire body seemed to have lost all feeling and he could not move. In an instant, Gu Hai quivered and looked around with wide eyes. He saw that he was in a spacious hall. In the center of the hall there was a huge pool. Half of the pool was filled with white liquid and the other half was black liquid. The black and white liquid mixed and rotated with each other. However, they were clearly separated and formed a Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern. He was surrounded by the black and white liquid. Even his head was immersed in it. However, strangely he could breathe and speak. The yin-yang energy even penetrated his body from the surface. It shuttled through his body and stirred up every part of his body. Gu Hai could not exert any strength. His body could not exert any strength. All the deities, earthly souls and human souls were entangled by the yin-yang energy. Gu Hai could not move. He could not exert any strength and could only be imprisoned like this. Imprisoned? He was imprisoned? What was this pool of yin-yang fish? Gu Hai's face changed. He wanted to struggle but he could not move at all. The more he struggled, the stronger the yin-yang energy entangled his body and the more pain he felt. Stop struggling. This is the Tai Chi diagram. It is the 13th most powerful treasure in the world. You can be considered the first person to use the Tai Chi diagram to imprison you. However, this is the only way for you. Gu Hai. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face darkened and he stopped struggling. He could not move his body and could not see what was behind him. However, this voice was all too familiar. Tongtian Sect Master? Gu Hai's face changed. Tap tap tap. Light footsteps came from behind. It was the Tongtian Sect Master slowly walking in front of Gu Hai. Behind the Tongtian Sect Master was another person. It was Taishang's big senior brother Xiandu. Xiandu looked at Gu Hai coldly. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. However, following behind the Tongtian Sect Master, he was not afraid. The Tongtian Sect Master walked in front of Gu Hai slowly and looked at Gu Hai coldly. "That purple light on the way back. Was it you who ambushed me?" Gu Hai's face darkened. Chapter 851. Wansho Taoism in a large hall. The Taiji diagram was spread out on the ground like a huge pool of yin and yang fish. Gu Hai was trapped within, unable to move and unable to use the strength of his entire body. The Tongtian Sect Master brought Xuandu and slowly walked up to Gu Hai, looking coldly at Gu Hai. "That purple light on the way back, was it you who sneak attacked me?" Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Although he was angry at being trapped, Gu Hai immediately calmed down. The Tongtian Sect Master looked quietly at Gu Hai, then finally smiled coldly. "The final battle, the 35 games with old man Guanxi? Very interesting. But now, it is not 800,000 years ago. The laws of the Go Dao have been stripped away by the heavens. Even if you have the heavenly Go chess, it is just an ordinary magic treasure. Since that is the case, why does the Tongtian Sect Master want to trap me like this? Are you afraid of me?" Gu Hai said coldly. The Tongtian Sect Master narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Gu Hai had destroyed 3 of the 7 immortal slaying swords. The Tongtian Sect Master was indeed afraid of Gu Hai's Go Dao. Although he could not use it now, the Tongtian Sect Master was still extremely careful. "Afraid of you? Hey Gu Hai, you don't need to provoke me. 800,000 years ago, your various performances made me treat you as an equal. So, no amount of caution is too much." The Tongtian Sect Master sneered. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Gu Hai was not worried that the Tongtian Sect Master would underestimate him. The more the Tongtian Sect Master underestimated him, the more advantageous it would be for him. But now, the Tongtian Sect Master actually thought so highly of him? "I remember that when Xuandu came to my boundless celestial capital, he said that he lost the Taiji diagram and that I took it. Why is it trapping me now?" It seems that Xuandu has nothing to tell you." Gu Hai sneered. "Gu Hai, you're slandering me. The Taiji diagram was found by the sect leader." Xiandu's eyes widened. Gu Hai looked at the Tongtian Sect Master. "Do you think that I didn't ask anything during this year when I followed eldest senior brother? Eldest senior brother has already taught me how to control the Taiji diagram. After I came back, I only had to use the secret technique to find it. Guess where it is?" The Tongtian Sect Master sneered. Xuandu also sneered. That sneer made Gu Hai's face darken. Was it related to him? in the hands of the new Taishang Lin Waner. Lin Waner, do you still remember? Fairy Waner? The Tong Tian sect master sneered. Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank. Fairy Waner? How could Gu Hai not remember? His yuanying state was indebted to her. Her nascent soul was his fire god empress. Sect leader, I've already found out that the relationship between Lin Waner and Gu Hai is very ambiguous. In the past, in the Day One Imperial Dynasty, he even called Lin Waner his wife. Xuandu sneered. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at Xuandu. He was not in a hurry to speak. The more it was like this, the more the other party wanted him to be angry. The more they wanted him to be blinded by anger, the more he had to be calm. The Taiji diagram is hidden in Lin Waner's hands. Sect leader found the Taiji diagram with a secret technique. Xuandu sneered. Lin Waner is the new Taishang. It doesn't seem inappropriate that the Taiji diagram is in her hands, does it? Gu Hai said in a low voice. The Tong Tian sect master stared coldly at Gu Hai. The hall fell into a dead silence. After a while, Gu Hai said, Tong Tian sect master, I don't know why you repaid kindness with ingratitude today. Why are you trapping me here? Oh, repaying kindness with ingratitude? When have I ever owed you anything? The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. 800,000 years ago, the two of them had a conflict. The Tong Tian sect master had been forced to destroy him with 3 swords, and he could only swallow his anger. The Tong Tian sect master had long resented Gu Hai, so there was no gratitude. Have you forgotten? You almost died in the 18th level of hell. Who saved you? Gu Hai said coldly. When he was fighting Rokudo Shinkuan with the water god's body, the Tong Tian sect master was about to die under the 6 Dao's sacred sword. It was the Tong Tian sect master of the Jie sect who risked his life to save the Tong Tian sect master. That wasn't you. The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. But, he said that if you want to repay your kindness, you can return it to me if you can't repay him, right? You haven't forgotten, have you? Gu Hai said coldly. The Tong Tian sect master of the Jie sect had indeed said that. The Tong Tian sect master snorted coldly. You remember now? Repaying kindness with ingratitude? Oh good. What a Wanshou Taoism, what a Tong Tian sect master. If the Taishang sect master was still alive and saw such a junior brother, I don't know how disappointed he would be. Gu Hai said coldly. Slap him. The Tong Tian sect master snorted coldly. Slap. Xuandu immediately slapped Gu Hai's face from both sides. Gu Hai glared at Xuandu. When he glared at Xuandu, there seemed to be an overflowing killing intent in his eyes. Xuandu immediately shivered and felt a chill in his heart. He could not bring himself to deliver the 3rd slap. Tong Tian sect master, oh good. I will remember today's humiliation. Gu Hai looked coldly at the Tong Tian sect master. If it weren't for you, how could my eldest senior brother have died? Back then, eldest senior brother had comprehended the Taishang's long life sound, and died of exhaustion. I didn't know the situation back then and couldn't understand. Now I finally understand. Eldest senior brother died for you. In order to ensure that history doesn't deviate, he still tried to comprehend it even though he knew he was going to die. Ha, you still have the face to mention eldest senior brother to me? You killed eldest senior brother. The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. Gu Hai stared at the Tong Tian sect master with a gloomy face. Taishang sect master? Good. I owe the Taishang sect master a favor. I won't pursue the matter of the slap just now. Gu Hai said coldly. The humiliation of a slap was no small matter. If not for the Taishang sect master's benevolence, he would definitely fight the Tong Tian sect master to the death. Fight for the Taishang sect master? Because of the Taishang's long life sound. He did indeed owe the Taishang. Won't pursue the matter? Pursue the matter? What right do you have to pursue the matter? Now you are my prisoner and you still want to pursue the matter? You killed my eldest senior brother. It won't be enough even if I kill you 10,000 times. The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. Tell me, why did you capture me? Gu Hai glared at the Tong Tian sect master. At this moment he didn't want to waste any more words with the Tong Tian sect master. He went straight to the point. The Tong Tian sect master narrowed his eyes at Gu Hai. He stood with his hands behind his back and paced back and forth. After carefully sizing up Gu Hai, the Tong Tian sect master said coldly, Tong Tian of the Jie sect? That's my counterpart, right? Gu Hai's expression suddenly darkened as he looked at the Tong Tian sect master. The Taishang's long life sound was comprehended by eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother is indeed a genius to have comprehended this song. This song wasn't used by the Wansho Taoism, but it was obtained by an outsider like you? Had the connection of the immortal dome, the Taishang's long life sound? You don't deserve to have it. Tell me everything and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. Gu Hai's pupils constricted abruptly, and he revealed a trace of a cold smile as he said, So you didn't capture me for the sake of the sovereign sect's master's sacrifice, and you've taken a liking to my possessions instead. You intend to fight for them? Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. I'm laughing because I overestimated you. I'm laughing because the Taishang sect master has such a good junior brother. I'm laughing because you're delusional. I'm laughing because of my decision just now. I won't pursue this matter with you? No, I'll return those 2 slaps 100 times, 10,000 times, humph. Gu Hai glared. How dare you? Xuandu shouted angrily as if he was going to attack again. Gu Hai glared and a murderous aura rushed to Xuandu. He was out of strength, but this fierce look made Xuandu tremble. His palms stopped in the air and he didn't dare to land. 800,000 years ago? Xuandu was also there. However, Xuandu was like many weak people. He couldn't interfere in the battle between the heroes, nor did he dare to interfere. He watched everything on the battlefield from afar. How fierce was the 6 Dao of Tianshan? How fierce was old man Guanxi? How fierce was Jiang Lianshan? How fierce was Gu Hai? That battle was almost a peak battle between the 4 of them. Even now, Xuandu still remembered Gu Hai's methods. At this moment, Xuandu didn't dare to make a move. The Tong Tian sect master didn't get angry. Instead he sneered. You don't want to talk? Ha ha. Gu Hai sneered as if he was mocking the Tong Tian sect master. The Tong Tian sect master didn't get angry. He said indifferently, It's okay if you don't want to talk. Gu Hai's face darkened. When you want to talk, we'll talk. I can wait. All right, in 3 days there will be a wedding hosted by me. We're all acquaintances. Why don't you attend? Oh no, you can't move. How about this, we'll hold it outside the main hall. As long as the door is open, you can see the wedding. The Tong Tian sect master said with a smile. You're hosting the wedding? Acquaintances? Gu Hai's face darkened as if he had a bad premonition. Of course, the groom is right in front of you. This is the eldest senior brother of the Taishang Dao, Xuandu. Look, he's a talent, right? The Tong Tian sect master said with a smile. Xuandu bowed respectfully. As for the bride, you know her too. She's the Taishang Dao's Taishang Lin Waner. Haha, I'm sure you're familiar with her. The Tong Tian sect master said with a smile. Tong Tian, you dare. Gu Hai glared at him as if he was about to spit fire. Ha ha ha, that's right. Remember that look. Remember that look when Xuandu and Lin Waner get married. You have to keep it up. The Tong Tian sect master laughed. Wansho Taoism consists of 3 branches. Lin Waner is a disciple of the Taishang sect master, so she represents the Taishang branch. How can you insult the Taishang sect master like this? You're his junior brother. How can you face the Taishang sect master by insulting his branch like this? Gu Hai said angrily. The Wansho Taoism is not for you to judge. Eldest senior brother died because of you, and you still have the face to use him to pressure me? Lin Waner? I've enjoyed enough benefits from the Taishang branch. It's time to listen to the arrangements. As for you, hey, if you want to see Lin Waner and Xuandu get married, then just wait. I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut. The Tong Tian sect master snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, the Tong Tian sect master ignored Gu Hai and stepped out of the hall. Xuandu looked at Gu Hai as if he wanted to taunt him. However, Gu Hai's cold and furious eyes made Xuandu tremble slightly, and he swallowed the words he was about to say. Xuandu snorted coldly and followed the Tong Tian sect master out of the hall. Chapter 852. The Tong Tian sect master and Xiandu stepped out of the hall, and the door slammed shut. Boom. Gu Hai watched the door close and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Dragons had reverse scales and humans had taboos. Today the Tong Tian sect master had challenged his taboos. Anger rose in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Lin Waner? Gu Hai had long known that she was in Wansho Taoism, but he had not looked for her because she had not thought it through. He had thought that if she became a Taishang, even if she did not have great authority in Wansho Taoism, it would be easy for her to protect herself. Gu Hai was waiting for her to think it through. Unexpectedly, the Tang Tian sect master had experienced a great change in temperament after the battle of 800,000 years ago. He had trampled on some of the old rules of Wanshou Taoism. Wedding in 3 days? Forcing him to reveal the secret of the Yin-Yang Immortal Dome? How could Gu Hai be fooled? Because of this secret, the Tang Tian sect master had not killed him. If the secret was revealed with the Tang Tian sect master's personality, would he spare his life? Even Lin Wanner would not be able to survive. Gu Hai kept his mouth shut, and at the same time he wanted to escape. However, this Taiji diagram was too powerful. It was the 13th magic treasure in history. How could it be ordinary? Gu Hai closed his eyes and sensed his own body. Unfortunately, all his gods and souls were sealed. The Divine King had the Eye of Life and Death. Unfortunately, the Divine King's power was sealed and he could not use it. The 4 blades of life ending could not help him either. His human soul and earthly soul were all sealed, and he could not break through the Taiji diagram. The true Fire Gourd, Immortal Slaying Gourd, Arctic Gourd, and Vine World Gourd could not be used at this moment. What a good Taiji diagram. Gu Hai's expression was ugly. Wanshou Taoism, Taishang Palace. Lin Wanner hugged her zither and looked coldly at the Tang Tian sect master and the Taishang sect experts. Tang Tian sect master, the Taishang diagram is the most precious treasure of the Taishang lineage. What, do you want to change the structure of Wanshou Taoism and unite the 3 lineages? Lin Wanner glared at the Tang Tian sect master. The Tang Tian sect master narrowed his eyes at Lin Wanner. Taishang's rules? I am the sect master. Whatever I say is the rule, it is the rule. The Taiji diagram belongs to my eldest senior brother, not you. Oh? Are you saying that the ancient inheritance of Wanshou Taoism is fake? You don't have a master? The first Taishang didn't have a master? Lin Wanner said coldly. Whatever I say. Rules? I am the rules. The Tang Tian sect master snorted coldly. Lin Wanner's strength was much weaker after all. He coughed and Lin Wanner immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The Taishang lineage is in chaos under your leadership. The disciples are not convinced. You are not qualified to be a Taishang. The Tang Tian sect master said coldly. It is not up to you to decide whether I am qualified or not. The first Taishang said that the Taishang longevity sound is a Taishang. I am still a Taishang. Lin Wanner wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Humph, but no one in the Taishang lineage listens to you. The Tang Tian sect master said coldly. Who said that? Lin Wanner glared. We only obey eldest senior brother Shen Du. Immediately the group of Taishang sect elders shouted. All of you. Lin Wanner was furious. At that moment, a woman walked out from the crowd with a frown. Tang Tian sect master, although you are the leader of Wanshou Taoism, the Taishang lineage will not tolerate slander. Although Taishang has only been in office for a short time and has not quelled the internal strife, it is only a matter of time. I will obey Taishang's orders and follow the Taishang lineage. When the woman walked out to support Lin Wanner, the expressions of Shen Du and the others darkened. Ching. A sword light shot out from the Tang Tian sect master's sleeve. Senior uncle. Lin Wanner's expression changed. She saw that the woman who had spoken out had a bloody mark between her eyebrows. She had been cut in half. The woman would never have thought that the Tang Tian sect master would kill her. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The surrounding Grand Supreme Path disciples immediately kept quiet out of fear. You. Lin Wanner said in shock. I have yet to vent my anger over eldest senior brother's death. You, a girl who doesn't know the difference between life and death, want to come out and oppose me? Do you think I don't know the situation of the Taishang lineage? The Tang Tian sect master glared. Other than Lin Wanner, no one dared to speak. Lin Wanner, since you are a Taishang, I will not overstep my boundaries and continue to be a Taishang. However, the Taishang lineage needs a voice. You and Shen Du, 2 voices are not good for Wanshou Taoism. Since that is the case, the 2 of you can be one. In 3 days at the Tang Tian Palace, I will help you 2 host the wedding. 2 into 1. The Tang Tian sect master said coldly. What? I don't want to. The Taishang lineage has cut off all emotions and character. Marriage is not allowed. Lin Wanner exclaimed. From now on it is possible. The Tang Tian sect master said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Boom. A ray of light entered Lin Wanner's body. Her cultivation was immediately sealed. Tang Tian sect master? You sealed my cultivation? The Wansho Taoism is your decision? Lin Wanner cried out in grief and indignation. The Tong Tian sect master ignored Lin Wanner. He turned to Xiandu and said, Xiandu, in 3 days I don't want to see any accidents. Sect master, don't worry. In 3 days the Taishang lineage will go to the Tong Tian palace to celebrate the wedding of Lin Wanner and me. Xiandu said respectfully. Yes. The Tong Tian sect master nodded. He stepped away. Lin Wanner's cultivation was sealed. At this moment her face was full of fear. She turned and ran to the back hall. The other members of the Taishang lineage did not dare to say anything. Xiandu sent off the Tong Tian sect master and turned to look at the hiding Lin Wanner. He revealed a cold smile. All right, start preparing for the wedding. What should be must be. Xiandu said in a low voice. Yes. The Taishang sect disciples answered. After making arrangements for the Taishang sect disciples, Xiandu went to chase after Lin Wanner. He caught up to Lin Wanner's room. Lin Wanner hid alone in the room. Ha! Xiandu laughed coldly. Boom! He kicked open the door. Don't come over. Lin Wanner immediately cried out. Lin Wanner, although you call me martial uncle, this is the sect master's decision. If you want to blame someone, blame your master. Why did he make you Taishang? Xiandu walked over step by step. Don't come over. Someone. Lin Wanner shouted. However, the Taishang sect disciples outside seemed to be deaf. No one could hear her. Shout, no one will come to save you. You can't cry for help now. Xiandu said coldly. Lin Wanner immediately took out a red pill and swallowed it. Don't. Xiandu's expression changed. If you come over again, I'll swallow it. I'll swallow it. Lin Wanner glared and shouted. Don't, I won't come over, I won't come over. Xiandu's expression changed drastically as he retreated. This is the longevity red pill. You know that if it goes down my throat, I'll die. Even if you have the best methods, you can't save me. Lin Wanner said with grief and hatred. Longevity red pill? Ha, you're threatening me with suicide? I have no cultivation. Even if I kill myself, I won't be able to escape your hands. Only the longevity red pill. Don't come over. Xiandu, was this your idea? You want to force me to death? You know that I will never marry you. Today if I die, someone will avenge me. You will die without a proper burial. Lin Wanner roared, her eyes red. You're talking about Gu Hai? Xiandu revealed a cold smile. To tell you the truth, Gu Hai has been captured by the sect leader. He's in the Tong Tian palace. No one can save you. Xiandu sneered. Impossible. Lin Wanner said angrily. If you kill yourself, Gu Hai won't die. You can only marry me obediently. Gu Hai can live. You'll see him in 3 days. Do you want him to die? Or do you want him to live? It's all in your hands. Ah. Xiandu laughed. I don't believe it. It's impossible. I don't believe it. Lin Wanner was very anxious. Because of Lin Wanner's technique, Taishang had forgotten his feelings. However, ever since Gu Hai broke the barrier of love, his longing for Gu Hai deepened every day. Suddenly hearing the bad news, he was naturally terrified. Lin Wanner, if you want to save Gu Hai, be obedient. Otherwise, ha. Xiandu sneered and took a step forward. I'll swallow it. Lin Wanner glared. Xiandu stopped. I don't care if you're telling the truth. Get out of here now. Otherwise, I'll die in front of you. Lin Wanner roared. Xiandu's expression changed. After marrying Lin Wanner, he could slowly force Lin Wanner to hand over the position of Taishang. When he had advised the Tong Tian sect master, he had guaranteed that Gu Hai would submit. But if Lin Wanner died, the sect leader's plan would fail. He would also suffer. You don't believe me? You'll see in 3 days. Fine, I'll give you 3 more days. Xiandu didn't dare to push too hard. He could only retreat. As he retreated, he looked coldly at Lin Wanner. He thought to himself that after 3 days, he would have countless ways to ravage this bitch. Xiandu retreated bit by bit. Only when he had completely retreated did Lin Wanner collapse. Her face was full of fear and sweat, and she fell onto the futon. The next day, there was one more day before the wedding. In the Tong Tian hall, Gu Hai closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the Taiji diagram. Crack. Suddenly the door of the hall opened slightly. Crack. The door of the hall closed with a bang. Gu Hai opened his eyes slightly. Suddenly his face darkened. At the edge of the Taiji diagram there was a man in a white robe. Gu Hai also knew the man in the white robe. A branch of the Tong Tian bloodline, young master Qinglian Qi. Ho stepped forward and stood not far from Gu Hai, showing a solemn expression. He waved his hand. Wang. The yin and yang energy in the Taiji diagram suddenly paused. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. It was Qi who had stopped the Taiji diagram. Was he letting him out? Ancient Emperor, it seems like I did something unnecessary. What energy in your body is undoing the bindings of the Taiji diagram? Qi said in surprise. Qi, what are you doing here? Gu Hai frowned at Qi. Qi took a deep breath and sighed. Back then, 800,000 years ago, I was there too. However, I was still weak then and couldn't interfere in your battle. I saw the ancient emperor's glory, and was deeply impressed by him. Gu Hai looked at Qi puzzled. Sect Master, I can't agree with what you've done this time. For the benevolence of the sovereign sect's Sect Master and for the reputation of the everlasting Taoist sect, I've come here today to release the ancient emperor so that I can be at ease. Yin said solemnly. You want to release me? Gu Hai said in surprise. Chapter 853. Sect Master, I can't agree with what you've done this time. For the benevolence of the sovereign sect's Sect Master and for the reputation of the everlasting Taoist sect, I've come here today to release the ancient emperor so that I can be at ease. Yin said solemnly. You're going to release me? Gu Hai asked in surprise. Qing nodded and reached out to activate the Taiji diagram again. Rumble. The yin and yang energy in the Taiji diagram rotated in reverse, slowly drawing energy from Gu Hai's body. Wang. The energy in Gu Hai's body could be used again. Bang. In an instant, Gu Hai jumped out of the Taiji diagram. Ancient Emperor, perhaps my actions were superfluous. You actually have the means to slowly extract the yin and yang energy. I believe you can break the seal without me tomorrow, right? Qing laughed. Tomorrow? Indeed, perhaps I can break the seal tomorrow. But by tomorrow it will be too late. Gu Hai bowed slightly to Qing. Qing nodded. That's good. I didn't come here for nothing. I believe not many people know that I'm trapped in this hall, right? You. Gu Hai said solemnly. It was Lin Wanner who begged me. Or perhaps the first Taishang had instructed me, solemnly Qing said. Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. The Taishang lineage has a legacy jade steel. Only those who know the Taishang longevity sound can understand what is inside. It contains a message from the first Taishang, and can be used to deal with the Tongtian sect master. All these years, the Tongtian sect master has never made things difficult for the Taishang lineage and has never used it. Until today, Lin Wanner used the information on the jade steel to find me, solemnly Qing said. Find you? Yes. The Taishang sect master left a message. If the Tongtian goes against his wishes, he can use the jade steel to find Cheng and seek help. In other words, he was looking for me. As for me, not long ago during the revival assembly, I also went back 800,000 years in the future. There, I met the Taishang sect master and I owe him a favor, solemnly said. Gu Hai was slightly surprised. Lin Wan'er found out from Xiandu that you were imprisoned and asked me to save you. I owe the Taishang sect master a favor. Furthermore, I also feel that the Tongtian sect master has gone overboard, so... You sighed softly. Wan'er, how is it? Gu Hai asked worriedly. Her cultivation has been sealed by the Tongtian sect master, so she's fine. She's waiting for tomorrow to be forced to get married. You explained. She didn't ask you to save her? Gu Hai frowned. No. You shook his head. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. I know. She can't even save herself, and yet she still thinks of me first? Ancient Emperor, if you want to save her, go quickly. Time is of the essence. Solemnly you said. Gu Hai looked at you and frowned. If you let me go, how are you going to answer to the Tongtian sect master? You frowned. You don't have to worry about me. Gu Hai stared at you for a while and nodded. All right. Thank you for this. You shook his head, clearly unwilling to accept Gu Hai's gratitude. Aren't you looking for the world sword Dao? Gu Hai looked at you. Oh, you have a new idea? You asked curiously. One had to know that Gu Hai's formation of Zhang Sanfeng, Dugu Qiubai, Shimen Chueshue, and Dongfang Bubi represented 4 different types of sword Dao. You had benefited a lot from this. I have a copy of the total tome of the sword Dao of the Prime Clear Sword Dao. A friend gave it to me. See if it's useful. Gu Hai took out a sword-shaped jade token and handed it to you. This was what the Tongtian of the Jie sect had given him back then. It was his sword Dao. You might be the reincarnation of the Tongtian of the Jie sect, or the rebirth of some other situation. However, Guhai had no intention of telling you. Since he had chosen to walk the path of a sword cultivator again, he would sever all ties with the past. As for the total tome of the Sword Dao of the Prime Clear Sword Dao, it could be considered a Sword Dao experience. Oh, you took it? Wang? Instantly, a sword will surged from the sword-shaped jade token and rushed into Yu's mind. Boom. Countless green sword chi appeared on the surface of Yu's body. So strong. Yu exclaimed. Guhai retreated immediately. Yu, on the other hand, was trembling as if he had received an extremely strong sword will inheritance. Where did this come from? What a strong sword Dao! Yu exclaimed. A friend of mine. Your friend? So strong. This sword Dao is similar to the Tongtian sect masters, but it's also different. Same? Different? What a strange sword Dao, what a strong sword Dao. Yu stared. Maybe. Guhai smiled. Who's your friend? With such a sword Dao, he must be an incredible person, right? Yu exclaimed. He must have reincarnated and recultivated. Oh, what? He felt that his sword Dao was not good enough, so... Guhai recalled. Yu. His sword Dao was not good enough? Who was this senior? Is this sword Dao helpful to you? Guhai asked curiously. Yes. The Prime Clear Sword Dao and my sword Dao seem to be polar opposites. Perhaps I instinctively reject the Prime Clear Sword Dao and have not cultivated it. However, since I want to cultivate the sword, I should not avoid any sword Dao. Your Prime Clear Sword Dao may be able to make up for my shortcomings. Thank you. Yu said solemnly. Thank me? You don't have to thank me. This is supposed to be yours. Guhai shook his head. The reincarnation of the Tongtian from the Jie sect deliberately avoided his own sword Dao? What a great determination. Hurry up and leave. Don't take the Taiji diagram with you. After all, it belongs to the Wansho Taoism. Yu solemnly said. Okay. Guhai nodded. After opening the door, Guhai dashed out and closed the door. Seeing Guhai leave, gratitude flashed in Yu's eyes. He looked around the hall and suddenly sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend the Prime Clear Sword Dao Encyclopedia. You let Guhai go. He did not pretend that he did not do it. Instead, he waited patiently for the Tongtian sect master in the hall. Since he did it, there was no need to hide it. Even if he went against the will of the Tongtian sect master, he was still open and aboveboard. Guhai left the hall. There were some Wansho Taoism disciples and guards outside the hall. However, they all seemed to be asleep. It was clearly Yu's masterpiece. He turned to look at the hall. Tongtian Hall? Guhai snorted and rushed into the forest. After all, the Taiji diagram was one of the most powerful magic treasures in the world. If he did not have the ancient celestial dome to extract a certain amount of yin and yang energy, he would not have been able to do anything. Now that he had recovered his cultivation and was at the peak of the middle celestial palace, he could easily move around the Wansho Taoism. After capturing people and questioning them, he quickly found the location of Taishang's faction. Whoosh! He immediately rushed to Lin Wanner's residence. Outside the hall of Lin Wanner's residence, Xuandu brought a few trusted aides and looked at the surroundings that had been fully decorated by Dahong. Greetings to the elders. A few old women bowed in an ingratiating manner. How is it? Xuandu asked calmly. Juzi refused to wear the bride's clothes at first. However, her cultivation was sealed and she could not resist. We helped her change into the clothes by force. A woman said fawningly. She didn't threaten to die? Xuandu asked calmly. We are just servants. She would not threaten us with death. A woman said proudly. Well done. Xuandu said with a smile. Also, I put the medicine in the tea that the great elder asked me to put in. Moreover, Juzi drank it. I saw it with my own eyes. A woman said proudly. Well done. Go and receive your reward. Xuandu said with a smile. Thank you, great elder. Thank you, great elder. The women left excitedly. Xuandu looked coldly at the group of women. Great elder brother, this is a disgraceful thing. Will these women talk too much in the future? A junior brother frowned. Great elder brother, should I deal with this group of servants? A murderous look flashed in another junior brother's eyes. Xuandu narrowed his eyes and nodded. Whoosh! The junior brother immediately chased after the group of women and left. Great elder brother, Juzi is not obedient. Tomorrow's matter was arranged by the sect leader. We can't make any mistakes. A junior brother frowned. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. You can go do other things. I will take care of this. Xuandu said with a smile. Yes. The junior brothers said with a smile. Lin Wan'er had drunk the medicine. It should be acting up now. It was indeed not suitable for them to stay here. Do your work well. In the future, when I don't need Lin Wan'er, I can give her to you as a cauldron. Xuandu said lightly again. The group of junior brothers suddenly revealed a look of great joy. Lin Wan'er had a fire cauldron body. If she dual cultivated with him, his cultivation speed would be incomparably fast. Great elder brother was so generous? Yes, thank you, great elder brother. The junior brothers said excitedly. Xuandu had always been generous to the junior brothers. He always kept his word. This was how he bought the hearts of the junior brothers. Since he said it, he would naturally keep his word. The junior brothers left happily. Xuandu, however, had a cold smile on his face. He slowly walked into Lin Wan'er's room. Creak. He gently pushed open the door. This time Lin Wan'er did not shout. When he stepped into the room, he saw Lin Wan'er in a red wedding robe curled up on the red bed. Her whole body was trembling as if she was struggling with something. Her face was flushed, her eyes were watery, and her breath was extremely rapid. Juzi, what's wrong with you? Do you need my help? Xuandu sneered. You don't come over. Xuandu, you drugged me. A trace of hatred flashed in Lin Wan'er's eyes. I just brought forward the wedding night. How is it? Is your whole body hot? I've been looking for this medicine for a long time. Xuandu walked over with a cold smile. Don't come over. Come over, come over. Lin Wan'er shouted fiercely, but her whole body was powerless. Swallow the red pill again? Aha, the red pill is with me. How are you going to swallow it? Bitch, listen to me obediently. Let me see how much firepower your fire cauldron body has. Xuandu walked over step by step. Don't come over. Gu Hai won't let you go. Lin Wan'er shouted as she convulsed. Gu Hai? You're counting on him? After tomorrow, I'll consummate with you in front of him. How about that? Ah, shout all you want. It's useless. Gu Hai is useful, let him come. I'm right here. Let him come. Xuandu laughed and was about to pounce on Lin Wan'er. Suddenly, a long purple sword pierced through Xuandu's back. Looking at the long purple sword that came out of his chest, Xuandu's expression suddenly changed. He looked terrified. Xuandu recognized this sword. The life-killing sword? How could it be the life-killing sword? I'm coming. Gu Hai's cold voice came from behind. Chapter 854. I'm here. Gu Hai's cold voice came from behind. A cold voice rang out. Xian Du revealed a horrified expression. When Gu Hai stabbed the saber into his chest, he sealed all the power in his body. When did Gu Hai come? Why didn't I feel it? Xian Du wanted to shout, but his cultivation was sealed. He couldn't shout at all. With the celestial dome of the ancients, how could Xian Du find him? How did you escape? Impossible, impossible, that's the Taiji diagram, the real Taiji diagram. Xian Du cried out in despair. His voice was a bit high, but the room was already enveloped by the celestial dome of the ancients. It couldn't be heard. Fortunately, I came in time. That was close, Xian Du. Gu Hai pulled out the life-killing saber with a ferocious expression. Boom. The life-killing saber was pulled out, but in that instant, all of Xian Du's organs exploded. He looked fine on the outside, but his insides were a mess. You don't kill me. I only did this because of the headmaster's orders. Listen to the headmaster. Xian Du begged with a trace of fear. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at Xian Du, then at Lin Wan'er, who was twitching on the bed. His heart grew fiercer. Umph. Gu Hai's palm strike landed on Xuandu's body, instantly covering him in blood. With a cold snort, he walked to the bedside. At that moment, Lin Wan'er's eyes were blurred. She couldn't tell what she was seeing. She could only call out softly, Gu Hai, I feel terrible. Gu Hai looked at Lin Wan'er and felt his heart ache. He stretched out his hand and sent some power to her back. Boom. Immediately, the medicine in Lin Wan'er's body was shaken out. Poof. Along with a mouthful of blood, Lin Wan'er spat out the medicine in her body. After spitting out the medicine, the redness on Lin Wan'er's face faded. She stopped twitching and looked weakly at Gu Hai. Wan'er, I'm late. Gu Hai said gently. You've come? Wan'er smiled sadly. She slowly closed her eyes and fainted. Gu Hai did not wake Lin Wan'er up. Instead, he gently hugged her. He slowly walked towards Xuandu, who had fallen to the ground. I didn't touch her. Let me go, it was sect master who asked me to do it. Xiandu, who was covered in blood, begged. Guhai's eyes were cold. On the third day, the wedding was about to begin. Outside Lin Wanner's room. Eldest senior brother, it's almost time. Have you woken up? A junior brother called out from outside the room. However, there was no sound in the room at all. Eldest senior brother, it's about to begin. The sect leader will be here soon. Hurry up. All the junior brothers said anxiously. However, there was still no sound in the room. What's going on? Isn't eldest senior brother inside? You go and have a look. Everyone sent a servant to investigate. The servant opened the door. With a scream of horror, the servant knelt down with a plop. Everyone immediately surrounded him. Eldest senior brother? Ah. Everyone was shocked. They saw that Xiandu was covered in blood, nailed to the beam by his own long sword between his eyebrows. Beside him was a large piece of cloth with large words written in blood, like a large flag fluttering in the wind. Taishang is dead, Wanshou is dead. It was impossible to tell who had written the 6 large words. However, the 6 words were written in blood, and the crowd felt like they were filled with contempt. Taishang was dead and Wanshou Taoism existed in name only? Who wrote this? Something big has happened. A Taishang Taoist disciple said with an ugly expression. Quick, inform the sect leader. A group of Taishang Taoist disciples said in horror. The Tongtian sect master had just come out of seclusion to refine the 4 immortal vanquishing swords when he heard this shocking news. Swoosh. In an instant, the Tongtian sect master arrived at the room where Xiandu died. Seeing that Xiandu was nailed to the beam, the Tongtian sect master emitted a murderous aura. With the suppression of the killing intent, none of the longevity Taoist disciples dared to speak. At the same time, they wondered who had the guts to kill their eldest senior brother, take away the leader of Taishang Taoism, and taunt him by leaving these 6 large words. Guhai? Ah, how dare you! The Tongtian sect master glared and snorted. This cold snort was filled with immense anger. Puff. Puff. Although the anger was not directed at the disciples, someone was still shocked by the aftershock and vomited blood. Huff. The Tongtian sect master disappeared in a flash. It was not until the Tongtian sect master left that the surrounding disciples suddenly collapsed to the ground, their faces full of shock. The next moment, the Tongtian sect master appeared outside the Tongtian hall. Guhai escaped? Killed Xiandu and took Lin Wanner away? How did he escape? What happened to the Taiji diagram? As soon as he arrived outside the Tongtian hall, he saw that countless disciples had fainted. B*****. The Tongtian snorted coldly. Puff. The disciples who had fainted immediately vomited blood and were all jolted awake. Sect leader? Please forgive us, sect leader. Sect leader, we don't know. The disciples were terrified, but the Tongtian sect master did not care at all. He reached out and opened the door. Quang. The door opened. They thought that the interior was empty. However, the moment it opened, countless green sword auras rushed out from inside. Boom. Hundreds of millions of green sword auras rushed out in an instant, and some even soared into the sky. A powerful green sword aura seemed to form a wave of qi that rushed in all directions. In the Wanshou Taoism, almost everyone's long swords suddenly trembled as if worshipping the sword aura. The sword aura was powerful, but it was useless against the Tongtian sect master. In the center of the hall, a huge green sword lotus slowly opened. The sword lotus had 32 petals, and each petal was in the shape of a green sword surrounded by countless sword auras. In the center of the sword lotus, Qi was sitting cross-legged. The Tongtian sect master pushed the door open. Qi's eyes suddenly opened, and 2 green sword auras shot out from his eyes. In an instant, all the sword auras, and sword lotuses converged and entered Qi's body. It was as if everything that happened before was just an illusion. There was nothing but Zhao slowly standing up. Qi was still the same Qi, but at this moment, his eyes were incomparably bright, like 2 bright stars shining. Did you let Guhai go? The Tongtian sect master said with a gloomy face. The Hui was a disciple of the Heavenspan bloodline. The Heavenspan bloodline had many bloodlines, but the Hui bloodline was one that the Heavenspan sect leader valued greatly. That was because the Hui possessed extraordinary talent. He was very similar to himself in the past. He was going to be a personal disciple, but now he dared to do such a thing? I was the one who let Guhai go. Qing nodded. How dare you? the Tong Tian shouted coldly. Boom. A powerful pressure surged toward Chi-Chi's. Expression became serious. He held the hilt of his sword and resisted the pressure of the Tong Tian sect master. Sect master, I was asked by the Taishang sect master to correct your deviation. Chi said solemnly. What did you say? The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. You know, I've met the Taishang sect master, and he told me that although you are his junior brother, the Taishang sect master has a request from his master. He doesn't want the inheritance of Wansho Taoism to end in his generation. Chi said solemnly. Huh. The Tong Tian sect master widened his eyes. You are trampling on the rules of Wansho Taoism. You are ridiculing the efforts of the Taishang sect master. Although you are the sect master, I am not convinced. Chi said coldly. Ha ha ha, you overestimate yourself. You are not convinced? Who do you think you are? You are just a branch of the Wansho Taoism sword range, and your swordsmanship was passed down by me. How dare you not be convinced by me? Do you think you can teach me a lesson? The Tong Tian sect master glared at him. Boom. A stream of powerful purple sword intent rushed out. Sword intent? She also glared. Boom. A green sword intent rushed toward the Tong Tian sect master. The two sword intents condensed like two long swords of purple light and green light collided in the void. Ding. The tip of the swords collided and a powerful sword aura burst out. Boom. The entire Tong Tian hall was instantly shattered by the huge airflow. The disciples who came later were immediately blown away by the airflow, and they were shocked. Young Master Qinglian, did he just go against the sect master? Is young Master Qinglian crazy? The sect master's swordsmanship is the best in the world. How dare he go against him? Countless disciples were dumbstruck. Chi's expression was ferocious. The Tong Tian sect master widened his eyes in shock. That was because Hua's sword intent had actually blocked his own. That was impossible. No one in the world had a sword intent as fierce as his. No, there were two people. One was the sacred sword of Rokudo Shinkuan, and the other was the Tong Tian sect master of Jia, but he was already dead. Rumble. The two sword intents collided, and the two of them seemed to be completely surrounded by the purple and green sword aura. The sword aura surrounded the two of them, and gradually the people around them could not see what was going on. They could only feel the terrifying power inside. All this time, I thought that the sect master's swordsmanship was the best in the world, and that you were the best sword cultivator in the world. But now I realize that's not the case. You're not worthy of being the best in the world. Chi said coldly. I'm not worthy? Then are you worthy? The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. Not me, but the Taishang sect master. The Taishang sect master's sword is the best in the world. Chi said in a deep voice. What did you say? The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. The Taishang sect master's sword is the sword of benevolence. He is willing to abandon life and death for the sake of the common people. Can you do that? Chi said coldly. The Tong Tian sect master's face turned cold. Your swordsmanship is just a small Dao. Although it's sharp, it's just a superficial appearance. The Taishang sect master's sword is the true Dao of the sword. The common people are his sword, and he is the benevolent Dao of selflessness. He can cut through the heavens, the earth, and everything in the immortal world. Chi roared. Boom. A crisp sound was heard. A crack suddenly appeared on the purple sword intent of the Tong Tian sect master. The purple sword intent showed a hint of weakness. The Tong Tian sect master's swordsmanship was suppressed by Chi's. Lost to Chi? How was that possible? He was the best in the world in the way of the sword. How could he lose to a disciple? How dare you? The Tong Tian sect master glared. The immortal slaying sword appeared, and a purple light instantly filled the world. Boom. Chi was instantly sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and fell to the ground. In terms of swordsmanship, you were slightly better. In terms of strength, the Tong Tian sect master was too strong. So what if your swordsmanship was slightly better? Chi was still defeated in one move under such a strong force. The Tong Tian sect master was enraged. He swung the immortal slaying sword again as if he wanted to kill Chi in one move. Chapter 855. Original Dian Dynasty, capital city of Shinnong City. Jiang Lianshan had fallen and the fate energy of the Dian Dynasty should have been dispersed. However, at this point, the fate energy of the Dian Dynasty appeared once again. Within the Flame God Hall, the doors to the hall were tightly shut and there were only two people inside. The Jingwei and the Fire Emperor. The Jingwei sat on the dragon throne with an extremely ugly expression on his face. My good brother? Haha, the moment you return you want to fight for the throne? And Matriarch Ji? The Great Yellow Dynasty has already been divided and there's even the Wansho Taoism between us. You actually dare to come back and fight for the throne? Is the Dai a battlefield for you to fight for? The Jingwei revealed a look of anger. Jianghu is the crown prince and the Yellow Emperor has connections. Not only do they want to fight for the throne, they also want the fate energy. The Fire Emperor frowned as he spoke. The Jingwei's expression fell. I have the regent's decree which my father left behind. Since my father has fallen, I am the only one who can use the decree to gather the fate energy. If they want to fight for the throne, they can gather the new fate energy themselves. Why do they want me to use the decree to gather the new fate energy? Could it be that my father placed that item in the sea of fate energy? What item? The Fire Emperor paused. It's the most important treasure of the Daiyan dynasty. Haha, I was wondering why they supported me to become the emperor and even helped me gather the new fate energy. They need the original fate energy of the Daiyan dynasty. They want that item. The Jingwei's expression was extremely ugly. By helping the princess gather the new fate energy, the princess might be able to inherit the Daiyan dynasty. When that happens, the Fire Emperor's eyes flashed with anticipation. Didn't you see? Jianghu and Matriarch Ji came with such ferocity. How many strong cultivators did they bring with them? If I fight with them, I won't be able to get anything. Once they get the item, there's no need for me to live anymore. Now that they've imprisoned me, what else can I use to fight for the throne? The Jingwei's expression was extremely ugly. I'm still useless. The Fire Emperor sighed bitterly. No, Uncle Fire Emperor, you can't be blamed. You've always been loyal and devoted to Father. Before you left, you even gave him the Fire Pearl. You've already done enough. Jianghu? Empress Ji? You two ingrates, Father wholeheartedly nurtured you, but you actually hit me when I'm down. The elite guard said with an ugly expression. What should we do now? The Fire Emperor asked worriedly. Sister? Only when Sister returns can we take revenge for Father and make those bastards pay with their lives. The Jingwei said angrily. Eldest princess? The Fire Emperor's face twitched. Not bad. First Princess Jiangyao? No, the last time she was released, she didn't even want to acknowledge His Holiness anymore. She didn't even want the surname Jiang anymore. From then on, she changed her name to Yun. She hates His Holiness so much. The Fire Emperor said worriedly. When a person dies, their resentment disappears. Now that Father is dead, no matter how big the resentment is, it should be gone. Moreover, when I was young, elder sister was the best to me. I will go and persuade her. She will definitely return. The elite guard said confidently. But the eldest princess is in the netherworld and Dongfang Shou is indecisive. He won't listen to our orders? The Fire Emperor asked worriedly. I know. Not only that, I can't even leave this place, much less look for elder sister. Empress Ji and Jianghu won't let me leave. The elite guard said in a low voice. Then? Ask for reinforcements. The elite guard said. Reinforcements? In this world, who would go against the Great Yellow Dynasty and Spiritual Mountain for us? The Fire Emperor asked worriedly. The Han Imperial Dynasty, Gu Hai. The elite guard replied. You said that Gu Hai and Old Man Guanxi were evenly matched in their last battle? Doesn't that mean that Gu Hai has the same abilities as Old Man Guanxi? He is the second Old Man Guanxi? The elite guard solemnly asked. But Gu Hai's cultivation is only at the Middle Heavenly Palace and not the Upper Heavenly Palace. His cultivation is too weak. When he returns, the laws of chess are gone. His abilities are useless. The Fire Emperor said worriedly. Cultivation? What do you think of Old Man Guanxi's cultivation? The elite guard laughed coldly. Old Man Guanxi's martial prowess is not comparable to Jianghu, Empress Ji, Father, Tongtian Sect Master and Rokudo Shinkuan. However, all of them were toyed with by him. Gu Hai is the same. When he killed the Qing Emperor, was his cultivation as high as the Qing Emperor? Don't you remember his cultivation? When did he ever lose to someone with a higher cultivation? He is the second Old Man Guanxi. So what if he doesn't have the laws of chess? Back then, Old Man Guanxi didn't have the laws of chess, but didn't he still turn the world upside down? Without the laws of chess, he could even create and move the battlefield back to 800,000 years ago? The elite guard said solemnly. But. No buts. I just want him to take me out of here. He will definitely have a way. Look for him. Look for the Dahan's embroidered uniform guards in Shinong City. Use the Qin figurines to contact the boundless celestial capital and invite Gu Hai to help me. But we don't have any relationship with Gu Hai. We don't need any relationship. We need a deal. Huh? A deal? Gu Hai is at the Middle Heavenly Palace. Why didn't he break through to the Upper Heavenly Palace? Can't you guess? Is it because of his lifespan? Oh, I remember now. I heard that when he went down to the Lower Heavenly Palace, his human soul was 490 feet tall and was at the consummate level. Is his heavenly soul also at the consummate level? No, that's impossible. How much lifespan does he need to break through? He won't be able to break through for the rest of his life? The Fire Emperor was shocked. Tell him that as long as he rescues me, I will give him an immeasurable lifespan. Solemnly the elite guard said. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. There are 5 types of cultivators in the world. Lifespan and luck are divine. Lifespan cultivation can steal the lifespan of heaven and earth, as well as the lifespan of others. Lifespan cultivation originated from Fuxi. Fuxi created the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams are naturally related to lifespan cultivation. All these years, Father has been researching the 8 trigrams and 64 hexagrams. Tell Gu Hai exactly what he said. As long as he rescues me, I will give him all of Father's lifespan. Even if he doesn't have the consummate level of the Middle Heavenly Palace, he will definitely be able to use it in the future. The elite guard said. All right. The Fire Emperor nodded. Fire Emperor Uncle, I will have to depend on you from now on. My movements are limited. I don't dare to trust the White Emperor, the Scarlet Emperor and the rest. Please help me. As long as my sister returns, none of them will be able to escape. The elite guard knelt down. Princess, you don't have to do this. I will do my best. The Fire Emperor shook his head. Wansho Taoism. Just a few hours after Bai obtained the complete encyclopedia of the Sword Dao, he was able to comprehend it. Although he tried his best to avoid this type of Sword Dao, it was as if he was born with it. He was able to comprehend it in an instant. The sword wills within his body fused together and Bai's Sword Dao traveled thousands of miles in an instant. The powerful fusion of Sword Dao allowed Bai to win against the Tongtian sect master by 1 point. This completely infuriated the Tongtian sect master. Tongtian was enraged as he took out the immortal slaying sword and slashed down. Tongtian was very confident in his Sword Dao. At the same time he was also very conceited. He believed that he should be the best in Sword Dao in the world. No one could compare to him. The rise of Bai made Tongtian panic. He even wanted to destroy Bai. Bai's sword will was stronger. However, his cultivation was much weaker than Tongtian's. He was instantly defeated and was about to be slashed by the immortal slaying sword. A powerful pressure from the Sword Dao caused Bai to spit out a mouthful of blood. Everyone in the distance thought that Bai was going to die. However, at this moment, a palm-sized jade tablet fell out of Bai's chest. It was the jade tablet of Taishang's lineage. Lin Wan-er passed it to Bai to ask him to save Gu Hai. At this moment, the jade tablet was stained with blood. A cloud of smoke emerged from the jade tablet. No one can save you at this moment. Those who go against me will die. Tongtian's eyes flashed with viciousness. It was as if he wanted to kill Bai. However, the cloud of smoke condensed into the appearance of a white-robed figure. At this moment, the immortal slaying sword was already in front of Bai's face. However, when he saw the figure in the white smoke, the Tongtian sect master's expression changed drastically. The immortal slaying sword deviated from its original position and slashed past Bai's side. Boom! With a super loud sound, dozens of mountains exploded into pieces. Countless disciples who were nearby were affected by the aftershock and vomited blood. What's going on? Who's that old man in the smoke in front of Bai? Shut up, that's the Taishang sect master. Countless disciples around revealed looks of astonishment. The Tongtian sect master looked at the white smoke in surprise. This was because the smoke looked like the Taishang sect master. It was blocking Bai's path. Once it was cut, the smoke would be gone. The smoke condensed and looked at Bai behind him. Then he looked at the Tongtian sect master who was not far away. Third brother, are you stirring up trouble again? The Taishang sect master asked as if he was lecturing him. Eldest senior brother? Tongtian's expression changed. His eyes turned red as he flew closer. I'm just a strand of my original body's consciousness. Back then, my original body wanted to comprehend the Taishang sound of longevity, and was worried that you would do something crazy because of my original body. That's why I stayed behind to persuade you. the Taishang sect master explained. Persuade me? What? Tongqian's eyes were red. I don't know what you did. Bai was indebted to me back then and was willing to help you set things right. If he did something against my will and against the Wanshou Taoism, you can punish him as you wish. If he didn't, it would be wrong for him to be killed by you just because he tried to stop you. Third brother, for my sake, don't kill him. He's only taking his anger out on you because he wanted to help me, right? The Taishang sect master advised. Don't kill him? What? Eldest senior brother, I'm being unfair to you. Besides, I must kill him today. The Tong Tian sect master said with reddened eyes. If you must kill him, I can't stop you. I'm just a strand of my consciousness and I'm about to dissipate. I just don't want innocent people to die because of my decision. Third brother, this may be the last time I ask of you. Don't be sad for me and don't seek revenge for me. I chose this path and I can't blame anyone. Protect yourself. The Taishang sect master said with a smile. As he smiled, the Taishang sect master's strand of consciousness slowly dissipated. Eldest senior brother, eldest senior brother. Tong Tian immediately reached out to grab him, but a wisp of smoke dissipated in the blink of an eye. He couldn't stop the Taishang sect master at all. Tong Tian suddenly roared in pain. As he roared, the air around the Wanshou Taoism trembled. Countless disciples covered their ears in pain. After he finished speaking, the Tong Tian sect master lowered his head and looked at Bai with a ferocious expression. Eldest senior brother, this is your last request. I won't kill you, but this won't happen again. Wait until I catch Guhai. If you dare to overstep your boundaries, no matter who pleads for you, only death awaits you. The Tong Tian sect master snorted coldly and soared into the sky. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. He was going to chase after Guhai. Bai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and got up from the ground. He looked at the Tong Tian sect master's departing figure and frowned slightly. I won't do it again. I've reached the level of sword intent, and my cultivation will rise very soon. Next time you won't be able to kill me. Chapter 856. Wanshou Taoism Dongfang in a forest. Lin Wanner slowly woke up. Her head hurt and her consciousness was a little hazy. However, she quickly regained consciousness. No. Lin Wanner sat up in shock. However, she discovered that she was no longer in Wanshou Taoism. Beside a large lake not far away, Guhai was controlling a Go array. Guhai. Lin Wanner was stunned. She immediately recalled everything that had happened. Guhai appeared at that critical moment. Was that not a dream? Was that the real Guhai? Lin Wanner's eyes reddened. Beside a large lake not far away, there were no Go laws in this world. He could not use the life entrapment saber to set up an array. Hence, Guhai used countless enchanted treasures and spirit stones to slowly set up an array. The array gathered a fog that covered the entire lake. Buzz. Under Guhai's control, a void passageway suddenly appeared above the fog. It doesn't work? I can't summon any more? Guhai's expression turned ugly. This Go array led to the 30 immortal dominions. In the past, Sun Wukong and the Tong Tian of the Jie sect were transported here. However, it was impossible to summon them now. He could not summon them, but he could not connect to the 30 immortal dominions. The Tong Tian of the Jie sect is already dead. How am I supposed to turn into a human and return him? Guhai frowned. He reached out and grabbed a large fish in the lake. Then he tossed it into the void passageway. Boom. The moment the fish entered, it was instantly crushed. Using the fish to replace the Tong Tian sect master and return? Clearly that would not work. I can't summon them anymore? Guhai's expression turned ugly. At this moment, Lin Wanner woke up and screamed, "No!" Whoosh. He retracted his hand and the array instantly shrank. Guhai dispelled the array. Guhai turned his head and looked at Lin Wanner, whose face was covered in tears. He immediately walked over. "Wanner, you're awake?" Guhai said gently. Lin Wanner stared at Guhai, her eyes full of grievance. "I'm here. Don't worry. Come back with me." Guhai said softly as he grabbed Wanner's hands. "Scoundrel." Wanner suddenly burst into tears. Guhai hugged Lin Wanner. The Han Imperial Dynasty, Infinite Celestial Capital. Mo Yike had also returned. However, His Majesty had not returned yet, and the officials were anxious. Mo Yike was very resourceful. Although Qin Tianshan was in charge of the overall situation, he also consulted his opinion on many matters. In a large hall, Mo Yike and Qin Tianshan were sipping tea and chatting. The Crown Prince of Guqin is back? Mo Yike took a sip of tea and looked at Qin Tianshan. Qin Tianshan nodded. The Crown Prince is worried about causing internal strife. After all, the Crown Prince represented the Sky Chess Pavilion to provoke us last time. Mo Yike said with a smile. Lord Mo, the Crown Prince? Qin Tianshan looked at Mo Yike. Don't worry. His Majesty personally told me that the Crown Prince has recovered. It's best that he doesn't want to govern the country for the time being. Wait for His Majesty to return and restore the Crown Prince's power. Mo Yike said solemnly. However, there has been no news from His Majesty. Qin Tianshan frowned. It's not like you don't know His Majesty's methods. It's enough that he has returned. Perhaps he was delayed by something. Mo Yike took a sip of tea and shook his head. At this moment, Montez hurried over. Your Highness, Lord Mo? It's good that you're here. The elite guards of the Dian Dynasty's princess are requesting help from His Majesty. Montez frowned. Oh. The two were surprised. Immediately, they took out a Guqin figurine and repeated the request from the elite guards. Requesting help from His Majesty? Immeasurable lifespan? Mo Yike narrowed his eyes. Lord Mo, could it be a trap? Qin Tianshan frowned. His Majesty definitely needs lifespan. This is a serious matter. Whether it's a trap or not, it's not something we can decide. Let's wait for His Majesty to make a decision. Mo Yike frowned. Everyone nodded. My lord, His Majesty's Guqin figurine has sent news. An official hurried over. Voila. Everyone stood up immediately. Soon, in a large hall, through the Guqin figurine, Gu Hai began to communicate with each other. South of the Divine Continent, in a forest. Boom. Hundreds of millions of sword auras scattered in all directions. In an instant, the forest was filled with sword auras. Wherever the sword auras passed, not a single blade of grass grew. Gu Hai, I know you are here. Come out. The Tong Tian sect master in midair snorted coldly. He looked around. Not far away in a small river. Gu Hai and Lin Wanner went down with the current and stealthily left their original location, going very far away. Once they entered the forest, the two immediately hid and fled. After several days of hiding, they finally shook off the Tong Tian sect master. What's going on? We've already been discovered twice by the Tong Tian sect master? Gu Hai frowned deeply. It's all my fault. Lin Wanner blamed herself. What's wrong? I practiced Taishang's oblivion, which belongs to the Wansho Taoism branch. The Tong Tian sect master followed Taishang's aura to find us. Although he couldn't pinpoint our exact location, he knew our general direction. Lin Wanner blamed herself. Oh, Taishang's aura? Why don't you enter my immortal dome? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. It's useless. This is a method invented by Yuanshi Qianzuan after the death of the Taishang sect master 800,000 years ago. Even if I hide in the immortal dome, it's useless. Even if I enter the void, he can still sense my location. Why don't you just leave me? Lin Wanner smiled bitterly. Ha, you're kidding. Gu Hai was amused. Leave Lin Wanner behind? How could that be possible? Alright, don't blame yourself. If he wants to chase us, then let him. I'll make sure he can't catch us. Gu Hai smiled. But. No buts. Remember, if I catch you this time, you're not allowed to leave me again. Gu Hai said seriously. Although Lin Wanner looked reluctant, she felt sweet inside. Are we going back to your Dahan? Lin Wanner asked. Our Dahan. Gu Hai immediately corrected her. Alright. Lin Wanner pouted. We won't go back for now. The Tong Tian sect master is definitely guarding against us. If we go north, we'll be exposed. Moreover, the Tong Tian sect master is too strong. If he goes crazy, the people of Dahan will suffer. We won't go back for now. Gu Hai shook his head. Then where are we going? Didn't I contact the Boundless Sky yesterday? Are we going to Shenong City? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Dian Dynasty, Shenong City? Lin Wanner frowned slightly. Gu Hai nodded. Although Jiang Lianshan has unfortunately fallen, the people related to him are not easy to deal with. Even his daughter? Haha, his eldest daughter, the ancestor of the drought demon. This youngest daughter actually knew to ask me for help. She must be extraordinary. Let's go see her. Lin Wanner nodded. I've read about Jing Wei's records before. Oh. She was Jiang Lianshan's youngest daughter. She was originally called Nuwa, but Jiang Lianshan was busy with government affairs and couldn't accompany her. She secretly went out to play and even secretly went to the East Sea by herself. The East Sea was originally sunny, but suddenly a strong wind blew, and it started raining heavily. The waves overturned Nuwa's boat, and she drowned in the sea. When Jiang Lianshan heard the news, he was very sad and killed all the monsters in the sea. Unfortunately, Nuwa didn't come back to life. Her body sank into the sea and disappeared. Only her soul left her body and turned into a strange bird. At first, she only knew how to say, Jingwei, Jingwei. Later, she held stones in her mouth and went to fill the sea. At that time, it was widely known as Jingwei filling the sea. Later, she was found by Jiang Lianshan, who opened her soul and restored her memory. Maybe it was guilt or maybe it was something else, but Jiang Lianshan treasured her so much. Only her body was gone. Only her soul turned into a Jingwei. Lin Wanna recalled. Jingwei filling the sea? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. This story seemed to have been heard on Earth before. Was this Jingwei also an extraordinary person? In the development of the two immortal domes, they both had the same fate. Of course, this is only a legend. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. Lin Wanner shook her head. Whether it's true or not, let's go see her. Gu Hai said solemnly. Lin Wanner nodded. The two of them avoided the pursuit of the Tong Tian sect master as they headed towards the Dian dynasty. The Tong Tian sect master also frowned as he pursued them. Gu Hai and the others didn't return to the limitless celestial capital? Hide, let's see how long you can hide. After 3 months, Gu Hai and Lin Wanner avoided the pursuit of the Tong Tian sect master as they headed towards Shinong City. Along the way, absence made the heart fonder. Lin Wanner's cultivation increased rapidly as she practiced the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. When they arrived at the boundary of Shinong City, Lin Wanner's cultivation had already reached the peak of the celestial palace. Although her cultivation was the same as Gu Hai's in terms of strength, she was much weaker than Gu Hai. The two of them quietly entered Shinong City. They arrived at the residence of a Dahan's brocade guard. Inside a large hall. Greetings, Your Majesty. A few brocade guard bowed excitedly. They were all carefully selected spies by Montes. When they were choosing, they chose subordinates who worshipped Gu Hai fervently. Now that Gu Hai was here personally, they were naturally very excited. This is the news that you have gathered recently? Gu Hai was puzzled. One of the brocade guards said respectfully, yes, the news of Jiang Lianshan's death has spread. The Dian dynasty is in chaos. The Red Emperor, the White Emperor Jiang Rulai, and Matriarch Ji led their armies to suppress the rebellions and reorganize the Dian dynasty's territory. Under the strong pressure, the Dian dynasty barely maintained its original state. Princess Jingwei is in charge of the country. Tomorrow, Princess Jingwei will be officially elected to succeed the throne. Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji will elect Jingwei to succeed the throne? Since when were these two so kind? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. We do not know. It was normal for the brocade guard not to know. After all, Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji were extremely secretive. How could everyone know? Did the Fire Emperor look for you? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Yes, 3 months ago, the Fire Emperor looked for us in another division and asked us to pass a message to the imperial court. One of the brocade guards said respectfully. Go and inform the Fire Emperor that I am here. I want to see Jingwei. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Chapter 857. Farmer God City, Flame God Hall. You are not my brother. Get out, get out. The elite guard shouted in anger as he glared at the people in the hall. Jiang Rulai clasped his palms together and smiled. He then turned around and led the future Buddha out of the hall. Once they were out of the hall, the future Buddha frowned. Buddha, why isn't the elite guard cooperating? What should we do? Will there be any changes tomorrow? Empress Ji has the same goal as me. As long as the elite guard doesn't leave, everything will be under our control. It's normal for her to throw a tantrum. Guard the place and don't allow the elite guard to leave. Jiang Rulai instructed. Yes. The future Buddha replied. Seeing Jiang Rulai leave, the elite guard's face turned ugly and was filled with hatred. Before long, the Fire Emperor stepped into the hall. Princess, is Jiang Rulai here to force you to cooperate with him again? The Fire Emperor frowned. He used to be so kind. When father was around, he kept sending gifts to me. Ha ha ha. The elite guard's face turned ugly. Jiang Rulai? He changes his attitude faster than flipping a book? His Holiness was wrong about him. The Fire Emperor's face turned ugly. Uncle Fire Emperor, they're going to act tomorrow. Is there any news from the Dahan Empire? The elite guard asked anxiously. That's the only good news. The Fire Emperor laughed bitterly. Gu Hai is here. He wants to see you. The Fire Emperor said solemnly. Oh, he's finally here? The elite guard's eyes lit up as a look of joy flashed across his face. However, outside the Flame God Hall, there's a spell set up by Empress Ji and Jianghu. The security is very strict. The Fire Emperor's face turned ugly. Then how do we bring them in? The elite guard's face turned ugly. Buzz. At this point, the space behind the Fire Emperor started to ripple. Two people walked out from within. It was Gu Hai and Lin Wanner. The two of you? The Fire Emperor was shocked. I came in with you. Gu Hai laughed. With the ancient immortal dome, Gu Hai's movements were extremely secretive. As for Lin Wanner, Gu Hai didn't dare to leave her alone outside, because he didn't know when the Tongtian sect master would come looking for her. Although the Fire Emperor was astonished, this was the best outcome he could hope for. The elite guards immediately sized up Gu Hai. In the past, Jing Wei was very cautious when dealing with Gu Hai. He even encouraged Jiang Lianshan to kill him as soon as possible. After all, it was too dangerous to leave a threat here. Who would have thought that he would have to ask for Gu Hai's help today? Greetings, Princess Diane. Gu Hai smiled. Gu Hai also looked at Jing Wei carefully. She had the appearance of a delicate little girl. She looked extremely cute, but Gu Hai did not underestimate her. Many thanks for your help, Ancient Emperor. The Jing Wei's eyes lit up. In your letter, you said that as long as I can bring you out of here, everything will be fine? Gu Hai looked at Jing Wei. That's right. Don't worry, I have an immeasurable lifespan. That place is only known to me and my father. No one else knows about it, including Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji. The Jing Wei said confidently. Since that's the case, I'll bring you out. Gu Hai nodded his head. Maybe you don't know the situation. Look at my wrist. The Jing Wei stretched out her right hand. There were two tattoos on her right wrist. One was a golden lotus and the other was a golden sword. This is. Matriarch Ji and Jiang Rulai left a mark on my body. I can't escape. No matter where I go, they will be able to find me. You used the Immortal Dome just now, right? Even if you enter the Immortal Dome, it's useless. If you don't believe me, you can try. The Jing Wei laughed bitterly. Gu Hai waved his hand and enveloped the Jing Wei within the Immortal Dome. Wang. In the Jing Wei's hand, the golden lotus and golden sword insignia started to emit a gentle golden light. Jing Wei, are you trying to break through my restrictions? Jiang Rulai's voice could be heard from outside the hall. Who? Gu Hai released the elite guards from the Immortal Dome of Antiquity. The Jing Wei glared at the outside and shouted, None of your business, humph. Tomorrow is the ceremony. Rest well. Matriarch Ji's voice could be heard from outside the hall. The Jing Wei didn't reply. The two people outside didn't say anything either. Gu Hai frowned. The Fire Emperor hurriedly set up a soundproof barrier. Fire Emperor, this thing you can't break through it? Gu Hai frowned and asked. The Fire Emperor shook his head. Lin Wanner went forward to check as well. She sent a strand of Taishang's energy into the barrier. I shouldn't be able to break it. Unless I'm as strong as Matriarch Ji and Jiang Rulai. Lin Wanner frowned. Is it that troublesome? Gu Hai frowned. That's why I'm looking for you. If you want to break it, you have to wait until I succeed the throne tomorrow. Then, I can use the power of the country and try to break it. However, by tomorrow it'll be too late. The Jing Wei's expression turned ugly. You can only break it tomorrow? Gu Hai frowned as he fell into deep thought. The Jing Wei looked at Lin Wanner in shock. Taishang's energy. You're Lin Wanner? The new Taishang of Wansho Taoism? Not anymore. Lin Wanner shook her head. Fire cauldron body. The Jing Wei's eyes opened wide as he grabbed Lin Wanner's hand. Lin Wanner frowned as she tried to retract her hand. Princess Jing Wei, please let go of me. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. At this point, the Jing Wei's body slammed into Lin Wanner. What are you doing? Gu Hai's expression changed as he tried to rush forward. However, in that split second, everything happened too quickly. The Jing Wei seemed to have disappeared in an instant and entered Lin Wanner's body. How dare you? Gu Hai's expression changed as he grabbed the Jing Wei. However, the Jing Wei had already disappeared. Princess? The Fire Emperor was shocked. Lin Wanner's body released a large amount of flames. A huge amount of flames shot out in all directions. Jing Wei, come out. Gu Hai extended his hand and pulled Lin Wuner into the celestial dome of the ancients. At the same time he used the vines of the vine world gourd to tie her up. He then placed his hand on Lin Wuner's back as a huge amount of energy entered her body. Gu Hai, don't move. You don't want Lin Wuner to be hurt, right? Lin Wuner shouted out. However, the voice that came out was the Jingwei's. Come out of Wuner's body. Jingwei, don't you want me to save you? Do you want to die? Gu Hai's expression was ferocious. Don't move. Lin Wuner is fine. She's really fine. It's just that I need to borrow her body for a period of time. The Jingwei's voice sounded out again. What did you say? Gu Hai's expression turned ugly. Fire cauldron body? Haha, that's why my spirit can stay here temporarily. You don't have to worry. I'll take over her body for a period of time and give her great benefits. The Jingwei shouted out. There's no need. I don't need your benefits. Come out immediately. Gu Hai said coldly. Princess, why are you? The Fire Emperor was shocked. Uncle Fire Emperor, have you forgotten? Back then, I had already died in the sea. My body sank into the sea and disappeared. My spirit turned into a Jingwei. Speaking of which, I'm just a spirit. My father had been trying to find a fire cauldron body for me, but he couldn't find anything. Who would have thought, ha. The Jingwei was ecstatic. Do you believe that if I kill you now, I'll be able to save Wuner? Gu Hai's eyes were cold as he reached out and grabbed the Jingwei's neck. Stop. The Fire Emperor was about to attack Gu Hai. However, as he stretched out his hand, he grabbed onto thin air. It was within Gu Hai's immortal dome. The Fire Emperor couldn't touch him at all. Cough, cough, cough. Let me go. The Jingwei was shocked. Jingwei, I'm here to make a deal with you. I'm not here to be plotted against. If you come out now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Don't force me to kill you. Gu Hai said coldly. Cough, cough, cough. I didn't want to harm Wuner. She's fine. I'm just looking for a body to stay here for a while. Once I find my body, I'll come out immediately. The Jingwei said. Gu Hai stared at the elite guard but did not care about him. Only by using my physical body can I obtain the greatest amount of fate energy. Only then can I fight for the items in the Sea of Fate. Furthermore, I can't leave now. The Jingwei said anxiously. Boom. Suddenly Lin Wuner's body was surrounded by an air current. Heavenly Palace? Gu Hai's face darkened. Father infused a seed of the Nanming primordial fire into my soul. I gave the Nanming primordial fire to Lin Wuner to cultivate. Her soul is cultivating the Nanming primordial fire. She's benefited greatly from it. The Jingwei shouted. Nanming primordial fire? That's impossible. After the vermilion bird died, there was no more Nanming primordial fire. The Fire Emperor said in shock. Father collected all the fire seeds in the world for the Flame Emperor. Although the Nanming primordial fire is rare, he still managed to find one. Lin Wuner has the body of a fire cauldron and must have been nourished greatly. Her 3 souls are now fusing with the Nanming primordial fire. The Jingwei shouted. I told you to come out. Gu Hai stared at the Jingwei. I can't come out. Without the Nanming primordial fire to solidify my soul, I'll turn into ashes the moment I come out. Furthermore, Gu Hai, you'd better let me go. I know that you have the ability to collect the 3 souls and use the chess formation to repair your physical body. Kill me and save Lin Wuner? You can do it. However, you have to know that Lin Wuner's 3 souls are now fusing with the Nanming primordial fire. If you're not careful, you'll turn into ashes. The Jingwei shouted. What did you say? Gu Hai's face darkened. I'm the dove that took over the magpie's nest. However, you can't do anything to me now. If you want to die, I'll die with her. The Jingwei stared at Gu Hai. Good. Ah, little girl, I've underestimated you. Gu Hai looked at the Jingwei coldly. He extended his hand and slapped the Jingwei's body. A wave of energy entered Lin Wuner's body. The Jingwei struggled but could not. After Gu Hai checked the Jingwei, he could not do anything. Gu Hai, let's continue with our deal. Don't worry, I'll return Lin Wuner to you. Once you find my corpse, I'll come out immediately. The Jingwei said. What if you can't find it? Jiang Lianshan hasn't been able to find it for so many years. Your corpse might have been eaten by the fishes. Gu Hai said coldly. No, I can feel its presence. Or wait until I find my sister. My sister has a way to help me rebuild my body. The Jingwei shouted. You're living and dying together with Wuner now? Gu Hai said gloomily. That's right. I've taken over her body and fused her 3 souls into the Nanming primordial fire. The Nanming primordial fire is the strongest fire in the world. It's the real Nanming primordial fire, not the fake ones. When I come out, she will control the scariest fire in the world. Did you see that? She just fused with the Nanming primordial fire and rushed to Heavenly Palace. The Jingwei shouted. Guhai stared at the Jingwei. His face was gloomy, but he could not do anything. Ah, Jingwei, if anything happens to one, or I'll destroy you, Guhai said coldly. Don't worry, I don't want to hurt her, the Jingwei said. Chapter 858. Guhai released Jingwei. However, he still looked at Jingwei coldly. The Jingwei rubbed his neck that was strangled. He looked at Guhai and smiled evilly. He then rolled up his sleeves. On his wrist, there was still the golden lotus and golden sword symbol. Ah, Jianghu, Empress Ji? This symbol has been following me all this time? Jingwei said with an ugly expression. Remember what I said. If anything happens to Wanner? Guhai said with a gloomy expression. Don't worry. After I find my sister, I will return you a complete Lin Wanner. Now you should think about how to bring me away. Jingwei laughed. Guhai frowned slightly, suppressing the anger in his heart. Tell me everything you know, including the intentions of Jianghu and Empress Ji. What are their motives? Guhai said. Jingwei nodded. At this moment, Jingwei chose to believe Guhai and told him everything. Oh, there is a treasure hidden in the Sea of Destiny? What is it? Guhai asked curiously. Jingwei was silent for a while. At this moment, it was obvious how precious the treasure was. Jianghu and Empress Ji came here personally to fight for it. It was obvious how important it was. Guhai was so smart. It wouldn't be easy to fool him. Divine Path Sorcerer's Book. Jingwei took a deep breath. Divine Path Sorcerer's Book? That's impossible. That item was destroyed during the War of the Gods. The Fire Emperor exclaimed in shock. No, it was found by the Sage Father. Jingwei shook his head. Impossible. The sorcerer tribe was wiped out. How could the Divine Path Sorcerer's Book still exist? The Fire Emperor said with wide eyes. Then what do you think happened to my sister? Jingwei asked. Huh? The Fire Emperor's expression changed. Divine Path Sorcerer's Book? What's that? Guhai asked curiously. Ancient Emperor, have you ever heard of the primordial age when the demons ruled the world and the humans were enslaved? After that, a group of humans chose to learn the Tao of God cultivation of the demons and created the witch tribe? The leader of the Magi was Jianghu. Had he led a large group of Magi and almost perished together with the demons? The battlefield was in the Netherworld. The Netherworld was almost completely destroyed, it was a complete mess. After the war of the liches and demons, the two races had completely declined. Only then did the human race rise. The elite guard asked. Oh, I seem to have heard of it before. Guhai frowned. The Divine Path Sorcerer Canon is the sacred canon of the Sorcerer tribe. It contains countless secret spells of the Sorcerer tribe. Jianghu was one of the most prominent representatives of the Witch tribe. The self-cursing and self-refining technique. Jingwei said in a deep voice. And? Guhai frowned and nodded. The art of self-cursing and self-refining into a corpse has 4 branches: earth, fire, wind, and water. Their ancestors are Jianghu, Hanba, Ingo, and Hoqing respectively. Haha, I believe the ancient emperor has seen these 4 types of zombies? The elite guard looked at Guhai. Dragon god Ing Hua Xiu the Great and Hoqing? Guhai frowned. Although the sorcerer tribe created these 4 branches of zombies in the ancient times, only Jianghu cultivated the earth veins. My sister Jiang Yen cultivated the fire vein for the first time. When she first started, she turned into a flaming demon. Wherever she stepped, the land was red. That was why she was called Hanba. Ingo? I have never seen Xiu's water vein. Father knows where he is. Perhaps Xiu the Great also knows. After all, he cultivated the body of Ingo. The last one is Hoqing. Haha, he fell in love with my sister. My sister turned into Hanba. He cultivated the wind vein and became the ancestor of the wind vein. The Divine Path Sorcerer Canon contains these 4 branches? Guhai asked seriously. The elite guard shook his head. These 4 branches are no longer in the Divine Path Sorcerer Canon. This is because their inheritance is not a paragraph of words, but a Divine Path seed. Since the 4 branches have ancestors, then the Divine Path seed is used. Jianghu is so strong, but he only used one of the seeds. The elite guard explained. No more? Then what else is in the Divine Path Sorcerer Canon? Guhai frowned. As I said, these were all created by the sorcerer tribe. The 4 branches of zombies are only a part of the sorcerer tribe's secret techniques. There are countless other secret techniques in the Divine Path Sorcerer canon. It is the greatest treasure of the Dian dynasty, the inheritance of the entire sorcerer tribe. The elite guard explained. Gu Hai became serious. The sorcerer tribe's treasure? This was not an ordinary item. No wonder Matriarch Ji and Jianghu were so excited. One of the 4 branches of zombies was the creation of a monster like Jiang Qin. One had to know that Fuxi had said that he fought with Jiang Qin once and it was a draw. How many more powerful secret techniques were in the Divine Path Sorcerer canon? Jiang Lianshan has such a treasure but he didn't use it? Gu Hai asked. Why not? Do you think it is so easy to learn the sorcerer tribe's secret techniques? It depends on the person. Not everyone can learn it. Many people will die if they touch it. Also, how do you know that my father didn't set it up? Isn't my sister one of them? The elite guard frowned. Gu Hai frowned and started to think. The elite guard waited patiently. After thinking for a while, Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, if you want to escape, you can't take this Divine Path Sorcerer canon. What? The elite guard asked anxiously. Although the treasure is valuable, you can't take it. Gu Hai said calmly. The elite guard's expression changed and turned gloomy. Gu Hai was right. Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji were the 2 strongest people in the world. He couldn't protect them at all. Instead, it would make escaping more dangerous. If you can't help me get the treasure, what do I need you for? If I throw the Divine Path Sorcerer canon out, Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji will fight. Can't I escape by myself? The elite guard frowned. You think so simply. Will they let you escape? Gu Hai smiled. The elite guard's expression turned gloomy and he didn't say anything. Indeed, he was the most trusted person of his father. He knew many secrets. How could Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji let him go? Don't take the Divine Path Sorcerer canon. When you have the ability, you can take it back. Gu Hai said. But the elite guard was anxious. Jiang Lianshan didn't use the Divine Path Sorcerer canon recklessly in the past. This means that it won't be easy to take advantage of it. Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji might not be much stronger than Jiang Lianshan. Let them fight for it. We can take it back in the future. Gu Hai said. The elite guard's expression turned gloomy. After a moment of silence, he said coldly, all right, as long as sister comes back, we can take it back from them. It's good that you are determined. Now listen to my instructions. Gu Hai said. The elite guard nodded. Fire Emperor, I hope that you can use your power to search the city and see if there's any news about the Tongtian sect master. Gu Hai said. Tongtian sect master? The elite guard was stunned. Someone is here to steal the Divine Path Sorcerer canon? He's here at the right time. However, isn't it better if things get more chaotic? Gu Hai smiled. All right. The Fire Emperor nodded and stepped out of the hall. What do we do now? My body belongs to Lin Wan Air. Should we cover it up? The elite guard frowned. You're worried now? Gu Hai laughed coldly. Chim, I thought you had a plan. You were going to bring me out of here tonight. After working for half a day, you're going to give the Divine Path Sorcerer canon to someone else? The elite guard said unhappily. If you don't inherit the throne and use the power of the nation, how are you going to remove the seal on Matriarch Ji and Jiang Rulai? If you want to escape, you have to remove the tracking cuffs. Gu Hai said. But my appearance now. Your appearance? Kiki, what's the big deal? You possessed one heir. So what if she looks good? You can help them get the Divine Path Sorcerer canon. That's enough. They don't care so much. Their goal is clear. When the time comes, you don't even have to say anything and they will help you. No one will dare to question your appearance. If they say that you're an elite guard, then that's how the original elite guard looked. How many people in the Dian dynasty would dare to defy them after these few months? Gu Hai laughed coldly. All right. I'll listen to you. Gu Hai, don't worry. As long as I can get out of here, I'll give you immeasurable lifespan. Solemnly, the elite guard said. Immeasurable lifespan? I don't have much hope now. You little brat, no, you're much older than me. It's just that your appearance hasn't changed. You're too scheming. I just want one heir to return to normal. Gu Hai said. Kiki, I'm not being honest. However, I'll do what I say. I'll definitely give you a measurable lifespan. Also, as long as you find my sister, one heir will return to normal. The elite guard promised. I hope so. Gu Hai furrowed his brows and didn't believe him completely. The next day, Farmer God City. Countless soldiers were stationed in the city. All the officials gathered outside the Flame God Hall. At this point, the officials were divided into 3 groups. They stood behind Jianghu, Matriarch Ji and the Fire Emperor. The people from the 3 groups looked at each other with hatred as they looked at the entrance of the Flame God Hall. Over the past few months, the Dian dynasty had been filled with blood. However, they were finally controlled. The huge Dian dynasty didn't collapse. Everything was for the sake of the coronation ceremony. The auspicious time has arrived. Princess Jianghu, please come out of the hall. Matriarch Ji shouted. Everyone was silent as they looked at the entrance of the Flame God Hall. Quang. The entrance of the Flame God Hall opened. As the doors opened, a large number of maids walked out and scattered flowers. It was a grand occasion like a festival celebration. Woo 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 woo. Not far away, the officials from the Ministry of Rites blew the horn, indicating the grandeur of the coronation ceremony. In the Flame God Hall, the maids stood respectfully on both sides. The Jianghu was wearing a dragon robe and a crown. He held a box in his hands as he walked out. When they saw the Jianghu, the expressions of the officials changed. No, he is not the princess. Who are you? How dare you impersonate the princess? How dare you? Where is the princess? Everyone shouted angrily. Jianghu and Matriarch Ji squinted their eyes as they moved their hands. The golden lotus and golden sword imprints on the Jianghu's wrist lit up. Amateus Buddha. Jianghu suddenly shouted. Your Highness. Some of the officials who were loyal to Jianghu shouted out. She is the Princess Jianghu. Jianghu said solemnly. Ah, what? That's right. He is the Jianghu. Matriarch Ji said. When Matriarch Ji and Jianghu spoke out, the officials behind them suppressed their doubts and kept quiet. Not far away, the White Emperor and the Scarlet Emperor's expressions changed. She is possessed by the princess. The Fire Emperor explained. The 2 of them were shocked. The group of ambitious people suppressed the doubts of the officials. They waited for the Jianghu to step out. At this moment, on a floating island in Shinnong City, the Tongtian sect master stood with his hands behind his back as he laughed coldly. Matriarch Ji? Jianghu? How lively. And Guhai and Lin Wan. The 2 of you have integrated so quickly. Chapter 859. The Tongtian sect master stood on the floating island and looked coldly at the entrance of the Flame God Shrine. He sneered. Lin Wan and Jianghu fused? The Tongtian could roughly guess the situation. Since Lin Wan was here, then Guhai must be here too. Since he couldn't escape, then there was nothing for him to worry about. Furthermore, the Tongtian sect master was very curious about the strange gathering of Matriarch Ji and Jianghu. Tongtian watched quietly. He wanted to see if there was anything in this declining Great Yan Heavenly Dynasty that was worth the attention of these people. Flame God Shrine Square. Everyone waited patiently. The Jianghu stepped out of the main hall and looked coldly at the people around him. On his left was the present Buddha, Jianghu. Behind him were the future Buddha, Sakra, and 3 weird-looking people. The 3 of them only had a piece of ragged cloth draped over their upper bodies. Their kasayas were not kasayas. The 3 of them stood behind the future Buddha and seemed to have a higher status than Sakra. Sakra was the head of the 8th-division Heavenly Dragon. Where did these 3 people come from? Their status was higher than Sakra? Why haven't I seen them before? Jianghu? The 3 people behind you look unfamiliar. The Jianghu squinted his eyes. You know everyone from Spiritual Mountain? Jianghu clasped his hands together. How should I address the 3 of them? The Jianghu solemnly asked. The ceremony is near. Princess Jianghu should take over as Dian and His Holiness first, right? The future Buddha asked. The Jianghu squinted his eyes. I'm talking to Jianghu. Since when did you have the right to interrupt? The future Buddha was unhappy. Jianghu waved his hand and stopped the future Buddha. Jianghu is my sister after all. It's not inappropriate to ask out of curiosity. However, after asking, you have to take over as the monarch immediately. Otherwise, it won't be good if the time is up. The Jianghu snorted. The 3 weird-looking people took a step forward. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. The 3 of them announced their names, but no one seemed to have heard of them before. These 3 are the 3 divine protectors of the holy land of the spiritual mountain. Jianghu clasped his hands together. His eyes seemed to be urging the elite guards to hurry up. The elite guard wasn't in a hurry. He turned his head and looked at Empress Ji and her group. Behind Empress Ji was a group of officials. Many of the elite guards recognized these people. Empress Ji, the Eastern Sea Dragon King, didn't come? I still remember that he was loyal to the Dian dynasty, but he was abducted by you. Why, Dian have such a big matter today and he actually didn't appear. The elite guard said coldly. Princess Jingwei, it's time. Matriarch Ji said indifferently. However, she didn't follow the words of the elite guard. After all, although the elite guard had many tricks up his sleeve, he was useless in front of Empress Ji. Umph. The elite guard snorted coldly and turned to look at a group of Dian's former subjects. Fire Emperor, Dongfang Shou, White Emperor and Scarlet Emperor. Mr. Dongfang? When father was around he treated you well. I only asked you to help me send a letter to my sister, but you made so many excuses. Good job, Mr. Dongfang. The elite guard said coldly. Dongfang Shou wasn't angry. He was still wrapped in his white robe. Princess, you forgot that I was only loyal to His Holiness. His Holiness is dead. I won't help any of you. If you won't help any of us, why are you staying in Dian? The elite guard said coldly. I have my reasons for staying. You don't have to care. Dongfang Shou said coldly. The elite guard ignored them. He turned to look at the White Emperor and Scarlet Emperor. Two emperors. Solemnly the elite guard said. The White Emperor and Scarlet Emperor had complicated expressions on their faces. Solemnly the elite guard said, I don't want to say much. I just want to ask the two emperors to know something. Princess, please speak. Scarlet Emperor frowned. You saw father stay there and didn't return with you. However, did you really see father die? The elite guard said coldly. The two emperors' faces fell. If the two of you betrayed the Dian dynasty and betrayed father's orders, I don't know how he would treat you when he returns. The elite guard laughed. His Holiness is dead. Scarlet Emperor frowned. That's what you think. Father is wise and strategic. Everything he does has a purpose. It's not like you don't know about his plans. Do you really think he doesn't have a backup plan? And you traitors, how dare you betray father? When he returns, none of you will be able to escape. The elite guard shouted. At this point, the faces of all the Dian officials fell as they broke out in cold sweat. Their determination to betray the elite guard was shaken. At the very least, from now on, if the elite guard were to fight with Jianghu and Matriarch Ji, none of the officials would dare to interfere. Uncle Fire Emperor, you are the most loyal to father. When father returns he will seek justice for you. The elite guard looked at the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor bowed respectfully. Thank you, Princess. The Fire Emperor's bow was extremely strange. He wasn't facing the elite guard and was slightly off course. Everyone around felt weird. Is the Fire Emperor blind? The princess is clearly in this direction. You're bowing in the wrong direction. However, the elite guard squinted his eyes. Only the elite guards understood what the Fire Emperor meant. The Fire Emperor's back was facing the direction where the sect leader Tong Tian was resting. Uncle Fire Emperor, I understand. You don't have to be so polite. The elite guard laughed. The Fire Emperor nodded his head. Princess, it's almost time. Please ascend the throne. Matriarch Ji said coldly. The elite guard harumphed coldly as he stepped onto a huge stage. Standing on the stage, he took out an imperial decree from a box in his hands. As he held the imperial decree, the elite guard raised his head and looked at the clouds of fate energy. Although the fate energy of the Dian dynasty had gathered, there was no sign of a god or golden dragon above the clouds of fate energy. It was just a patch of golden clouds. There were many of them and there was no sign of the Emperor's will. The Divine Sorcerer's book was inside but it couldn't be retrieved. Only by gathering the Emperor's will could the Divine Sorcerer's book be retrieved. Everyone watched on patiently. The elite guard opened the imperial decree slowly. The elite guards of the Great Yen Celestial Dynasty are entrusted by the Imperial Regent's writ of Regent to rule the Great Yen Celestial Dynasty while the Imperial Regent is away. Billions of fate energy heed my command. The elite guard shouted. Wong. The elite guard's body released a surge of fate energy into the imperial decree. The decree emitted a beam of golden light which shot towards the clouds of fate energy. Rumble. The entire cloud of fate energy started to revolve around the center of the cloud. In an instant, the entire Farmer God City was illuminated by the golden light of fate energy. In an instant, the elite guard used the decree to control the cloud of fate energy. Everyone held their breaths as they waited. The cloud of fate energy surged for a while before the elite guard spoke again. Open up the fate energy and announce it to the world. In the cloud of fate energy, a dragon's roar could be heard. Following which, the roar could be heard by all the citizens of the Dian dynasty. Citizens of the Dian dynasty, I'm His Holiness's daughter, the elite guard. This is the Dian dynasty and cannot be tainted by outsiders. The Dian dynasty will always be the Dian dynasty. Today the dynasty is about to collapse. As the daughter of the Holy Father, I have been entrusted by the decree to rule the Dian dynasty. However, the Dian dynasty is in danger. I beg the citizens of the Dian dynasty to lend me a hand so that I can take over the position of monarch and obtain the power of the Dian dynasty. When the Holy Father returns, I will return the throne. If I go against him, let the fate energy dissipate, the elite guard shouted. Her voice was instantly heard by all the citizens of the Dian dynasty. What? The princess is going to inherit the throne? Is this a power grab? No, the princess was appointed by His Holiness. She is His Holiness's most trusted person. How could she betray him? She must be doing this to fend off the bandits. The princess said that once His Holiness returns, His Holiness will immediately take over the throne. If he goes against it, the fate energy will dissipate. I believe that His Holiness will definitely return. His Holiness will definitely take revenge on those bandits in the future. Using the princess's power, I support the princess to temporarily inherit the throne. Long live the great Yan celestial dynasty. The people were also feeling uneasy these days. Countless legends said that the great emperor had fallen, and great Yan's land was in chaos. There were chaotic battles everywhere and countless people were suffering. Who did not want a stable environment? Who didn't want His Holiness to return? In the past, the people of the Dian dynasty were so powerful. As long as they could maintain their original appearance, the citizens would naturally support them. The lords of the surrounding cities were already controlled by Jianghu and Matriarch Ji. They had already received the order. They went with the flow. In the square of the Flame God Hall, although Jingwei said that Jianghu and Matriarch Ji were bandits, the two did not stop them. They only waited with narrowed eyes. At the same time they were wary of each other. Citizens of the Dian dynasty, please raise your right hand and use the power of the Dian dynasty to announce to the heavens that we support Jingwei to inherit the throne. Jingwei will temporarily rule the Dian dynasty and control the fate energy of the Dian dynasty. Jingwei shouted. Boom. His voice instantly spread to the ears of the citizens. The citizens immediately raised their right hand. Buzz. Immediately they fell to the ground and announced their intentions to the heavens, to the sea of fate energy. The hearts of the people were the will of the heavens. When the people started to respect Jingwei as their lord, the vast sea of providence also started to change its will. It started to change from recognizing Jiang Lianshan as its lord to recognizing Jingwei as its lord. Buzz. A beam of golden light shot from the sea of fate energy towards Jingwei. It seemed to be recognized by a portion of the fate energy. Roar. The roar of a dragon suddenly resounded in the sea of luck. The will of the golden dragon of luck, which had dissipated because of Jiang Lianshan's disappearance, reformed once again. The dragon roar shook the sky. More and more golden light enveloped Jingwei. Jingwei's body shone with golden light. Under everyone's expectant gazes, a dragon head slowly appeared from the huge golden dragon of fate energy. The dragon head was faintly discernible. However, the moment the dragon head appeared, Matriarch Ji and Jiangruli's eyes lit up. This was because everyone could faintly see a ball of black fog in the mouth of the dragon head. Black fog? That's right. That was the divine Dao sorcerer cannon. Chapter 860. It was the divine Dao sorcerer's tome. Jiangru and Matriarch Ji's eyes lit up. Black fog surrounded the divine Dao sorcerer's tome. Others might not be able to tell, but the two of them knew how precious the divine Dao sorcerer's tome was. However, the golden dragon couldn't touch the divine Dao sorcerer's tome unless it entered the Jingwei's body. Roar. The dragon's roar was loud. As more and more citizens of the Dian dynasty raised their hands, the golden dragon of destiny became clearer. In the sea of destiny, the golden dragon surged and it seemed to have a powerful force. The golden dragon didn't dive down. Instead, it continued to gather its power. Jingwei, it's about time. Take it down. Matriarch Ji said in a deep voice. Jiangru stared at the Jingwei and said, Jingwei, give it to me. As the two experts fought, Jiangru and Matriarch Ji revealed a ferocious expression. Haha, Jiangru, Matriarch Ji, you want the divine Dao sorcerer's tome? Hey, do you really think that I'm a fish on the chopping board? The Jingwei said coldly. Oh, does that mean that you have something else to rely on? Matriarch Ji said coldly. This belongs to my father. It belongs to Great Yen. You're a traitor of Great Yen. I'd rather give this to someone else than you. The elite guard said coldly. Humph, who dares to snatch it from us? Matriarch Ji said coldly. Didn't you notice who I'm possessing? The Jingwei sneered. Taishang? Matriarch Ji's face darkened as if she thought of something bad. However, at this moment, the golden dragon on the Sea of Destiny suddenly turned around and extended its huge head towards a huge floating island in the distance. The divine Dao sorcerer's tome in the mouth of the dragon seemed to be spitting it towards that island. Tong Tian Sect Master, give me the divine Dao sorcerer's tome. Don't back off because of Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji. The Jingwei shouted. Hearing the Jingwei's words, Matriarch Ji and Jiang Rulai's expressions changed. How dare you? How dare you? The two glared at each other, full of anger. As expected, Wansho Taoism was the only thing that could make the Great Yellow Dynasty in the Holy Lands fear. Previously, when they saw Jingwei possessing Lin Wan Heir, although the crowd suppressed the others, they still had doubts in their hearts. However, he did not expect Jingwei to be so daring. He would rather not obtain the Divine Path Sorcerer's Codex than to let him have it. Crazy woman? They even invited Wansho Taoism to help them? Everyone turned their heads to look. As expected, the Tong Tian Sect Master was standing on the floating island with his hands behind his back. At this moment, Tong Tian was infuriated. When the head of the Golden Dragon of Luck flew towards him, Tong Tian knew that he had been tricked by Gu Hai. So he had discovered me long ago? Was he trying to divert the trouble? But so what if he diverted the calamity? When he heard the Divine Path Sorcerer's Codex, the Tong Tian Sect Master's heart skipped a beat. After all, Wansho Taoism had ancient records of the Divine Path Sorcerer's Codex. Diverting the calamity? Did he attract the Divine Path Sorcerer's Codex? Could it be the black gas that the Golden Dragon spoke of? Tong Tian Sect Master? Please leave Shinong City immediately. Matriarch Ji glared. Amateus. Jiang Rulai put his palms together. Swoosh. Suddenly, three figures flew out from behind Jiang Rulai. They were Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. They rushed straight towards the Tong Tian Sect Master. Jingwei? Gu Hai. You are really clumsy at sowing discord. The Tong Tian Sect Master shouted coldly. Gu Hai. In the distance, Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji raised their eyebrows. Other than the Tong Tian Sect Master, Gu Hai was also here? Sowing discord? The Tong Tian wasn't here for the Divine Path Sorcerer's Codex, but to kill Gu Hai? It didn't matter if sowing discord was clumsy or not, as long as it was useful. Even if everyone was suspicious, they couldn't make any mistakes for the sake of the Divine Path Sorcerer's Codex. Tong Tian Sect Master, this concerns us. No matter what your motive is, please leave Shinong City. Jiang Rulai put his palms together and said. Wansho Taoism, please don't interfere in our matters. Matriarch Ji said politely. The Tong Tian Sect Master was strong, and if they fought, it would be troublesome. It was better to ask the Tong Tian to leave. I'll leave? What if I don't leave? The Tong Tian Sect Master's eyes turned cold. At this time, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva had already arrived in front of the Tong Tian Sect Master. The Buddha has ordered you to leave Shinong City. Brahma solemnly said to Shiva. The three of them looked solemn and cold. Who do you think you are? You want me to leave? Do you think you're worthy? The Tong Tian Sect Master said coldly. Tong Tian had already pointed out that he wasn't on the same side as the elite guards. However, Jiang Rulai and the others didn't care. They only asked the Tong Tian to leave. This made the Tong Tian Sect Master feel arrogant. It was one thing for Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji to come personally, but they actually sent these three guardians of the mystical mountain? They were looking down on him. If that's the case, then I'll offend you, Brahma said coldly. As he spoke, Brahma stretched out his right palm. Whoosh! His right palm expanded. It wasn't an energy palm but a flesh palm. It suddenly grew to a size of 1,000 feet and grabbed at the Tong Tian. Humph, you're overestimating yourself. Tong Tian snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Boom! A gigantic purple energy sword shot out and slashed at Brahma's right palm. The Fire Emperor had seen that purple energy sword before. Back in the infinite celestial capital, it was this purple energy sword that forced him to retreat. Now that it was slashing at Brahma, would he be able to withstand it? Boom! Brahma clenched his fist and crushed the energy sword. What? The Fire Emperor cried out in shock. The Tong Tian sect master's expression changed. How could this be? His immortal slaying energy sword wasn't that easy to withstand. Get out! Brahma shouted and slapped at him again. Umph. Tong Tian was really angry this time. He took out the immortal slaying sword and slashed at Brahma. Shing! The immortal slaying sword appeared and the void turned into a dazzling purple as it slashed at Brahma. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared on Brahma's body. Tong Tian appeared. Then Brahma's physical body grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 10,000 feet tall giant. The 10,000 feet tall giant wasn't an illusion but a physical body. It wasn't afraid of the immortal slaying sword at all and punched at it. Hong! Fist and sword collided, causing the void to tremble. Brahma seemed to be unable to withstand the attack and his body retreated rapidly. However, at this moment, Vishnu and Shiva also turned into 10,000 feet tall giants and slapped their palms on Brahma's back. They transferred their strength to Brahma. Brahma's strength suddenly increased. Boom! Brahma stabilized himself. However, the Tong Tian sect master and his immortal slaying sword were pushed back by the combined strength of the three giants. Whoosh! Tong Tian flew back 1,000 feet before he stopped. What? Impossible? The Fire Emperor cried out in shock. Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva? The three of them had never shown their faces before and yet they were able to push back the Tong Tian sect master? Was this a joke? That was the Tong Tian sect master. Being knocked back by a tremendous force, Tong Tian revealed a look of astonishment. What's going on? What kind of power did the three of you use? Tongqian's expression changed. The three 10,000-meter tall giants took a step forward and pounced towards Skirich. Shing! He swung his immortal slaying sword and millions of sword chi appeared in the void and slashed towards the three giants. However, the three of them seemed to be indestructible and the sword chi could not hurt them at all. While the sword chi could not deal with them, the three of them forced Tong Tian to retreat. Boom! After a series of explosions, the three of them forced the Tong Tian sect master out of the Divine Farmer City. This strange scene shocked everyone who saw it. Even the elite guards did not expect that the Tong Tian sect leader, who held the Zhu Xian sword in his hand, would be forced out of the city by three strange people? Guardians of the spiritual mountain? Gods? Does this mean that they are also cultivating the gods? Is this the secret technique that Jiang Lianshan imparted to you from the Divine Path Sorcerer book? Empress Ji narrowed her eyes and asked. Jiang Rulai smiled faintly but did not explain. However, his expression had already explained everything. The Scarlet Emperor and the White Emperor suddenly became interested in the Divine Path Sorcerer book. How could these three nameless people, who had practiced the secret magic of the Divine Tao Magus Codex, be able to stop Tong Tian? How powerful would it be if they could obtain it? So, the Dian dynasty had such a powerful treasure. Not only the White Emperor and the Scarlet Emperor, but even the ministers of the Dian dynasty were astonished. God Cultivator? So powerful? So, you let them cultivate the secret technique that Father gave you? They will only stimulate their bodies for a short period of time and will not be able to hold on for long. When the Tong Tian sect master recovers, the three of them will not be enough. The elite guard said coldly. It is enough to stop the Tong Tian sect master for a short period of time. This is the worst batch of secret techniques of the sorcerer tribe. Jingwei, if you don't take back the Divine Path Sorcerer book now, when are you going to do it? Jiang Rulai looked coldly at the elite guard. Empress Ji also emitted a pressure from her body, forcing the elite guard to take out the Divine Path Sorcerer book. The elite guard looked up at the sky ferociously. Golden Dragon! The huge golden dragon suddenly roared and dived down from the Sea of Providence, heading straight for the elite guards. Boom! With a loud sound, the golden dragon charged into the elite guard's body. The elite guard was instantly surrounded by millions of golden lights. Like a sun, it was so bright that many people could not open their eyes. Amidst the golden lights, the elite guard let out a dragon's roar and suddenly transformed into a 3,000 feet long golden dragon. Boom! The golden dragon soared into the sky and spat out a ball of black fog. Ha ha ha! Where do you think you are going? Matriarch Ji laughed uproariously. She took a step forward and instantly appeared on the back of the golden dragon. Boom! The dragon's body sank. Phew! Jiang Rulai also transformed into a ray of golden light and appeared on the back of the golden dragon. The dragon's body sank again and it was difficult for it to fly. The Divine Path Sorcerer book finally turned from an illusion into reality. Give it to me. Empress Ji stretched out her hand to take it. Give it to me. Jianghu also stretched out his hand to take it. The two of them seemed to have millions of kilograms of force under their feet, suppressing the golden dragon so that it could not fly far. Even if it used Dian's force of the world, the elite guard's strength was too weak. In front of the two of them it still could not resist. Tongtian Sect Master, I'll give it to you. The golden dragon roared. Boom. The Divine Path Sorcerer book that was shrouded in black fog instantly charged towards the Tongtian Sect Master. It was an unexpected calamity, but it was also an unexpected blessing. The Tongtian Sect Master was slightly stunned. He waved his sleeves and kept the Divine Path Sorcerer book that was shrouded in black fog. How dare you? Empress Ji and Jianghu expressions changed. Chapter 861. The Divine Path Sorcerer's book was given to the Tongtian Sect Master. Matriarch Ji and Jianghu flew into a rage out of humiliation. They had done so much for the Dian dynasty in the past few months. Yet it was all for the benefit of an outsider? The Tongtian Sect Master had also obtained the Divine Path Sorcerer's book out of nowhere. He was slightly taken aback as though he couldn't believe it. However, in the next moment, the Tongtian Sect Master turned around and flew into the distance. Everything that had happened today was out of his expectations. The three protectors of Spiritual Mountain were able to suppress him? Matriarch Ji and Jianghu were here as well. From the way they looked at him, he could tell that they were filled with hatred. If it was in the past, even if the two of them were his enemies, he would still fight it out with them. However, their goals were different now. Furthermore, he had just obtained a huge treasure. Who would be so foolish as to stay behind after obtaining it? Whoosh! The Tongtian transformed into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Stop right there. Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva glared at him as they chased after him. How dare you? Jianghu and Matriarch Ji were both enraged. Boom, boom. The two of them stomped their feet on the ground. Ong. The golden dragon let out a cry of agony. The 3,000 feet long golden dragon that Jianghu had transformed into crumbled into pieces. The two of them were so enraged that their dragon form dissipated. Impossible. How could the Yellow Emperor and Jianghu be so strong? Jianghu was able to mobilize the entire heavenly dynasty. The Scarlet Emperor exclaimed. Princess. The Fire Emperor shouted as he rushed forward. At this moment, none of the Dian officials dared to speak. There was dead silence. It was obvious that the ascension of the princess was a joke. None of the officials approved of it. In midair, the golden dragon dissipated and Jianghu was exposed. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured. Even so, Jianghu rolled up his sleeves. Haha, Guhai is right. Even if we use all of our power, we might not be able to break their seals. We can only borrow the power of these two bastards and use their power to destroy their own seals. But my injuries are very serious. The Jianghui's face revealed a look of hatred. Jianghu and Matriarch Ji transformed into two streaks of golden light as they charged towards the Tongtian Sect Master. He was determined to obtain the Divine Path Sorcerer's book. How could he lose it just like that? However, even if the two of them left, they did not miss anything. Capture the elite guards. Empress Ji's voice drifted over from afar. Take down the elite guards. Jianghu's voice came from afar. Yes. Everyone from the Holy Lands of Spiritual Mountain, the Great Yellow Dynasty, and even the Dian Dynasty said respectfully. Princess, are you all right? The Fire Emperor caught hold of the heavily injured elite guard. Cough, 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 I feel like I'm going to die, ha ha ha. Jianghu laughed sinisterly. It was obvious that his injuries were too severe. However, the elite guard wasn't in despair. Amateus Buddha, Princess Jianghu, you've made a mistake. If you had cooperated with the Buddha would have conferred upon you the title of Bodhisattva. It's a pity that you didn't know how to cherish it. The future Buddha clasped his palms together and said coldly. Capture him. Sakra cleared his throat as well. A large number of officials charged towards Jianghu. How dare you? The Fire Emperor glared at the crowd. Fire Emperor, you'd better not be a busybody. Sakra said coldly. All of you want to capture me? Have you thought it through? Jianghu said sinisterly. The faces of the officials turned ugly as some of them retreated. After all, Jianghu had said that Jiang Lianshan might not be dead yet. What if you want to deal with the princess, you'll have to do it over my dead body. The Fire Emperor said coldly. As he spoke, the Fire Emperor looked towards the Scarlet Emperor and the White Emperor. Both emperors, are you going to watch as these outsiders deal with the princess? The Scarlet Emperor and the White Emperor furrowed their brows but didn't interfere. Without Jiang Lianshan, Dian had already broken down. Although the two of them were strong, they couldn't compare to the entire spiritual mountain and the Great Yellow Dynasty. I won't interfere, the White Emperor said in a low voice. The Scarlet Emperor's eyelids twitched as his face turned solemn. Fire Emperor, a wise man submits to circumstances. Jiang Lianshan's era is over. Princess Jingwei, don't struggle anymore. How dare you? The Fire Emperor glared at him and shouted. The Scarlet Emperor had already chosen his side. At this point he was standing against Jingwei. Cough cough cough, Scarlet Emperor, when my father returns, he won't let you off so easily. Jingwei coughed out blood and shouted. Aha, Jiang Lianshan? I saw it with my own eyes. He's already dead in that place. Come back. How can he come back? This era has changed. It's no longer his empire. Let me off so easily? How can he let me off so easily? I'll take you down now. What can he do to me? The Scarlet Emperor walked over step by step. How dare you? The Fire Emperor glared at him. Di Shirtian, you hold the Fire Emperor back. I'll take this girl down. The Scarlet Emperor said coldly. All right. Di Shirtian stepped forward. At this point, everyone watched coldly. Dongfang Shou, Dian, Great Yellow Dynasty and the Spiritual Mountain disciples watched silently as the two strong cultivators bullied Jingwei, a weak girl. The two strong cultivators pounced towards Jingwei and Jingwei. The Fire Emperor revealed a ferocious expression and was about to attack when Jingwei suddenly froze and opened her mouth in shock. Di Shirtian and the Scarlet Emperor were slightly taken aback by the look in her eyes. What's with the expression on her face? What did she see that was so shocking? Humph, little girl, I promised the Yellow Emperor that you'd better surrender. No one can save you. No one. The Scarlet Emperor's expression was cold as he reached out to grab Jingwei. He was about to catch Jingwei. Wow. Suddenly there was an uproar all around. Putong, putong, putong. Countless officials of the Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty fell to their knees, their faces filled with fear. His Holiness, please forgive us. His Holiness, we had no choice. His Holiness, please forgive us. Countless officials knelt down in fear, causing Di Shirtian, the Fire Emperor and the Scarlet Emperor to be stunned. The Fire Emperor had forgotten to stop Jingwei. Di Shirtian's body froze as he looked in the direction Jingwei was looking at. Just as the Scarlet Emperor's hand was about to grab Jingwei, he suddenly stopped. Although he didn't see what happened, the Scarlet Emperor felt his scalp go numb. He had a bad feeling about this. Putong, putong, putong. The sounds of kowtowing could be heard. In the plaza of the Flame God Shrine, all the officials, guards, soldiers and palace maids of the Dian dynasty knelt down in fear. Father. Jingwei suddenly cried out in grievance. In the Scarlet Emperor's ears, the cries were like the ringing of a funeral bell, causing his entire body to tremble. He turned his head to look. However, he saw a figure floating in the air outside Shinnong City. He wore a yellow robe and looked rather haggard. However, his eyes carried a pressure that was like the might of the heavens. That figure wasn't anyone else. It was Jiang Lianshan. No, this is impossible. The Scarlet Emperor was extremely shocked. Jiang Lianshan's gaze was very calm. He was neither happy nor sad as he looked at the Scarlet Emperor who was about to grab Jingwei. It was because he was neither happy nor sad that the Scarlet Emperor was extremely disappointed. His Holiness, you're back. The Fire Emperor's eyes were red as he cried. Amateus Buddha. The future Buddha suddenly looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Sakura's expression changed as he looked at the future Buddha. Future Buddha, what do we do now? The officials of the Great Yellow Dynasty were also terrified. Although they weren't Dian Dynasty's people, they had all stayed in the Dian Dynasty when Empress Ji was still the Yellow Emperor. Everyone knew how scary Jiang Lianshan was and how terrifying Jiang Lianshan was when he took revenge. At this moment, they took advantage of the fact that Jiang Lianshan wasn't at home and barged into his house. They colluded with his servants and stole everything in his house. They even injured his daughter and almost caused his family to be destroyed. Now that Jiang Lianshan was back, how was he going to deal with this bunch of robbers? His Holiness is back, His Holiness is back. The people in the city cheered. Long live His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. Countless people cheered. The cries of Long live the mountain also carried an intense psychological pressure that made all the bandits feel as if they couldn't breathe. Sacred Father, you have to avenge me, Sacred Father, you have to avenge me, Sacred Father. The elite guards cried as they flew towards Jiang Lianshan. His Holiness. The Fire Emperor also flew towards Jiang Lianshan agitatedly. At this moment, the Scarlet Emperor, Dongfang Shou, Great Yellow Emperor, Dian Dynasty and Spiritual Mountain didn't dare to stop them. This was Jiang Lianshan. As long as he showed his face, no one dared to go against him. When he was around, Empress Ji and Jiang Rulai didn't dare to take a single step forward. If he told them to go east, they wouldn't dare to go west. Who would dare to provoke Jiang Lianshan at this moment? Father, the Divine Path Sorcerer's book was stolen by them. Father, your son is useless. Father, woo-woo, cough 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 cough. While blaming himself, the elite guards spoke incoherently. As they cried, they vomited blood. Jiang Lianshan stretched out his hand and grabbed the elite guard. A benevolent look flashed across his eyes. He stretched out his hand and a golden light entered his body. A 64 hexagram appeared on his body. This caused the elite guard to regain his composure. His Holiness. The Fire Emperor's eyes turned red. Fire Emperor, you've suffered. Jiang Lianshan's eyes flashed with a look of gratitude. It's my duty. The Fire Emperor replied emotionally. Jiang Rulai? Empress Ji? Good, very good. Jiang Lianshan's eyes flashed with a ferocious look. This ferocious look was caught by the Scarlet Emperor and the others who were far away. Everyone's hearts trembled. Fire Emperor, bring the elite guard to Phoenix Island and retrieve the Phoenix godly water to heal his injuries. Jiang Lianshan instructed. Yes. The Fire Emperor replied. Then The Fire Emperor looked at the people at the entrance of the Flame God Hall. I will wait for Jiang Rulai and Empress Ji to return. This debt will be settled slowly. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Father, don't let them off. Don't let any of them off. And that Dongfang Shou, he didn't even send a letter for me. Cough cough cough. The elite guard coughed out blood. The Fire Emperor brought the elite guard and flew into the distance. In the distance, Dongfang Shou froze. He took a step forward, causing ripples in the air. Dongfang Shou seemed to be leaving the Flame God Hall. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Before this debt is settled, whoever dares to leave the Flame God Hall will die. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. The word, die, was filled with killing intent. Everyone who heard it shivered and didn't dare to leave. Jiang Lianshan flew slowly towards the Flame God Hall's plaza. The officials, guards and soldiers of the Dian Dynasty all knelt down but no one dared to stand up. Chapter 862. That's great. His Holiness is back. The Fire Emperor rubbed his red eyes excitedly. Cough cough cough. Uncle Fire Emperor, slow down. The guard coughed as he spoke. Slow down? Let's return to Phoenix Island and use the Phoenix godly water to heal your injuries. Then we'll see how His Holiness deals with these rascals. The Fire Emperor spoke with a look of hatred. There's no need to rush. There's no need. Slow down. The guard coughed bitterly. The Fire Emperor stared blankly at the guard. The both of them flew to a nearby mountain peak. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a man appeared in front of them. Was Guhai. Guhai. Where did you run off to? The Fire Emperor's expression turned ugly. Guhai said that he would help but he didn't show up. If it wasn't for His Holiness, the princess would have been in trouble. Guhai had a serious look on his face. Guhai, what happened just now was real, wasn't it? Was it my father? The guard's eyes were red as he spoke expectantly. Princess, what's wrong? Wasn't that His Holiness? The Fire Emperor spoke halfway before his expression changed. All of a sudden, the Fire Emperor recalled Guhai's abilities. He used the Tao of Chess to congeal the Cloud Beast. Cloud Beast? Princess, you did well. You did everything according to my instructions. First, you scared the officials. Then you provoked the Tongtian. Then you infuriated Jiang Rulai and Empress Ji. You made them help you get rid of the seal. You did well. Guhai laughed. Just now, wasn't that His Holiness? Did you use the Tao of Chess to congeal it? The guard still couldn't believe it. He really wanted to believe that it was real. Didn't I borrow a lot of spirit stones from you? I set up a spell and congealed Jiang Lianshan's spirit. Jiang Lianshan's Cloud Beast consumed a lot of spirit stones. Before long it will disappear. Let's go. Guhai spoke solemnly. Fake? His Holiness is fake. No. The Fire Emperor suddenly refused to accept reality. The Fire Emperor turned from joy to sorrow as he glared at Gu Hai furiously. It was as though he was forcing Gu Hai to admit that it was true. Fire Emperor, you should understand what happened 800,000 years ago. Now isn't the time to be angry. Besides, I'm doing this to save Jingwei. Gu Hai spoke in a low voice. AI. The Fire Emperor sighed as a look of dejection appeared on his face. It was as if he had aged countless years in an instant. Jingwei bit his lips, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Lianshan was the sky. Now that the sky had collapsed, Dian would also collapse. Empress Ji? Jiang Rulai? Hat cough 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 cough, I won't let you have it easy. The elite guard suddenly revealed a sinister expression. Jingwei, come with me now. I will try my best to think of a way to bring you to the netherworld. Gu Hai spoke solemnly. No, I promised you. Gu Hai, I promised to give you a measurable lifespan. Let's go. I'll bring you to retrieve it. Jingwei revealed a sinister expression as he spoke. Immeasurable lifespan? Gu Hai squinted his eyes as he looked at Jingwei. Don't worry, I won't lie to you this time. Father really did give you a measurable lifespan. Aha, I'll give it to you. I'll give Empress Ji a horrible death. Jingwei revealed a maniacal expression. That deranged expression was filled with a monstrous hatred. When Gu Hai saw this, his heart sank. This was because Gu Hai could see the maniacal expression on Jingwei's face. It was as if he was ready to take revenge at any cost. However, since there was a measurable lifespan, Gu Hai naturally wouldn't reject it. Alright, we still have to be careful. This is because the Tongtian sect master might come looking for us. He can find us through the Taishang's aura in Wan Er's body. Gu Hai spoke in a low voice. Let's go. It's not far from the East Sea. Uncle Fire Emperor, bring us along. We have to be quick. Once we reach there, we will be safe. Even the Tongtian sect master is useless. Jingwei revealed a sinister expression as he spoke. Alright. The Fire Emperor nodded his head. Shoo. With Jingwei leading the way, the three of them transformed into a ray of light and shot into the distance. Fire God Shrine Plaza, Jiang Lianshan said coldly as he stepped into the square. Dian and all his officials were kneeling and trembling in fear. Dongfang Shou, the future Buddha, Sakura, the Scarlet Emperor and the White Emperor were all shocked and didn't know what to do. Especially the Scarlet Emperor, who wished he could slap himself. Couldn't he wait a little longer? Wait a little longer, just a little longer, and he wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. He had just chosen to betray Jiang Lianshan and stand on Matriarch Ji's side, and now he was slapped in the face. Jiang Lianshan is back? Does he have to be so fast? The Scarlet Emperor wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Sage, His Holiness, I was blinded. The Yellow Emperor lied to me. I was deceived by him. The Scarlet Emperor knelt down on one knee and didn't dare to resist. He still remembered how the Black Emperor encouraged Murong Yen behind Jiang Lianshan's back. In the end, he caused the death of Murong Yen. That time, the Black Emperor died a horrible death. The Scarlet Emperor could still remember it clearly. Jiang Lianshan cared about two women the most. One was Murong Yen and the other was his daughter Jingwei. Why am I so unlucky? Deceived by Matriarch Ji? Ah, fine. Then let's wait for Matriarch Ji to return and settle the old and new debts together. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. The Scarlet Emperor trembled but didn't dare to refute. Sage, His Holiness. Dongfang Shou also wanted to beg for mercy. Shut up. Wait. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Dongfang Shou stood at the side and didn't dare to speak. Amateus Buddha? The future Buddha placed his palms together and chanted. Jiang Lianshan suddenly looked over coldly. That gaze seemed to be able to shoot out knives, causing the future Buddha to not dare to speak. Sakura stood behind the future Buddha but didn't want to stand out. The White Emperor frowned slightly and didn't speak. Although the White Emperor didn't help Jingwei, he was still neutral. Even if they were to settle the score, he wouldn't be too guilty. As for the others, naturally no one dared to provoke Jiang Lianshan. Just like that, the Flame Divine Hall's plaza was deathly silent, waiting for Jiang Lianshan to speak. However, Jiang Lianshan didn't say anything. He looked at the direction where Matriarch Ji Jiang Rulai and the others disappeared, as if waiting for them to return. This wait lasted for 6 hours. For 6 hours no one dared to breathe loudly. Everyone was puzzled, but Jiang Lianshan's prestige was too great. Even if they were puzzled, no one dared to say anything. Until 6 hours later. Buzz. Jiang Lianshan's body trembled slightly, and energy smoke rose from his body. As the energy smoke rose, Jiang Lianshan's body turned blurry. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Buzz 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 buzz. Jiang Lianshan's body trembled rapidly. More and more energy smoke rose from his body. At this moment, everyone finally grew suspicious. Holy? His Holiness? The Scarlet Emperor asked while kneeling. Bang! With a loud sound, Jiang Lianshan immediately exploded, turning into a clump of energy smoke and vanishing. Everyone? His Holiness turned into a clump of energy smoke and disappeared? What's going on? Oh no, we fell for a trap. The future Buddha's expression suddenly changed. Guhai? Is it Guhai? Did he use the Go Dao ritual array to condense a cloud beast? The White Emperor exclaimed. Earlier, the Tong Tian sect master said that he was here to chase after Guhai. However, Guhai did not show up. When Jiang Lianshan suddenly appeared, everyone thought that Jiang Lianshan had really returned. No one dared to think too much. At this moment, Jiang Lianshan had vanished into thin air. Everyone quivered and finally regained their senses. We were tricked? The Scarlet Emperor suddenly stood up with a ferocious expression. Amateus Buddha, what a great Guhai! Ha ha, what a great Guhai! The future Buddha also flew into a rage out of humiliation. Everyone stood there in a daze for 6 hours, scared out of their wits. So, it was just a scam by Guhai? Cloud Beast? Ha ha, Guhai is really daring. Sakura said with a cold look in his eyes. Although Guhai displayed overwhelming might 800,000 years ago, it was now 800,000 years later. The Go Dao laws were gone and Guhai's strength was gone. Anyone here could easily crush Guhai. Such a weak Guhai was able to toy with all of us. Ah, good. Guhai. Today we will settle old and new grudges together. Dongfang Shou said with a ferocious expression. Men, search. The Scarlet Emperor shouted angrily after kneeling for a long time. There is no need. Find a strand of hair from the Fire Emperor. I can find where they are. Dongfang Shou said coldly. Off. The future Buddha waved his hand and found a strand of fine hair. Dongfang Shou reached out and pinched. A small blue ball wrapped around the hair. Heaven and earth have lifespans. Find the same source for me. Go. Dongfang Shou shouted. Swish. Instantly, the small blue ball soared into the sky and shot in a certain direction. Go. Dongfang Shou shouted coldly. Boom. Instantly, the future Buddha, Sakura Shirtian, and the Scarlet Emperor led a group of subordinates and soared into the sky. Each of them was aggressive and shot towards the horizon to chase after Guhai. The White Emperor wanted to follow them. Behind the White Emperor, an official suddenly shouted, Emperor! It was Guhai's rebellious adopted son, Tangut. The White Emperor looked at Tangut in confusion. It has been 6 hours. Guhai must have run far away. Furthermore, this situation is too complicated. It is not good for us to interfere. Tangut said solemnly. The White Emperor frowned slightly and finally nodded. He did not follow them. 6 hours later. Stop, it's here. The Jing guard shouted. The three of them stopped above the sea. However, he saw that there was a small island below, surrounded by a vast sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was an extremely inconspicuous island. Guhai was slightly confused. Immeasurable lifespan? Hidden here? Guhai was puzzled. That's right. It's inside. Ah, Guhai, I will help you. I will help you obtain that immeasurable lifespan. The Jing guard said with a ferocious expression. From the Jing guard's expression, this lifespan might be related to something. However, Guhai did not care. It was fine as long as he had lifespan. Now that his cultivation was stuck here, he had to use the immeasurable lifespan to break through. The group slowly landed on the island. At this moment, there was a cry of surprise from the forest on the island. It's the hall leader? Suddenly there was a cry of surprise. Master? Master, why are you here? Oh, it's Guhai. Ziwei, look, it's Guhai. We are saved. That's great. A series of voices sounded, but it made Guhai slightly stunned. He flew down quickly. He saw that the people on the island were Ziwei, Changxing, Gaochen, Mu Chenfeng, and the elite hall's rumbling sky camp disciples. Chapter 863. Eastern Sea's Desolate Island. Master. Master. Save me. Quick. I'm about to go crazy from being locked up. How could Ziwei and Changxing harm us for no reason? Gaochen cried out. Harm you, my ass? Isn't it all because of your singing? Changxing immediately flew into a rage. Mu Chenfeng led the elite hall's rumbling sky camp disciples to the side and knelt down in excitement. However, they saw that these 100-odd people were currently trapped in a 5-colored barrier. There were 5 energy sources above the 5-colored barrier. They were in the shape of words: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. You actually activated the 5 elements divine formation, the elite guard said angrily, glaring. 5 elements divine formation? How would we know? We thought that it was a large tomb and dug for a long time before we could open it. Who knew that we would be trapped the moment we opened it? For the past few years we called out every day but no one could hear us. Even the zither figurines were useless. Master, quickly save me. Gao-Chen said anxiously. You thought that it was a large tomb and came to dig a grave? Gu Hai looked at Ziwei and Changxing strangely. Due to Ziwei and Changxing's invitation, Gu Hai got Gao-Chen to bring the rumbling sky camp over to help. Who would have thought that the two of them were here to dig a grave? This is our unexpected discovery. These 5 energy sources seem to have a strange energy. Among them, the wood character seems to be very useful to Changxing. The earth character is very useful to me. The metal character is useful to Gao-Chen. We are giving you face and want to give Gao-Chen some benefits. So. Ziwei said with a bitter smile. This is the 5 elements divine force, the great strength of the divine Tao. Do you know how many fiend gods were mixed into each? You want to absorb them with just your strength? What a joke. The elite guard sneered. Huh. It's you, Lin Wanner? What do you mean? Back then, when Day won the Imperial Dynasty, we even helped you. Ziwei immediately shouted. Humph. I am not Lin Wanner. The elite guard glared. She is Princess Diane, an elite guard who has temporarily taken over Wanner's body. And the grave you dug was set up by Jiang Lianshan, right? So, you can say that it's her family's grave. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Huh. The faces of Ziwei and the others stiffened. Princess Jingwei, Fire Emperor, these people are my friends. Because of a misunderstanding, they fell into this place. I hope you can forgive them and release them. Solemnly Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. The Fire Emperor glanced at the elite guard. After all, he didn't know what was going on either. The elite guard's injuries were slightly better now. He squinted his eyes and looked at the crowd. Consider yourself lucky, the elite guard said coldly. Xiaoqun slowly flew to the island. When he saw the 5-element divine formation, a grave look flashed in his eyes. Gu Hai. Jingwei said in a deep voice. Speak. Gu Hai nodded his head. What they said is right. This is indeed a huge grave. The grave contains an immeasurable amount of lifespan. Lifespan is different from normal energy. Once it is exposed, it will dissipate. The 5-element divine formation is suppressing the immeasurable amount of lifespan. Later, I will activate the 5-element divine formation. You have to absorb the lifespan immediately. You have to be quick. If not, once it dissipates, all our efforts will be in vain. The elite guard said solemnly. All right. Gu Hai nodded his head. The 5-element divine formation is formed by 5 sorcery inscriptions. As long as I activate the formation, the sorcery inscriptions will dissipate quickly. Uncle Fire Emperor, when I activate the formation, you have to swallow the fire inscription. It contains the power of the fire god. It should be able to strengthen your phoenix god and even allow you to break through. Solemnly the elite guard said. All right. The Fire Emperor replied. What about the remaining 4 sorcery inscriptions? Gao-Chen asked expectantly. Hey, if you aren't afraid of death, go ahead. The elite guard laughed coldly. I'm not afraid of death. Ziwei said excitedly. I'm not afraid of death either. Changxing shouted. I'm really not afraid of death. Gao-Chen said excitedly. The elite guard. The elite guard was choked by the 3 of them. This 5-element sorcery inscription contains immense power. Unless you open the heavenly palace, if an ordinary person swallows it, they will die instantly. The 3 of you, who do you think you are? The elite guard said disdainfully. The 3 of them weren't angry. Instead they laughed. It was as if they were looking forward to the sorcery inscriptions. The elite guard looked at Gu Hai and wanted to say, your friends are courting death. Don't blame me if they die. Gu Hai looked at the 3 of them. If Gu Hai hadn't gone to 800,000 years ago, he would have been worried about them. However, at this moment, Gu Hai was looking forward to it. Let them be. Gu Hai shook his head. If they're courting death, they can't blame anyone. However, the fire inscription belongs to Uncle Fire Emperor. You're not allowed to touch it. The elite guard said coldly. I want the gold word shaman pattern. The North Star immediately shouted. I want the earth inscription. Ziwei shouted. I want the wood inscription. Changxing shouted. The elite guard snorted. Mu Qinfeng, Elite Hall's disciple, your cultivation is not high enough. When the array is opened, I'll send you to a place. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. The Elite Hall's disciple replied. The elite guard suddenly touched the surface of the 5 elements divine array with both of his hands and started chanting. There are gods in heaven and earth. The 5 elements command 10,000 spells. Divine array open. The elite guard shouted. Boom. With a loud sound, the entire island shook violently. Around the island, huge ripples appeared in the turbulent seawater. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the barrier. Ka. Countless cracks spread in all directions. Boom. The barrier exploded with a loud bang. The 5 elements divine array was instantly activated. In that instant, the 5 inscriptions emitted a vast amount of energy that rushed up to the sky. It was as if some kind of energy from the ground had pushed it up into the sky. Screech. The Fire Emperor suddenly transformed into a 3,000 feet tall fire phoenix and opened its mouth to swallow the fire inscription. At that moment, the fire inscription emitted a huge fire that looked like a sun rising into the sky. Boom. After swallowing it, the flames around the Fire Emperor's body instantly increased by more than 10 times. So much fire god energy. The Fire Emperor was shocked and excited at the same time. The elite guard looked coldly at Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng. However, he saw that the 3 of them also opened their mouths and swallowed the 3 inscriptions. You're courting death. The elite guard sneered in disdain. The 3 of them were definitely going to die. Didn't they see that the Fire Emperor couldn't handle it? What cultivation level were the 3 of them? They actually dared to swallow it? However, a strange scene happened in front of the elite guard. The 3 of them weren't destroyed by the inscriptions. On the contrary, the 3 of them only emitted traces of gold, brown, and green light. They floated in the air as if they were enjoying the refinement process. How can this be? The elite guard was shocked. Princess, I remember now. They have the same name as the 5 divine envoys who died 800,000 years ago. The Fire Emperor was refining the fire inscription as he looked at Gaochen and the other 2 in shock. 5 divine beasts? The elite guard was slightly taken aback. He did hear the Fire Emperor mention it before. However, he didn't expect it to be the 3 of them. The last inscription was the water inscription, but no one collected it. In an instant, a huge wave of cold air filled the surroundings. Once the cold air was released, the surrounding sea froze for thousands of miles. Heavy snow fell from the sky and a bone-chilling cold descended. The Fire Emperor transformed into his human form and flames surrounded him as he protected the elite guard. Ziwei, Gaochen, and Changxing had tough skin and flesh, so they were unaffected. Mu Qinfeng and the other first-class hall disciples were absorbed into the celestial dome of the ancients by Gu Hai. Gu Hai didn't have much time to pay attention to the outside world. This was because when the 5 elements divine formation was broken, the island below melted into a huge pool. Outside the pool there were 64 hexagrams. The 64 hexagrams locked the golden liquid in the pool. It was like a pool of oil, emitting a bright golden light. When the 5 elements divine formation was broken, the oil seemed to be vaporizing quickly. This is the lifespan. Gu Hai, use it quickly. The elite guard shouted. Lifespan? Gu Hai also felt it. This was because a trace of the vaporized golden liquid entered his body. Gu Hai's body was like a sponge absorbing water, thirsting for it. Princess Jingwei, I'm sorry for offending you. Please enter the celestial dome of the ancients first. Gu Hai shouted. Who? In an instant, the elite guard was summoned into the celestial dome of the ancients by Gu Hai. Gu Hai, what are you doing? The Fire Emperor glared at him angrily. I'm sorry. I'm still worried about you. The elite guard is in my celestial dome of the ancients and can see everything outside. Now, I'm going to have a breakthrough in my cultivation. I'll have to trouble the Fire Emperor to protect me. Gu Hai spoke in a low voice. As he spoke, he didn't care about the Fire Emperor's anger. He sat cross-legged on top of the pool of oil and immersed his consciousness into his body. You. The Fire Emperor glared at him angrily. Gu Hai did this so that the Fire Emperor wouldn't dare to attack him. With the elite guard in his hands, the Fire Emperor wouldn't dare to attack him and would even protect him. The Fire Emperor cleared his throat. Once they entered the celestial dome of the ancients, the elite guard glared at him. Gu Hai, you're repaying kindness with enmity. Repaying kindness with enmity? Princess Jingwei, you're talking about you, right? Back then I brought her to help you but you attacked her. Who's repaying kindness with enmity? Now I won't hurt you. I'm just asking you to protect me. I don't want to be attacked by you when I'm in seclusion. You can only blame yourself for being too scheming. Gu Hai's voice rang out. The elite guard cleared his throat but was helpless. However, within the celestial dome of the ancients, the elite guard was able to see everything clearly. Gu Hai sat cross-legged on top of the pool of oil as his body emitted a powerful suction force. All the golden liquid around him was sucked into his body. The golden liquid below him was sinking slowly. On the other side, the Fire Emperor was enraged but could only protect Gu Hai. At the same time, he continued to refine the Fire Shaman inscription within his body. Gaochen, Ziwei and Changsheng were floating in the air with their eyes closed. It was as though they were enjoying the three shaman inscription. However, their expressions of enjoyment were too wretched, causing the elite guard to feel disgusted. High up in the air, the water shaman inscription was emitting a powerful chill. Snow was flying everywhere and ice was boundless. If not for their strong physiques, they would have been frozen into ice sculptures by now. As the water shaman inscription was decomposing, the surroundings became colder and colder. Gu Hai sat cross-legged on top of the golden pool of oil as he mobilized all the power in his body. The power of the earth soul, the human soul, the gold deity, the wood deity, the water deity, the earth deity, the fire deity and the spirit mother deity were all channeled into Gu Hai's heavenly palace. The 9 powers were like 9 ferocious dragons rushing over with an unstoppable force. They crashed down. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Hai's heavenly palace was knocked away. Chapter 864. Gu Hai's foundation was extremely solid. His 2 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls were the most perfect power. In addition, with the chessboard between his eyebrows and the fusion of the 4 clones, it was not difficult for him to reach the heavenly palace. With a loud sound, the heavenly palace opened up. The opening of the heavenly palace was the most dangerous moment. The opening of the heavenly palace required a cultivator's lifespan to condense the heavenly soul. For others, the lifespan required was not much as the heavenly soul they condensed was only an inch or a few inches tall. However, for Gu Hai it was a disaster. As the heavenly palace opened up, a shadow of a palace appeared around Gu Hai. Rumble. The palace grew taller and taller. In the palace, a blurry figure could be vaguely seen being squeezed. It was Gu Hai's heavenly soul. The heavenly soul condensed, causing the palace to grow. The demand for lifespan was like a bottomless pit. More and more wrinkles appeared on Gu Hai's face. His skin became loose and white strands appeared on his head. In a short while his hair was completely white. He was extremely old. At this moment the heavenly soul was only 3 feet tall. Gu Hai's lifespan was about to be depleted. Rumble. However, Gu Hai quickly absorbed the golden liquid in the pool below. The faster he absorbed, the greater the amount. The surging lifespan continuously flowed into Gu Hai's body to make up for the lack of lifespan. The golden liquid was lifespan. Lifespan was like oil and life was like a lamp. When the oil was depleted, the lamp would wither. At this moment, the oil of lifespan was extremely beneficial to Gu Hai. It was being depleted quickly. The heavenly soul in the palace grew bigger and taller. The Fire Emperor's face twitched. Obviously, the cultivation of the heavenly soul was similar to that of the human and earthly souls. It was a gradual process. However, who would have thought that Gu Hai's heavenly soul would grow so quickly? Gaochen's expression turned ugly. Last time my cultivation was about the same as Master's. How did Master's cultivation increase so quickly? Last time, on Paradise Island, Gu Hai had absorbed a large amount of power of faith to break through Heaven Palace, and he had brought Gaochen, Mu Qinfeng and the other Class 1 Hall members to break through Heaven Palace. Only a few years had passed since then. Gu Hai had already begun to break through to the Heavenly Palace? Moreover, this heavenly soul was also freakish. It actually continued to soar as soon as it appeared, becoming higher and higher. In the ancient immortal dome, the elite guard's expression sank. Is Gu Hai really a perfect heavenly soul? This consumption of lifespan is too fast. This was because in just 4 short hours, half of the lifespan in the pool had been absorbed by Gu Hai. This was Jiang Lianshan's lifetime savings. Using the 64 hexagrams, Jiang Lianshan had collected an immeasurable amount of lifespan so that he could use it to defy the heavens in the future. In the end, Gu Hai had consumed so much lifespan? It was not over yet. Gu Hai was still absorbing the lifespan. The palace in Heavenly Palace had also increased to 500 feet, and it was still increasing. The Heavenly Soul was also increasing. 200 feet, 300 feet, 400 feet, and it was still increasing. As the absorption of lifespan increased, the old Gu Hai slowly replenished his lifespan, and he gradually became young again. His white hair slowly returned to black hair, and his loose skin became smooth and tight. All his wrinkles disappeared. It was as if he had returned to being around 30 years old. However, everything was not over yet. The Heavenly Soul was still increasing, and the demand for lifespan was also increasing. Tisk. Just as the lifespan in the pool was decreasing, a trace of black gas suddenly appeared from the bottom of the pool. It was only a trace and it was very inconspicuous. However, this trace of black gas caused the elite guard to suddenly reveal a ferocious expression. Ah, you've finally broken through? Father used the 5 elements divine formation to seal the immeasurable lifespan. He used the immeasurable lifespan to suppress all of you. Come out, come out. Kill Matriarch G. This time no one will stop you. Ah. The elite guard clenched his fists excitedly. TSK, 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 TSK. As more and more lifespan was being depleted, more and more black gas appeared from the pool. At this moment, it finally attracted the attention of everyone. It was just that at this point, Gu Hai was at the critical point of his breakthrough, and was unable to investigate. However, everyone else revealed looks of curiosity. Is there really a tomb below? Chongqing asked in shock. Impossible. 9 Li Qi? Weren't they all destroyed that year? How? The Fire Emperor's eyes flashed with astonishment. Just as the Fire Emperor was in shock, over there, quick! A loud roar could be heard from afar. Boom! In just a short while, about 100 strong cultivators appeared in front of them. The leaders were the future Buddha, Sakura, Dongfang Shou, and the Scarlet Emperor. Boom! In an instant, the Fire Emperor conjured a huge fire, covering the area where Gu Hai was at. So it's here? What is this place? Where's Jingwei? The Scarlet Emperor roared furiously. Outside the Flame God Hall, the Scarlet Emperor was humiliated. He was furious and wanted to capture Jingwei as soon as possible. What is this? What a strong god power. Water god power? Ah, good stuff. Sakura's eyes lit up as he opened his mouth to swallow the water god sorcery mark. Dream on. The Fire Emperor snorted coldly as he extended his palm. Boom. The water god sorcery mark, which had almost dissipated, suddenly exploded, turning into a gust of chilly wind that rushed towards the crowd. So cold. The 100-strong cultivators shivered from the cold. Fire Emperor, you're courting death. Sakura's eyes flashed with anger as he struck out with his palm. You're the one courting death. The Fire Emperor stared and struck out with his palm. Boom. The 2 palms collided in midair, and Sakura's body stopped abruptly. They were actually evenly matched. Didn't you give the fire pearl to Jiang Lianshan, causing your cultivation level to drop? The Scarlet Emperor's face darkened. How did you find me? The Fire Emperor's face turned ugly. Suddenly the Fire Emperor saw Dongfang Shou. It's you? Aha, Dongfang Shou, His Holiness isn't here. You really betrayed Dian and colluded with them to deal with the princess? Do you know that once His Holiness returns, you'll die without a burial ground? The Fire Emperor glared at him. He die without a burial ground? Then why don't you ask him to come out? Dongfang Shou said coldly. Amateus Buddha, in this fire is Gu Hai breaking through? The future Buddha's face changed. Everyone was puzzled. The Fire Emperor used the fire to cover Gu Hai. Normal people wouldn't be able to see what was going on. However, the future Buddha used his heart's eye to see what was going on. Gu Hai's heavenly soul was already 700 feet tall. It's still rising, still rising? The heavenly palace had already reached a height of 1,000 feet. Such a heavenly soul must have an immeasurable lifespan. What is this place? Why would there be an immeasurable lifespan for Gu Hai to squander? What's in here? The future Buddha asked in astonishment. What? Everyone didn't understand. Jiang Lianshan's secret? Why is it so secretive? Ha ha ha. Letting you escape might not be a bad thing. Dongfang Shou laughed coldly as he took a step forward. Don't even think of coming near. The Fire Emperor glared at him as he waved his hand. A flaming phoenix flew towards Dongfang Shou. It's useless. I'm Master Shou. Dongfang Shou laughed coldly. As he took a step forward, Dongfang Shou disappeared. Not good. He's entered the netherworld and is trying to come out from there to appear by our master's side. Gaochen's face fell. The three of us form a divine power barrier and protect Gu Hai, Ziwei shouted with a glare. Although the three of them didn't have high cultivations, they had just swallowed the sorcery inscriptions and were able to form a protective barrier to protect Gu Hai. Do it. Don't let Dongfang Shou get ahead of us. Find Jingwei. The future Buddha shouted. Yes. The group of subordinates behind him roared and charged towards the center. Humph, if you want to go over, you'll have to get past me first. The Fire Emperor glared at them. Gu Hai was now at a critical juncture in his closed-door cultivation. Originally, the Fire Emperor didn't care about his death. However, the Jingwei was in Gu Hai's immortal dome of the ancients. If Gu Hai were to meet with any mishap, wouldn't the Jingwei be implicated? The Fire Emperor waved his hand and flames surged out, blocking everyone's path. The Scarlet Emperor and Indra laughed coldly as they attacked the Fire Emperor. Phoenix God, lend me your godly powers. The Fire Emperor shouted. The power of the sorcery inscriptions in his body was absorbed by the Phoenix God. The Phoenix God roared and gave all its power to the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor revealed a ferocious expression as he used both his palms to attack Indra and the Scarlet Emperor. Boom boom. Two loud sounds rang out and a huge shockwave caused the sea of ice to explode. The sky was filled with ice shards. Pooh! The Fire Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that even with his full strength, he couldn't withstand the combined attack of the Scarlet Emperor and Indra. Humph, Fire Emperor, the Yellow Emperor gave you a chance. You didn't know how to cherish it. You're courting death. The Scarlet Emperor revealed a ferocious expression. Fire Emperor, you're really loyal. It's a pity that you're in our way today. Let's attack together and destroy the Fire Emperor. Indra revealed a ferocious expression. Yes. 100 subordinates attacked at the same time. These 100 people were the elites of Dahuang, Dian and Spiritual Mountain. Even the weakest of them was at the peak of the Middle Heavenly Palace. The Fire Emperor was being suppressed. It was like beating a drowning dog. 100 people attacked at the same time and a destructive force rushed towards the Fire Emperor. Boom 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 boom. Under the countless attacks, the Fire Emperor's entire body was bleeding profusely. It looked like he was about to die under the combined attacks of these people. Uncle Fire Emperor. You can run, quickly run. The Jingwei saw everything in the immortal dome of antiquity and shouted in horror. Gu Hai's heavenly soul had already grown to a height of 800 feet and was about to reach the full circle. He couldn't afford to be distracted. The Fire Emperor was being suppressed by a group of powerful cultivators. The future Buddha slowly flew over and was about to enter the flames. He was about to break through to the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor revealed a sinister smile. Gu Hai, you bastard. I'm not dying for you. I'm dying for the princess. I'm dying for His Holiness. No. The elite guards shouted out in fear. Explode. The Fire Emperor shouted out ferociously. Not good. Dodge. Indra and the Scarlet Emperor's expressions changed. However, it was too late. Boom. A loud sound rang out as the Fire Emperor self-destructed. The 100 over-cultivators who were attacking the Fire Emperor were instantly drowned in the sea of flames. Indra and the Scarlet Emperor were the first to be hit and spat out blood as they were sent flying. The future Buddha was slightly less affected. However, he was still blown away by the explosion and was sent flying. Ah. Although Ziwei and the other two weren't affected much, they were still spitting out blood. Uncle Fire Emperor. The elite guard saw everything from the immortal dome. Tears rolled down their cheeks as they shouted out. The Fire Emperor sacrificed his own life to stop everyone? Because of him, the Fire Emperor died? Shio. The last bit of his lifespan was depleted. Gu Hai's heavenly soul had also reached the full circle. It was now 810 feet tall. Boom. A strong aura emanated from Gu Hai's body. Heavenly Palace, first stage. Gu Hai shouted out excitedly. Wang. The palace and heavenly soul were absorbed into Gu Hai's body. He had finally broken through to the full circle of the heavenly soul. Gu Hai felt as though his entire body was filled with energy. Gu Hai we. The three of them spat out blood. It was obvious that their injuries weren't light. In order to protect Gu Hai from being disturbed, the three of them gave it their all. Although the explosion just now was not a big deal, the three of them were still severely injured. Now that I'm here, the three of you should rest. Gu Hai waved his hand and the three of them entered the immortal dome. Gu Hai stood proudly in the flames as he looked coldly at the enemies who were chasing after him. Chapter 865. Uncle Fire Emperor. Guhai, let me out. The elite guard screamed in agony. Seeing the Fire Emperor self-destruct for his own sake, Jing Wei's heart crumbled. During this period of time, there was no news from his father. Everyone betrayed him and only the Fire Emperor stood by his side. The Fire Emperor had become his pillar of support. But now even the Fire Emperor was dead? He could only watch helplessly? Guhai heard the voice of the elite guard, but he didn't let him out. It was too dangerous outside. Ming. In the middle of the flames, a transparent phoenix spread its wings. Phoenix God. The heavily injured Sakra's eyes lit up. Whoosh. Guhai waved his sleeves and the Phoenix God was swept into the celestial dome along with the flames by Guhai. Guhai, how dare you? Sakra shouted angrily. At this moment, the huge explosion had heavily injured everyone. Out of the hundreds of strong cultivators, more than 10 of them were instantly killed. The remaining people were all injured and missing limbs. Sakra and the Scarlet Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood and stabilized themselves. The future Buddha only had superficial wounds and was fine. Fire Emperor? Do you think you can solve everything by exploding? Your Phoenix Island will help you pay your debts. The Scarlet Emperor wiped the blood off his face and said, Guhai, where are the elite guards? Sakra asked coldly. Don't talk nonsense with him. Take him down. The Scarlet Emperor shouted. Yes. The heavily injured subordinate rushed towards Guhai. As he spoke, the Scarlet Emperor also rushed towards Guhai. However, at this moment, Guhai reached into his chest and pulled out a bone saber. Scarlet Emperor? Among the 5 emperors, you are the most tasteless. Guhai said coldly. Zhou Tian Qi. Countless blade qi appeared in the air and slashed towards the Scarlet Emperor along with Guhai. Tasteless? Are you even qualified to talk about me? The Scarlet Emperor snorted and took out a fiery red blade. Hong. A loud sound rang out and the void shook violently. The 2 sabers collided and they were actually evenly matched. The saber qi in the surroundings immediately injured the people who were charging over. Everyone was only injured by the saber qi, but soon billowing black qi gushed out from the bone saber and rushed toward the group of experts. What is that? Someone cried out in alarm. Within the black smoke, countless small skulls were gnawing at their wounds. Not good. It's drilling into my body. Someone cried out in alarm. The nearest person had his body completely devoured by the black gas in just a short while. Be careful. It was useless to be careful. The black qi surged as if there was a law guiding it. No one could escape. Immediately, the cultivators were enveloped by the black qi. Get out of the way, get out of the way. However, they couldn't escape. They simply couldn't outrun the speed of the black gas. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Kill Guhai, just kill Guhai. This must be a curse, the curse of the sorcerer tribe. Someone pounced toward Guhai in fear. Guhai ignored him and continued to slash at the Scarlet Emperor. When the saber slashed, the Scarlet Emperor instantly felt as if he was facing a great enemy. At that moment, Guhai waved his hand and a ray of crimson light suddenly appeared. It was the Life Slayer saber. A crimson illusion instantly filled the Scarlet Emperor's mind. Ah! The Scarlet Emperor shivered and slashed his bone saber instantly. Be careful. Sakra snorted and threw a punch. Hong! The punch landed heavily on the bone saber. It helped the Scarlet Emperor dodge the bone saber. Baby, please turn around. Swoosh! The celestial slaying flying saber instantly shot out and went straight for the Scarlet Emperor's neck. Not good. The future Buddha's face darkened. Hong! He waved his hand and slapped the Scarlet Emperor, helping him dodge Guhai's flying saber. Swoosh! As the flying dagger flew back, the Scarlet Emperor also woke up from his stupor. He looked at Guhai in shock. Impossible, when did you become so powerful? The Scarlet Emperor was shocked. I have always been like this. It's just that my cultivation was limited in the past. Guhai said coldly. Limited cultivation? You are now in the first level of Heaven Palace? With such a huge heavenly soul, you can only reach the first level of Heaven Palace in your lifetime. You will never be able to break through. The future Buddha said coldly. When I was in the lower level of Heaven Palace, someone said the same thing. When I was in the middle level of Heaven Palace, someone said the same thing. Didn't I reach the upper level of Heaven Palace too? Guhai said coldly. The future Buddha's face darkened. I am actually quite curious. Future Buddha? I see that your cultivation is only in the 5th or 6th level of Heaven Palace. You don't seem to be as high as Sakra's cultivation. But why is your position higher than Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva that day in fiery shrine? If you were an elder of spirited mountain, it would be fine as you have the qualifications. But you only had the chance to be selected over 1,000 years ago. What do you have to deserve this? Guhai said solemnly. Humph, how do you know that I am not as good as them? The future Buddha said coldly. Closed eyes, tranquility, Zen? Guhai squinted his eyes suddenly. You know quite a lot. In this world, I am the only one who can cultivate closed eyes, tranquility, Zen. The future Buddha said coldly. Closed eyes, tranquility, Zen? You might not be the only one who can cultivate it. Moreover, let's see if you dare to perish together with me. Guhai said coldly. Guhai, you have just entered the heavenly palace. I don't believe that you are my opponent. Humph die. Scarlet Emperor looked ferocious. In a flash he dashed towards Guhai. He was too fast. In the blink of an eye he was in front of Guhai. Let's try. Guhai looked ferocious. At this moment he mobilized all the strength in his body and slashed with the Life Ender saber again. Hong. The two sabers collided in the void. Bam. Guhai retreated 1,000 feet before stopping. Scarlet Emperor didn't. He was still in his original position. However, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Scarlet Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact. He looked at Guhai in shock. Again? Guhai stared and pounced towards him again. Humph. Boom, boom, boom. Guhai was sent flying again and again. However, Guhai was fine. Scarlet Emperor, on the other hand, was spitting out blood from the impact. How can your physical body be so tough? Scarlet Emperor said in shock and anger. Scarlet Emperor didn't know that during the previous battle with Rokudo Shinkuin, Guhai had strengthened his physical body to the peak using the aura at the peak. Although his strength was slightly weaker than Scarlet Emperor, Guhai wasn't injured at all from the impact. Sakura and future Buddha weren't in a hurry to attack. After all, Guhai was their only opponent. Furthermore, Scarlet Emperor wasn't at a disadvantage. Both of them watched coldly. What a strong physical body. Humph, it's stronger than the West Sea Dragon Palace. Sakura said with a gloomy expression. Sakura, can you deal with him? Future Buddha asked in a low voice. Scarlet Emperor was injured by Fire Emperor's self-explosion. However, I wasn't. Guhai is indeed a genius to be able to explode with strength that far exceeds his cultivation. Guhai's current strength is only equivalent to an ordinary 5th level of Heavenly Palace. However, he should be proud that I can destroy him with one hand. Sakura said coldly. Then let's do it quickly. Future Buddha put his palms together. Guhai was clashing with Scarlet Emperor again and again. Scarlet Emperor's injuries were getting worse and worse. He was being forced to this state by someone who just entered Heavenly Palace? It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Scarlet Emperor was enraged and wanted to kill Guhai. However, Guhai's strength had a huge breakthrough and he couldn't be hurt at all. Not far away, a group of experts were devoured by the skeletons in the black gas on the Life Ender saber. Only their skeletons were left and they fell to the ground below. This scene made Dishur Tian even more unsightly. Make your move. Sakura, take down Guhai. We still need to ask for the whereabouts of the elite guards. Future Buddha shouted. Sakura nodded and was about to attack. While everyone was fighting, they didn't notice that there was a figure standing in the clouds. It was the slightly battered Tong Tian sect master. Standing in the clouds, the Tong Tian sect master looked at Guhai with a gloomy expression. Hehe, the aura of Taishang Dao is here. Guhai, you can't run away. Setting me up? Good, good, very good. The Tong Tian sect master revealed a ruthless expression. Even though Guhai's cultivation had broken through to Heavenly Palace, it was still nothing in front of the Tong Tian. That was because the Tongtian's cultivation was too high. However, the vitality pool of oil that Guhai was sitting on had run out of vitality. The bottom of the pool had been cracking and within the cracks, there were traces of black gas. Looking at the black gas, the Tong Tian sect master squinted his eyes. He was puzzled. Because the Tong Tian sect master felt a sense of familiarity from the black gas. Familiarity? Below, the Scarlet Emperor was severely injured. However, he kept clashing with Guhai. Scarlet Emperor, you can't do it anymore. Guhai said with a ferocious expression. Guhai, you're courting death. The Scarlet Emperor roared with a ferocious expression. Sakura didn't clash with Guhai head-on. Instead, he launched a sneak attack from behind. Revealing a cold smile, Sakura threw a punch at Guhai's back. When the punch was thrown, a huge air wave appeared in the air. The punch passed through the airwave as though it was going to injure Gu Hai severely. However, at this moment, the vitality pool of oil below was torn apart. A black fist rushed up to the sky. Boom. With a loud sound, that pitch-black fist passed through Di Shirtian's back with a loud bang. Black gas instantly filled the surroundings. How can this be? The power of Sakra's fist instantly dissipated. He looked at the fist that passed through his chest in horror. Humph, I hate despicable people who launch sneak attacks from behind the most. How dare you sneak attack the person I fancy right in front of me? A cold voice came from the depths of the crack. Boom. The crack was torn apart. Billowing black gas gushed out from below. As soon as the black gas came out, it instantly dyed the entire world black. The punch that passed through the black gas was so eye-catching that it made everyone's expression change. Di Shirtian, that was Di Shirtian, the head of the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon of the Spiritual Mountain. He was someone who had trained in the 18 levels of hell and had a high cultivation level. He was actually punched through so easily by someone? Who? The future Buddha's expression changed. Dongfang Shou. The Scarlet Emperor's expression also changed. He saw that in the center of the fist that passed through Sakra's chest, there was a crushed figure. As the crushed figure struggled in the fist, it revealed a head that was filled with blood and was almost deformed. It's Dongfang Shou? Dongfang Shou came out from the netherworld and was preparing to launch a sneak attack on Gu Hai. However, he was crushed by the owner of the fist? It's him? The Tong Tian sect master who was above the clouds narrowed his eyes. Chapter 866. The Ancient Celestial Dome. The elite guard was crying out for his Uncle Fire Emperor when Gu Hai waved his hand and pulled the transparent Phoenix God into the ancient celestial dome along with the flames. Uncle Fire Emperor, how are you? How are you feeling? The elite guard rushed towards him. Screech. The Phoenix God screeched as flames started to gather around it. Without its physical body, the Phoenix God was on the verge of collapsing. Jingwei, I am the Phoenix God. You don't have to blame yourself. The Fire Emperor had already decided to die long ago. When he self-destructed, it was also a form of release. The Phoenix God shouted out. What? That's impossible. The elite guard was shocked. You don't understand. I am the Phoenix God and have all the memories of the Fire Emperor. I am the clearest. When he returned 800,000 years ago, he was like a walking corpse. Murong Yin, a woman, she was truly a femme fatale. The Fire Emperor regretted not staying behind to fight the Six Dao like Jiang Lianshan did. He would rather die than kill his enemies. Your father was a hero. The Phoenix God said. But my father had the entire world to himself. Why did he have to use the stupidest method? The elite guard cried out. There's no such thing as stupidness. It's only about whether it's worth it. In your eyes, the world is more important. Maybe Jiang Lianshan thought so too. But in the end, he realized that the entire world wasn't as important as Murong Yen. He controlled the entire world and went against the Six Dao. When that happened, there was no need for him to return. The Phoenix God explained. Then why did Uncle Fire Emperor? The elite guard cried out. The Fire Emperor regretted not staying behind with Jiang Lianshan. He regretted not staying behind with you. He was only loyal to you because he wanted to repay Jiang Lianshan's kindness. He spent every day and night thinking about Murong Yen. Now he's finally free. But the Phoenix race. The Phoenix God said bitterly. Free? The elite guard's eyes were red. Before the Fire Emperor died, he asked me to enter your body. To help you form the seventh soul. The Phoenix God explained. Seventh soul? That's right. In the past, when the sorcerer tribe cultivated the god, the so-called god was the seventh fragment. It was hidden between the eyebrows because it was very, very difficult for ordinary people to cultivate the seventh fragment. The demonic beasts have their own deities. Humans rely on their own cultivation and it's extremely rare for one of them to be able to form the seventh soul. However, the demonic beasts can transform into the seventh soul. I'm here to help you. This is the Fire Emperor's final wish. I hope that you will treat the Phoenix race well in the future. The Phoenix God spoke. But even if you don't refine me, I'll dissipate soon. Quick, relax your mind and let me enter your body. Jiang Lianshan should have taught you the most basic divine cultivation. Hurry up and cooperate. The Phoenix God shouted. Screech. With a phoenix cry, the Phoenix God suddenly flapped its wings and flew towards Jingwei's forehead. Boom. The fire along with the phoenix god disappeared into the Jinghui's glabella. Ah! The elite guard suddenly clutched his head in pain. His entire body was instantly enveloped in flames. However, Lin Wanner's fleshly body was the fire cauldron body. This little bit of fire was unable to burn her body. However, the sudden opening of the space between her eyebrows was somewhat unbearable. That's not right. Jinghui, what's wrong with your soul? Full of vitality? It shouldn't be. Ah, Nanming primordial fire? In between her eyebrows, the phoenix god exclaimed. Lin Wanner, don't burn the phoenix god. The elite guard's expression suddenly changed. No, I can't control it. The Nanming primordial fire pounced on itself. I can't control it. Is the Nanming primordial fire going to swallow the phoenix god? Suddenly Lin Wanner's voice sounded from within her body. The phoenix god screamed in agony. Suddenly the voice stopped abruptly. The elite guard's consciousness entered the space between her eyebrows. The phoenix god disappeared. It was swallowed by the Nanming primordial fire. The Nanming primordial fire seemed to have been replenished countless times. Suddenly it expanded by a few times. In the middle of the Nanming primordial fire, there was a small egg. This is? The elite guard was shocked. Crack. Suddenly a crack appeared on the small egg. Phew. All the Nanming primordial fire in the surroundings was instantly sucked into the crack. In the outside world, the fire on the surface of the elite guard's body was also completely absorbed. Crack, 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 crack. Suddenly more and more cracks appeared on the small egg. Boom. The eggshell instantly exploded. A fiery red transparent figure appeared from within. Boom. Countless shards of the eggshell were instantly sucked into the fiery red figure's mouth. Screech. The fiery red transparent figure let out a screech. Boom. Suddenly, countless flames appeared in the space between her eyebrows. The flames surrounded the fiery red figure. From the looks of it, it was a small fiery red sparrow? Sparrow? Lin Wanner was shocked. No, it's the vermilion bird. The elite guard's voice suddenly trembled as he exclaimed. What vermilion bird? I understand, I understand. With the fire cauldron's body as the cauldron, the Nanming primordial fire as the catalyst and the phoenix god's body as the ingredient, we have cultivated the vermilion bird god. The legendary vermilion bird god that has long been extinct? The elite guard suddenly exclaimed. Vermilion bird god? What do you mean? Lin Wanner was shocked. This is the blessing of the Fire Emperor. Is this the plan of the Sage Father? Or is it because of your coincidence? We are going to remake history. God cultivation? Lin Wanner, you will cultivate with me and raise this vermilion bird god. In the future we will be the vermilion bird god. The strongest demon god and also the strongest witch tribe. The elite guard shouted with a hint of malevolence. In the outside world, Sakura was preparing to launch a sneak attack on Gu Hai's back. However, he did not expect to be pierced by a fist from the fissure below. In that fist there was Dongfang Shou that was almost crushed. The sudden change caused everyone to stop fighting. Billows of black gas surged out from the fissure and rushed up to the sky. The entire world was suddenly dyed black. The billows of demonic energy spread out, causing the future Buddha to feel as if he was facing a great enemy. Who is it? The Scarlet Emperor's expression changed drastically. From the billows of black gas, he seemed to have thought of something terrifying. Boom. With a loud sound, the fissure suddenly exploded, revealing a pitch-black abyss demon's cave. A figure that looked like a giant crawled out from within. The giant was 3 feet tall and his entire body was pitch black. He had a copper head and an iron forehead. He had a ferocious look on his face and was extremely rough and ferocious. It was him who crushed Dongfang Shou with one fist and even pierced through Sakura. Explode! The giant shouted fiercely. Don't! Di Shirtian shouted out in horror. Sakura instantly turned into a giant dragon. Boom. The giant's fist activated its power and blasted a huge hole in the giant dragon's stomach. Blood splattered everywhere. Sakura turned back into his human form and clutched his stomach. His face was filled with horror. His entire body withered as he looked at the ferocious giant in horror. Dahan Gu Hai, thank you for your help. Solemnly Gu Hai said. Tisk. The giant snorted and ignored Gu Hai. Impossible. You 7 all of you have died long ago. All of you have died long ago. The Scarlet Emperor stared in horror. Boom. More and more pitch-black giants crawled out from the abyss. Each of them had a ferocious look and looked ferocious. As they crawled out one after another, a soul-stirring demonic aura soared into the sky. Huge clouds formed in the sky like demonic heads. Brr. The demonic clouds roared and the sky was gloomy. The future Buddha, Sakura, and the Scarlet Emperor were about to leave. Seeing this, the three of them only had one thought, and that was to leave quickly. Wait. Suddenly, three giants blocked in front of the three of them. They looked ferocious and looked at the three of them ferociously. The three of them had nowhere to run. As more and more giants appeared, the entire sky was dyed black. Gu Hai showed an unsightly expression as he stood at the side. What a strong pressure. How can these giants be so strong? Who was the one who called himself emperor, just now? Gradually, a total of 81 giants crawled out from the abyss. When all the giants came out, all of them suddenly knelt down on one knee towards the entrance of the abyss. They saw a man in a white robe flying out from the abyss. The man was different from the giants. He was very clean and untainted. However, he strangely blended in with the surrounding black gas. It was an extremely strange scene. No, 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 how are you still alive? The Scarlet Emperor was terrified. Chiyu? In the sky, the Tongtian sect master squinted his eyes. Chiyu? Sakura quivered. Even Gu Hai's expression changed at this moment. It was not because of the name Chiyu, but because of the appearance of Chiyu. Similar. Chiyu looked so much like Zhang Lianshan. He was just a little younger than Zhang Lianshan, a little more handsome and a little more refined. No, his temperament was different and his appearance was very different. However, he really looked like Zhang Lianshan. This slight resemblance made Gu Hai's face change. He thought that Zhang Lianshan had reincarnated. Big brother. We are out. Big brother, ha ha ha, Yellow Emperor, Yen Emperor, they can't seal us. Now that we are out, none of them can escape. Revenge, big brother, I want revenge. It has been 3,000 years, 3,000 years. The group of giants roared and looked at the handsome Chiyu with ferocious expressions. The future Buddha, Sakura Emperor, and the Scarlet Emperor were shocked. Chiyu? How is this possible? Why is he not dead? Chiyu didn't roar like the other 81 giants. Although he had just escaped, there was no hatred in his eyes. Instead, he looked around coldly. Looking at Gu Hai, Chiyu's eyes flashed with admiration. However, in the next moment he looked at the others. Scarlet Emperor? A long time no see. Chiyu laughed coldly. What do you want? Zhang Lianshan is dead. Back then, it had nothing to do with me. I didn't interfere. The Scarlet Emperor shouted in fear. Zhang Lianshan is dead? He is dead. Do you think I can let it go? You didn't interfere? I hate two-faced people like you the most, Chiyu's tone was cold. Chiyu snorted. The giant seemed to have received a signal and Chi pounced forward. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. The Scarlet Emperor escaped in fear. You want to escape in front of Big Brother? Come back. Chi stretched out his hand and grabbed the Scarlet Emperor's left leg. No. The Scarlet Emperor shouted in fear. Chi opened his mouth wide. He pulled the Scarlet Emperor. Off. He swallowed the Scarlet Emperor in one gulp. The Scarlet Emperor's scream came from Chi's mouth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Chi chewed and blood flowed out from his mouth. After a short while, Chi swallowed the Scarlet Emperor. That was the Scarlet Emperor and he was swallowed just like that? Di Shirtian was aghast. You guys are stronger? No, impossible. Chapter 867. Chi swallowed the Scarlet Emperor in one gulp. Everyone was shocked. Sakura was shocked. You guys are stronger? No, that's impossible. Chiyu said coldly, Oh? That little loach in the West Sea? Meh. Sakura's face twitched, but he didn't dare to refute. This blind man is from Spirited Mountain? Chiyu asked coldly. Amateus Buddha, Spirited Mountain's sacred ground, future Buddha, greets Emperor Chiyu. Future Buddha bowed slightly. Future Buddha? Spirited Mountain also changed? Chiyu raised his eyebrows. Today we didn't mean to offend Emperor Chiyu. We have disturbed you. Emperor, farewell. Future Buddha said solemnly. Did I allow you to leave? Chiyu said coldly. Brr. Suddenly 10 giants stood in front of future Buddha. Emperor Chiyu, Spirited Mountain has no enmity with you. Today is just a coincidence. Please don't force me. Future Buddha said coldly. Don't force you? Just based on your half-baked closed eyes world meditation, ha. I also want to experience it. Why don't you open your eyes and look at me? I'll just stand here and not move. How about it? Chiyu said coldly. Future Buddha's face froze. But he didn't dare to be stubborn anymore. Sakura and Future Buddha were both careful and didn't dare to say anything. Chiyu looked at them coldly for a while. Both of them broke out in cold sweat, but they didn't dare to be rash. Hey, indeed both of you are useless to me. Chiyu finally said coldly. Thank you, Emperor Chiyu. Future Buddha sighed. I'd eat them. They should be very nutritious. Chiyu said coldly. He didn't care anymore. I know. Future Buddha's face suddenly changed. But the two giants had already pounced forward. Let's go. Sakura's face changed. He pulled Future Buddha and wanted to escape. Off. But the two giants were too fast. In the blink of an eye they were in front of them and punched them back. Boom boom. Both of them were beaten back. The giants around them rubbed their palms. They are mine. Big Brother said that no one is allowed to take them. Ada glared at them and pounced on them. Ada and Air grabbed Sakura and Future Buddha. He was about to open his mouth and swallow it. No, wait, I have something to redeem the two of us, The Future Buddha suddenly shouted in horror. Chiyu turned his head. Ada and Air looked gloomy. If he had known, he would have eaten faster. However, from his big brother's point of view, he could only stop. Fusang Giant Tree, the Fusang Giant Tree of Solar God Palace. Redeem our bodies. The Future Buddha immediately shouted. Fusang Tree? What about Solar Divine Palace? Where are Tai, Taichu and Taiwa? Chiyu asked coldly. Tai was killed by Longzhonghua. Taichu Taiwa? He was killed by him. The Future Buddha pointed at Guhai. Chiyu turned to look at Guhai and laughed. Ha, good. I didn't misjudge you. Guhai's expression stiffened slightly. I was lucky. I hate people who are modest the most. You killed them, don't talk nonsense. Chiyu glared at him. Guhai was speechless. Tai was killed by Longzhonghua? What a pity, this golden crow thought so highly of himself. Back then, when I was preparing to kill my way into Solar God Palace, Longzhonghua killed Tai. Where is Longzhonghua? Chiyu said coldly. Longzhonghua was also killed by him. The Future Buddha's face twitched. Oh. Chiyu's pupils suddenly shrank, but his gaze toward Guhai was different. It was really lucky. Guhai said with a bitter smile. Chiyu narrowed his eyes and looked at Guhai. In the end he laughed loudly. What luck. After laughing, Chiyu looked coldly at the Future Buddha. Tai was killed by Longzhonghua. He killed Longzhonghua, which means that my brother slaughtered Solar God Palace. How did this Fusang tree end up in your hands? I am the Buddha because... The Future Buddha didn't know what to say for a moment. Chiyu's words were full of admiration for Guhai. After listening to his own description, he admired him even more. Why was he so unlucky this time? Where is the Fusang tree? Chiyu said coldly. The Future Buddha stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a huge tree that was emitting boundless golden light appeared in his palm. Boom. The Fusang tree was thrown into the surrounding sea of ice. In just an instant, the entire sea of ice seemed to have melted. Big Brother, I want to eat it. Big Brother, I want to eat it. The giants were excited. Emperor Chiyu, The Future Buddha said anxiously. Get lost. Chiyu said coldly. Yes, thank you, Emperor. The two anxiously turned around and shot into the distance. Wait. Chiyu snorted. The Future Buddha and Sakura's expressions changed. Go to the Yellow Emperor and inform him that I am back. The Battle of Zhuolu is not over yet. Chiyu said coldly. Yes. The two answered. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the two fled in panic and disappeared into the horizon. Big Brother, can we eat it? The giants were looking forward to it. 3,000 years ago, I said that I would take you to Solar God Palace to eat Fusang. 3,000 years later, I am sorry. Let's eat. Chiyu shouted. Brr. The giants roared excitedly and opened their mouths to gnaw on the Fusang tree. Pa. A chi threw the exploded Dongfang Shou on the ground, splashing a large amount of blood. He then pounced on the Fusang tree. At this moment, Chiyu looked at Guhai. Brother, how should I address you? Chiyu's eyes flashed as he smiled. I am Guhai of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Greetings, Emperor Chiyu. Guhai said with a slight frown. The Emperor of an Imperial Dynasty? Not bad. To be able to have a perfect heavenly soul when you just open the Celestial Palace, you are definitely not ordinary. To be able to catch my eye, you are definitely not ordinary. Chiyu said with a smile. Emperor Chiyu is too kind. Just now those people forced me into a corner, but they were like dead dogs in front of you. Gu Hai shook his head. I Chiyu never look at people's birth or cultivation. I only look at their potential. My 81 brothers were all commoners in the past and looked down on everyone. But so what? As long as I look up to them, it's fine. Today I also look up to you. Chiyu laughed. Gu Hai frowned. Don't be nervous. I won't eat you. Coincidentally, you were the one who opened the seal today, right? I see that you hit it off. Today let's become sworn brothers. How about that? In the future you will be my brother. If anyone dares to find trouble with you, I will help you destroy their entire clan. Chiyu said in a deep voice. After Chiyu finished speaking, the group of giants who were gnawing on the fusang tree turned their heads and looked over. Their gazes suddenly became much gentler as they looked at Gu Hai. Become sworn brothers? While Gu Hai was confused, the Tongtian sect master, who was above the clouds not far away, had a dark expression. He was going to capture this Gu Hai. If he became sworn brothers with him, wouldn't that be troublesome? Chiyu, the Tongtian shouted. Chiyu turned his head and looked at the sky coldly. I just want to see how long you can hold on. Tongtian sect master, have you seen enough? The Tongtian sect master stepped forward and instantly appeared not far away from Gu Hai. Tongtian sect master. Gu Hai's face darkened. Chiyu, this Gu Hai is mine, the Tongtian sect master said coldly. Yours? What a joke. He is my brother. Chiyu glared. He is a wanted criminal of my Wansho Taoism. He fled here and I chased after him. Today I must take him away. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. With me here you won't be able to take him away today. Leave immediately. I will give face to Yuanshu Qianzuan. Chiyu said coldly. A down-and-out emperor dares to scold me? Even Jiang Lianshan wouldn't dare to speak to me in such a tone. Who do you think you are? Today I must take Gu Hai away. The Tongtian sect master glared and extended his hand. You're courting death. Chiyu glared. He extended his hand and threw a punch. The Tongtian sect master's expression was ferocious. He extended his hand and threw out an energy sword. Boom. The fist collided with the energy sword. A loud sound rang out and a tear appeared in the void. The energy sword shattered, and Chiyu's fist arrived in front of the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master's expression changed and he countered with a palm. Hong. The fist and palm collided, and a huge tear appeared in the void. A violent air current surged in all directions. Chiyu's expression was ferocious as he stood motionless. The Tongtian sect master on the other hand took 3 steps back. You. The Tongtian sect master glared at Chiyu. It's been 3,000 years but your strength hasn't changed much. Chiyu laughed coldly. That's impossible. How did your strength increase so much? Weren't you sealed away? Why did you go into seclusion? You've been in seclusion for 3,000 years? The Tongtian sect master's expression turned cold. Chiyu snorted. I don't believe that you've improved so much in one go. Immortal slaying sword formation. The Tongtian sect master extended his hand and waved. Boom. The 4 swords of death, slaughter, and extinction flew out and turned into 4 giant Tongtian swords. In an instant, surging sword chi erupted, and the immortal slaying sword formation spread out. Tongdun, if you don't scram, don't blame me for being impolite. Chiyu said coldly. As he spoke, the 81 giants revealed ferocious expressions. They roared and charged toward the immortal slaying sword formation. Your 81 brothers? Don't blame me for not warning you if you dare to enter the immortal slaying sword formation. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. Clang, 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 clang. The immortal slaying sword chi could not hurt the 81 giants? How can this be? The Tongtian sect master's expression changed. The Ninely tribe is one of the main branches of the witch tribe's secret skills. They have bronze heads and iron arms, and they are invulnerable to weapons and eat everything. So what? Eat them. Chiyu said coldly. Clang. I don't believe that you can eat my 4 immortal slaying swords. The Tongtian sect master said with a ferocious expression. Clang. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the immortal slaying sword. Ada had bitten off a piece of the immortal slaying sword. The immortal slaying sword was too tough. Even if Ada bit it, his teeth would be crushed. However, Ada did not care. He swallowed the life ender sword piece along with his own teeth. In the next instant he opened his mouth and new teeth grew in his mouth. No. The Tongtian's expression changed. He retracted his hand. Clang, clang. The sword chi immediately dissipated. The Tongtian immediately put away his 4 immortal slaying swords. The Tongtian sect master kicked away one of the charging giants. Boom. Air was sent flying by the kick, but he was not injured at all. He got up in the blink of an eye and charged at the Tongtian with a roar. Tongdan, if you don't get lost, I won't give you a chance to leave, Chiyu said with a ferocious expression. The Tongtian looked at Chiyu's ferocious face with a sour expression. Tongtian took a step forward and soared into the sky, disappearing into the distant horizon in an instant. Great waves surged in Guhai's heart. Chiyu? How is that possible? Even the Tongtian sect master is no match for him? Chapter 868. Divine Cultivators? Chiyu and his 81 brothers? Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva not long ago? The strength they displayed was beyond Guhai's expectations. He suddenly realized that there were still many secrets in the world that he did not know. That arrogant Tongtian sect master was scared away by Chiyu and his brothers? That was the Tongtian sect master. Alright, go back and eat your fusang tree, Chiyu shouted. Okay. The group of giants immediately pounced on the fusang tree. Copper skin, iron bones, invulnerable to weapons and eat everything? Shock flashed in Guhai's eyes. How good would it be if he had this group of followers? Alright, I have forced the Tongtian away. Now you don't have to worry, brother. Chiyu suddenly looked at Guhai and smiled. Guhai looked at Chiyu and bowed solemnly. Thank you, Emperor Chiyu. Are you looking down on me? Chiyu was slightly angry. No, how is that possible? Guhai immediately shouted. I call you brother but you call me Emperor Chiyu? If you are not looking down on me then what are you talking about? I really am not. Guhai smiled bitterly. Since that is the case, let's become sworn brothers immediately. The Immortal Dome will be our leader and we will swear a blood oath. What do you think? Chiyu smiled. How can I? Guhai smiled bitterly. If I say it's okay then it's okay, Chiyu shouted. As he spoke, Chiyu took out a big bowl. Ada stopped gnawing on the tree and took out a jar of wine and poured it for Chiyu. The other giants also stopped gnawing on the tree and looked at Guhai and Chiyu. Guhai looked at Chiyu and sighed. Emperor Chiyu? Guhai said solemnly. Chiyu's eyes widened. Let me finish. Thank you for thinking highly of Guhai. However, I want to say that I have the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. I can't let it go. I can't follow you like these brothers. Guhai said solemnly. Is that what you're worried about? Ah. Chiyu laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. The 81 giants also laughed out loud. Guhai frowned and looked at Chiyu. If you are willing to follow me as long as I, Chiyu, have a mouthful of food, my brothers will never be hungry. If you are not willing to follow me, I will not force you. If I think highly of you, you are my brother. If you look down on me, even if the heavenly emperor comes, I will not give a damn. Chiyu shouted. Guhai immediately let out a long breath and then smiled bitterly. I'm sorry. Well, then let's bleed more. Chiyu laughed loudly. All right. Guhai immediately felt valiant as well. He extended his hand and cut open his palm. Immediately, a large amount of blood flowed into the bowl. Chiyu also cut open his palm. Immediately, a large amount of blood flowed into the bowl. I'll go first. Guhai picked up the bowl and drank half of it. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Guhai immediately felt warm all over. All right. Chiyu picked up half of the bowl and drank it all. Big brother. Guhai bowed to Chiyu solemnly. Second brother, you are a good brother. Ah. Chiyu laughed and bowed to Chiyu. Congratulations, brother Gu. The group of giants warmly looked at Guhai again. Big brother, there's something I don't understand. Why are you willing to become sworn brothers with me? Guhai asked curiously. I've stayed in this devil's cave for 3,000 years. On the 1,000th year, I said that I would marry the woman who opened the seal and become sworn brothers with the man who opened it. Ha, second brother, since you opened the seal, you are my brother. Moreover, I find you pleasing to the eye. Ah, not bad, not bad. You are indeed worthy of being my brother. You have reached the heavenly palace with a perfect heavenly soul. Chiyu laughed. I'm ashamed. Guhai laughed. My brothers won't become sworn brothers with you for the time being. We will do our own things. When you have the opportunity in the future and gain their recognition, it won't be too late to become sworn brothers. Qiyu solemnly said. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai did not feel the slightest burden in his heart to become sworn brothers with Qiyu. It was not because Qiyu was stronger than him, but because of Qiyu's heroic spirit. The first time Qiyu saw him, he was willing to become friends with him without caring about his cultivation or identity. He did not care about gains and losses and even chased away the Tongtian sect master for him. Gu Hai was willing to become friends with this kind of attitude. Of course, they had just become sworn brothers, so it was impossible for them to be sincere. Gu Hai did not know whether Qiyu had a motive for becoming sworn brothers with him. Everything needed time to verify. Big brother, I just came out of my seal and have nothing to give you. When Big Brother finds those old rivals and takes back Big Brother's things, I will make up for it. Now Big Brother will give you a small gift. Qiyu said solemnly. No need, I don't lack anything now. Gu Hai shook his head. Qiyu glared at him. It's your business whether you need it or not. It's my business whether I give it to you or not. Alright, stop talking nonsense. I don't have anything good to give you now. Your cultivation is too weak now. I'll give you a cultivation base. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Cultivation base? How could he give it to him? Go to the heavenly palace and cultivate your qi. Perfect heavenly souls require tens of thousands or even tens of millions of times more qi than ordinary people. If you want to cultivate with your current cultivation, it will be too difficult. Coincidentally, there is an endless amount of sorcerer qi sealed in my demon cave. With sorcerer qi as your foundation, it will be perfect. Go and collect all of them. You can absorb them. Qiyu stretched out his hand and clapped. Ah, wait. Gu Hai's expression changed. Boom. With one palm, Qiyu slapped Gu Hai into the abyss. There is nothing to wait for. Second brother, listen carefully. In this world, everything is fake. Only one strength is the real thing. Go in and cultivate well. When you absorb all of the wizard qi inside, my seal will be undone. Qiyu shouted. Wait, wait. Gu Hai's expression changed. Boom. Qiyu slapped again. Instantly, the surrounding seawater was sent into the devil's cave. Qiyu stretched out his hand and formed a huge wizard seal. With a loud bang, it hit the entrance. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the entrance to the abyss and everything around it disappeared. The surroundings were submerged in water and nothing could be seen. Second brother, I am doing this for your own good. When you come out, you can come and find me, Qiyu said solemnly. In the surroundings, the group of giants quickly devoured the fusang tree. Big brother, we are not full, the 81 giants frowned. Let's go. We will return to the divine continent and bring you all to eat. Ah. Qiyu laughed. The group of giants followed Qiyu excitedly and flew into the distance. As they flew, the black gas that covered the sky and earth also drifted away with the group. Soon, silence reigned over the sea. The wind was gentle and the sun was bright. It was as if nothing had happened. Only Gu Hai was sealed in the devil's cave. Around him, strands of black gas surged. Gu Hai was not in the mood to absorb them. Inside the ancient immortal dome, Jing Wei, Mu Qinfeng, Zi Wei, Changxing, Gaochen, and the others all opened their eyes wide. Whoosh! Gu Hai waved his hand and everyone came out. Gu Hai, you are sworn brothers with Qiyu? Jing Wei said in shock. You saw it. What is there to say? Now let's think about how to get out. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Get out? Don't think about it. Qiyu has been locked up for 3,000 years. Are you more capable than him? Jing Wei said with an unsightly expression. Then we are just going to be locked up like this? Until when? Gu Hai countered with an unsightly expression. How would I know? I still want to see my elder sister. Jing Wei said anxiously. Look around and see if there is a way to get out. Gu Hai said sullenly. Everyone began to search the area, but the devil cave was completely dark and filled with devil qi. Furthermore, it was so huge that they couldn't find an exit. They flew back and forth like ghosts hitting a wall, only to end up flying back and forth. What is this place? We can't get out? Zi Wei said with an unsightly expression. I'm so unlucky. I just came out of a cage and now I am trapped in a new one? Changxing said in shock as well. The elite hall disciples felt depressed. Not long ago they were happily saved by their hall master. Now they were trapped again. Master, look at what I found. Gaochen called out excitedly. Everyone surrounded Xiao Qin. However, Gaochen returned with a lump of flesh. The flesh seemed to be alive. Dongfang Shou? Gu Hai said in shock. The Dongfang Shou that Achi crushed? He is not dead yet? He still has a heartbeat? Gaochen said in shock. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Hai, you are a jinx. You got me into trouble. Dong Fang Shou cursed gloomily. Got you into trouble? If you did not have bad intentions towards me, why would you end up like this? Right, Master Shou? You are Master Shou? You can bring us out. Jing Wei shouted as his eyes lit up. Huh. Everyone's eyes lit up. Quick. Open the Netherworld gate. Quick. Open the Netherworld gate and bring us out. Otherwise I will burn you. Jing Wei said angrily. You. Dong Fang Shou cried out in shock as he vomited blood. Quick. Jing Wei stretched out his hand and a large amount of flames appeared. I can't take it anymore. I can't open a big entrance. Wait for me to recover. Dong Fang Shou shouted. Wait for you to recover? At that time you will be able to escape. We can't do anything to you. Now. Quick. Now. Jing Wei placed the flames in front of Dong Fang Shou. Jing Wei, how dare you? Burn it. Don't. I'll open it. I'll open it. Dong Fang Shou shouted. As he was speaking, Dong Fang Shou's deformed finger gently drew a line in the air. Wong. A fist-sized entrance appeared in the air. So big? How do we get to the Netherworld? Jing Wei stared at him. Like me? Shou. Dong Fang Shou laughed sinisterly and entered the entrance. Not good. Come back. Jing Wei shouted. Boom. A large amount of flames rushed in and burned towards Dong Fang Shou, who was on the other side of the entrance. Ah bitch, I'll teach you a lesson, ah. Dong Fang Shou roared in pain on the other side and then quickly fled. At this moment, the fist-sized entrance was gradually becoming smaller. What should we do? What should we do? Jing Wei was anxious. Everyone had a look of panic on their faces. Gu Hai's face turned ugly. I will send you guys over. Everyone looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai waved his hand and everyone was once again enveloped by the immortal dome of the ancients. Gu Hai couldn't cross over, but he could extend a bit of the immortal dome of the ancients into the Netherworld. It was like a balloon that could be stretched in certain places, and the part that reached into the Netherworld wrapped around everyone. In an instant, everyone was put into the Netherworld. We are out? This is the Netherworld? Jing Wei said in surprise. Master. Gao Chen shouted in surprise. The entrance was getting smaller and smaller. It was only the size of a finger now. Don't worry about me. Gao Chen, Ziwei, Changxing, Mu Qinfeng, disciples of the first-class hall, follow Jing Wei and find his sister. Quick, find his sister and let her break the seal for me. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. Everyone replied. Wang. The entrance suddenly shrunk and disappeared. Where is Dong Fang Shou? Find him, quick. Jing Wei shouted. However, Dong Fang Shou had already escaped. Chapter 869. Only Gu Hai was left in the demon's cave. Gu Hai sat cross-legged, and a huge heavenly soul appeared behind him. The heavenly soul was 810 feet tall, and its entire body was golden. However, as wisps of sorcery entered its body, the heavenly soul slowly turned black. The heavenly soul's absorption speed was not slow, even though the heavenly soul was very strong. Wouldn't it take a few decades to absorb all the heavenly soul's sorcery here? Gu Hai frowned. However, the heavenly soul sorcery was very faint, and it could not be captured. Only the heavenly soul could absorb it. Gu Hai was anxious as he waited. A few decades? When he went out it would be too late. The great compassion poem of heaven and earth? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. At this moment he felt a surge of power from the spiritual Mother Divine King. It came from the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. The heavenly soul can also cultivate the great compassion poem of heaven and earth? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Then he closed his eyes and quickly activated the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. Rumble. Indeed, as he activated the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, the heavenly soul absorbed the heavenly soul's sorcery faster and faster. The speed suddenly increased by 10 times or even faster. The heavenly palace cultivates sorcery, and the breakthrough standard is to condense the energy core. One energy core is 1 grade. Solemnly Gu Hai said to Gu Hai. As the heavenly soul cultivated the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, the sorcery slowly gathered at the heavenly soul's head and slowly formed a small cyclone. Once the small cyclone appeared, the speed of sorcery absorption increased by several times. Rumble. The heavenly soul absorbed the sorcery crazily. As the heavenly soul cultivated the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, a depression slowly formed in between its eyebrows. When that depression appeared, Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. The great compassion poem of heaven and earth is about to break through? Gu Hai was shocked. The depression in between its eyebrows revealed the outline of an eye, a vertical eye. This eye, on the other hand, was continuously condensing and becoming clearer with the help of the rolling wizard chi. It became clearer and clearer, more and more condensed. Gu Hai's heart involuntarily pounded violently. Gu Hai understood that increasing his cultivation was not the hardest part. The hardest part was the cultivation of the great compassion fu of heaven and earth. He was only at the 3rd level now. He had never been able to find a solution. Previously, when Qiyu struck him into the demon's lair, he still felt resentful. But now he no longer felt resentful. Instead, he was very grateful because the great compassion fu of heaven and earth seemed to have a great breakthrough. Rumble. With the appearance of the two objects, the outline of the eye and the sorcery energy cyclone, the absorption of the Devil Cave sorcery energy had reached a state of wanton plundering. The speed was dozens of times faster than before, or even hundreds of times faster than before. Or even faster. The shaman chi vortex slowly turned into a droplet, then slowly condensed into a small liquid ball, then slowly solidified into a small solid ball. After an unknown amount of time, the small solid ball underwent a qualitative change again. It was as if a huge explosion had taken place inside the small solid ball. A huge space seemed to have exploded inside the small solid ball. It was as if it was a universe. Vaguely, one could see that there were countless stars condensed from wizard energy within the small ball. At this moment, 90% of the wizard chi in the demon cave had been absorbed by Gu Hai. The first wizard chi pill? The 2nd level of the heavenly palace? Gu Hai was pleasantly surprised. Boom. On the other side, the reincarnation of the eye between the heavenly soul's eyebrows had completely condensed. It was an extremely demonic black eye. Gu Hai knew that the wizard chi pill had only absorbed 1/3 of the billowing sorcery energy just now. The other 2/3 had been absorbed by the eye. At this moment, the demonic black eye became clearer and clearer, as if it was going to be completely fixed. Condense. Gu Hai shouted. Rumble. The last 10% of the wizard chi instantly surged into the heavenly soul. Boom. With a loud sound, the demonic black eye completely turned into a solid entity and embedded itself between the heavenly soul's eyebrows. The great compassion fu of heaven and earth, the 4th heaven. Open the heaven's eye? Gu Hai's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of surprise. The heaven's eye had been opened, but where was the wizard chi pill just now? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Then he sank his consciousness into the heavenly soul to search, but the wizard chi pill just now had disappeared. Impossible, it must be here. Gu Hai frowned slightly. After searching carefully, Gu Hai found it very quickly. However, he saw that the wizard chi pill seemed to have shrunk countless times and entered the pupil of the heaven's eye. The pupil of the heaven's eye was like a black hole, and the wizard chi pill was like a star floating in this black hole. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to discover it. Gu Hai was surprised. The heavenly soul entered his body and reached out to grab. Boom. The wizard chi pill seemed to emit waves of energy to the heavenly soul. The heavenly soul filled its body with energy, and Gu Hai's strength instantly increased by countless times. Gu Hai firmly believed that if he fought the Scarlet Emperor now, there was no need to contend with him at all. He could kill him with one punch. That's right, the 2nd level of the heavenly palace. Although the wizard chi pill remained in the pupil of the heaven's eye, it did not seem to have any effect. Gu Hai exhaled deeply. Above, as the sorcery energy dissipated. With a loud boom, Chiyu's seal disappeared. At this moment, at the tightly shut entrance of a city in the divine great land, Chiyu and his 81 brothers were preparing to break into the city. The city lord and the soldiers in the city all revealed terrified expressions. Big brother, give the order. I can't wait. Ada said excitedly. Roar. A group of giants roared. However, Chiyu suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the eastern sea. He broke the seal? That brother of mine is not simple. Chiyu squinted his eyes and laughed. Chiyu turned his head and ignored the eastern sea, continuing to look at the city in front of him. Above the eastern sea, Gu Hai stepped out of the demon cave. As the sorcery energy was depleted, the demon cave seemed to have collapsed. It instantly shrank and disappeared. Surging water surged, forming a small tsunami. Gu Hai stood in the air and looked up at the sky. Heaven's eye. What's so special about you? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with anticipation. Under the control of the heavenly soul, a third eye suddenly appeared in the glabella of Gu Hai's physical body. As soon as the eye opened, it immediately looked up into the starry sky. Opening the heavens eye required the consumption of sorcery energy. The sorcery chi pill immediately poured a large amount of sorcery energy into the heaven's eye. Under the control of Gu Hai, the heaven's eye immediately saw the end of the starry sky, the farthest edge, the end of time and space. Gu Hai said in surprise. Lowering his head, Gu Hai looked in the direction of the divine continent. Standing in the eastern sea, he opened the heaven's eye and instantly saw the boundless celestial capital and the soaring palace hall. This eyesight? Gu Hai was shocked. His eyesight quickly traveled in all directions. It was as if no place in the divine continent could hide from the heaven's eye. However, the world was too big and he couldn't see every position accurately. The boundless celestial capital just now was just a coincidence. Good eyesight, good heaven's eye. It doesn't seem to be the limit? Gu Hai was surprised and activated his sorcery energy again. But the heaven's eye looked at the ground. As a large amount of sorcery energy poured in, Gu Hai's eyelids suddenly twitched, revealing a shocked expression. The netherworld? The heavens I can see through the two realms of yin and yang? Gu Hai was surprised. It couldn't be wrong. In the past, the unborn man took him to the netherworld for a walk. The scene of the netherworld was very familiar. Gu Hai even saw a city, and the words Dafeng Ghost City were written on the signboard of the city. But as soon as the heaven's eye closed, Gu Hai immediately felt a little tired. The heaven's eye between the eyebrows of the flesh body also slowly disappeared and retracted into the glabella of the heavenly soul. Opening the heaven's eye required a large amount of energy. Especially when seeing through the two realms of yin and yang, Gu Hai felt more tired than fighting to his heart's content for a day. No wonder the sorcery pill was hidden in the pupil of the heaven's eye. It was to replenish the heaven's eye at any time. Life and Death Eye, Heaven's Eye? The great compassion poem of heaven and earth is really good stuff. 5 sets of innate techniques? The immortal of the 6 paths has one, I have one, and there are 3 in this world? In other words, if I have these magical abilities, there should be 3 people in this world who can do it too? Maybe their abilities are different, but they are definitely not weaker than the great compassion poem of heaven and earth? Gu Hai said solemnly. The boundless sorcery Big Brother Chiyu left me could have condensed 3 sorcery pills, allowing me to break through to the 4th level of the heavenly palace. Unfortunately, I only managed to condense 1. However, it doesn't matter. The birth of the heaven's eye is definitely more important than the sorcery pill. Forget it. A month ago, news came from the boundless celestial capital that the great emperor dynasty in the north was ready to attack the Dahan. Takeshi Ryushin? How daring of him. Did he think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he came back from 800,000 years ago and didn't have the rules of chess? Gu Hai's eyes flashed coldly. Reaching out, he took out a Guqin figurine. Gu Hai flew towards the boundless celestial capital while listening to the news from the Guqin figurine. The 2 armies are already at war? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. A cold smile appeared on his face. Gu Hai knew the military strength of the boundless celestial capital best. The upper-class experts had Mo Yike, Guqin and Gao Xianji. The military had Kong Xian, Shengguan Hen and Ao Shun. The middle-class cultivators had an army of 500,000 immortal demons. The Dahan imperial dynasty did not fear any enemy. So what if the great emperor dynasty did? Even if they did not, he was no match for them. Disciples of the Wansho Taoism? Disciples of the spiritual mountain's holy land? Gu Hai's face suddenly darkened. The news from the Guqin figurine made Gu Hai serious. The great emperor dynasty colluded with the spiritual mountain's holy land and the disciples of the Wansho Taoism? Did the Tongtian sect master go to the boundless celestial capital to stop him? The Dahan imperial dynasty seemed to be in danger. Spy? Betrayal? Gu Hai's face darkened. This was the news from Mo Yike. There was a spy among the leaders of the Dahan imperial dynasty. Had the Dahan imperial dynasty's war been leaked in advance? The leaders of the Dahan imperial dynasty were all carefully selected by Gu Hai. How could there be a spy among them? In Gu Hai's opinion, this was more serious than the invasion of the great emperor dynasty. Stay put and wait for my return. Gu Hai sent a message to the Guqin figurine. The Guqin figurine quickly sent a message back to the boundless celestial capital. Gu Hai was also anxious at this moment. He immediately increased his speed to the maximum. He turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the boundless celestial capital. Fast, fast, fast. Although Gu Hai was only at the 2nd level of the heavenly palace in terms of flying speed, Even the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace might not be faster than Gu Hai. 2 days. In just 2 days, Gu Hai entered the territory of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Chapter 870. At Qin Tianshan's residence in the boundless celestial capital, Qin Tianshan presided over a meeting. Among them were Mo Yike, Gu Qin, Gao Xianji, Kong Xian, Shengwan Hen, Ao Shun and Montes. These were the most important officials of the Dahan Empire. Gao Xianji and Ao Shun's faces were pale, and there were many wounds on their faces. Qin Tianshan stared at the group with a cold gaze. Mo Yike drank his tea but did not rush. The great martial emperor dynasty attacked my Dahan Empire. This time, Mo Yike's plan was flawless. Only everyone present knew the details. Once it succeeded, we would have destroyed the great martial emperor dynasty at the borders. However, it was leaked in the end and our army failed at the last step. Lord Gao and Ao Shun were nearly left at the borders, never to return. I believe everyone knows this as well, right? Qin Tianshan said seriously. There is a spy. Qin Tianshan, are you suspecting us? Kong Xian asked coldly. Qin Tianshan looked coldly at Kong Xian before looking at Mo Yike. Mo Yike gently put down his teacup. That's right. There is a spy among us. Mo Yike said with a cold smile. As Mo Yike smiled coldly, he swept his gaze over everyone. Cough, cough, cough. Gao Xinji also looked coldly at the group as she coughed. Oh, who is it? Gu Qin asked with a sullen expression. Are you suspecting me? Kong Xian asked coldly. Lord Kong, I don't doubt you. However, when we were formulating the plan, we were extremely secretive. We even gave a gag order, but the other side found out, causing our army to suffer heavy casualties. 5 cities at the border all fell into the hands of the great emperor dynasty. This shouldn't be. Our Dahan imperial dynasty has a strong foundation. We shouldn't have lost so miserably. Mo Yike said in a heavy voice. Then who leaked it? Shengwan Hen asked in a deep voice. All of you are His Majesty's closest subjects. That's why I was honest with you before I set up the trap. I don't know who the spy is for the time being. It may be the King of Tianshan, Lord Meng, Lord Kong, Lord Gao, the Crown Prince Ao Supreme Master, Shengwan Supreme Master, or even myself. Mo Yike said in a deep voice. Everyone's face sank. I'm not saying all this to blame anyone, but to let everyone guess who it is in the following time. However, don't attack anyone. Let's wait for His Majesty to return before we talk. Don't let the enemy's scheme succeed again. Mo Yike said. The great emperor dynasty colluded with the spiritual mountain sacred land and Wanshou Taoism because of an expert behind the scenes. Our Dahan imperial dynasty already has a strong foundation and shouldn't be led around by them. Here, I only ask that everyone not to form factions and accuse anyone of being a spy. Not only did we fail to find the spy, but we were also used by the other side. Mo Yike said. Everyone's expressions turned grave. Lord Meng, your embroidered uniform guard shouldn't panic at this time. Mo Yike said. Then what do we do now? Montes asked. With a spy right next to them, they felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. It's better to remain still than to take action. Just guard your positions. His Majesty will be back in 10 days. Mo Yike said. What? Really? Everyone's eyes lit up. At the same time, I would like to give a certain spy a piece of advice. In our eyes, you can hide your identity, but in His Majesty's eyes, there is nowhere you can hide, Mo Yike said. His Majesty is back? That's good. Everyone said excitedly. Don't change anything. Maintain the status quo and wait for His Majesty's return. Mo Yike said. Then what should we do when the great emperor dynasty sends troops? Qin Tianshan asked with a frown. We can still afford to wait for 10 days. Just guard the city gates and wait for His Majesty's return. Mo Yike said. Okay. Everyone answered. Also, keep the matter of the spy to yourself. Don't leak it out and cause gossip among the officials. Mo Yike said solemnly. Okay. Everyone answered. The next day at Mo Yike's residence, Qin Zibai stood respectfully at Mo Yike's side, holding the wisdom divine scepter for Mo Yike. My lord, you guessed right. There is indeed a spy. Furthermore, in just one day the news seemed to grow wings, spreading throughout the entire imperial court. The defeat this time was due to a spy in the imperial court. Qin Zibai said with an unsightly expression. The entire imperial court knows? Mo Yike narrowed his eyes. Yes. After Milord's meeting at the Duke of Tianshan's residence yesterday, 13 officials received a letter that described everything that Milord discussed at the Duke of Tianshan's residence. In the end, the 13 officials found a group of colleagues to discuss it, and in the end, Qin Zibai said with a frown. Oh, the news spread like that? Ah. The great emperor dynasty did indeed have an expert plotting this time. Humph. Mo Yike snorted coldly. Milord, did you seal off the news of the spy? Qin Zibai asked in confusion. We did, but it still leaked. Ah. How interesting. Mo Yike said with a frown. What are they going to do? I have said that His Majesty will be back in 10 days. Presumably, a certain spy can't wait any longer, and the master behind him can't wait any longer either. He wants to cause internal strife among us as soon as possible, right? Mo Yike said coldly. Then what should we do now? Qin Zibai asked with a frown. Wait patiently for His Majesty to return. At the same time, inquire about the officials' attitudes. Mo Yike said. Yes. When the news of the spy came out, not only in Mo Yike's residence, but also in the 8 officials' residences, all of them had their subordinates report to them, their expressions extremely dark. Fortunately, His Majesty would return in 10 days at most. Everyone suppressed their suspicions. Although they were suspicious, they did not do anything. However, at this moment the officials of the Dahan were shocked and furious. Not long ago, Mo Yike had plotted to invade the Great Wu Empire. Although it was a secret plan, many of the officials knew about the Dahan's strength and thought that they would definitely win, so they sent their juniors to the border to fight for rewards. However, almost all of them were wiped out. Many of the officials were filled with resentment. Now that they heard the news of the spy, they were immediately filled with righteous indignation. Except for a few people who could restrain themselves, many officials kept bombarding Qin Tianshan during the court meeting, asking him to find the spy. Qin Tianshan could only suppress it with a headache. In Mo Yike's residence, they came in such a fierce manner that the entire city is on fire? Mo Yike said with an unsightly expression. My lord, the king of Tianshan sent an invitation card. Qin Zibai said respectfully. Mo Yike said in confusion. Mo Yike opened the invitation card. After reading it carefully for a while, Mo Yike narrowed his eyes. My lord, what's wrong? The king of Tianshan said that he found signs of a spy and asked me to go to his residence to discuss it tonight. In order to hide it, he asked me to go there secretly. Mo Yike said solemnly. Go there secretly? My lord, could it be? Qin Zibai asked worriedly. Everyone is a spy. Qin Tianshan cannot be a spy. Otherwise, His Majesty would not trust him so much. However, are you sure that the king of Tianshan sent someone to deliver this letter? Mo Yike asked with a frown. The king of Tianshan's most trusted guard. Qin Zibai nodded. Mo Yike gently tapped the table with his fingers. My lord, is there something wrong? Qin Zibai asked, feeling confused. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. However, we are in a passive position. 7? No, 2 hours in advance. We will go there at 7, Mo Yike said seriously. Yes. Qin Zibai nodded. At 7, Mo Yike led Qin Zibai out of the Mo clan's residence, heading to Qin Tianshan's residence for the ceremony. However, just as Mo Yike and Qin Zibai were halfway there, suddenly, a loud sound came from the embroidered uniform guard's headquarters. Boom. A loud sound rang out throughout the boundless heavenly capital. Then Montez's furious roar rang out. Man, capture him. He killed the crown prince. The loud roar startled the entire city. Mo Yike's expression suddenly changed. Oh no. My lord, what's wrong? Qin Zibai asked in shock. Let's go to the embroidered uniform guard's headquarters. Mo Yike soared into the air. Qin Zibai immediately flew over, protecting Xiao Qian. At this moment, it was not just Qin Zibai and Mo Yike. Nearly all the experts in the city flew over. Kang Xian, Shengguanhen, Ao Shun, Qin Tianshan, and Gao Xinji all flew over in shock. In the blink of an eye, the embroidered uniform guard's headquarters was completely surrounded. What's going on? Kang Xian immediately flew over. He saw that the surrounding buildings in a small courtyard had exploded. It was like there was a ritual array earlier, trapping the inside and outside. Montez was covered in blood. He covered the hole in his abdomen and collapsed in a pool of blood. However, he was not dead yet. Kang Xian immediately patted him on the back to help heal his injuries. What's going on? Your dantian was pierced? Did you destroy your nascent soul? Kong Xian was shocked. My lord, who did it? A group of embroidered uniform guards asked angrily. Who almost killed the commander-in-chief at the embroidered uniform guards headquarters. At this moment, a large number of overlords flew over. Mo Yike, Qin Tianshan, and the others all came over. It's him, Mo Yike. He attacked us. Quick, the crown prince is inside. He's going to die. Montez glared at them and said angrily. What? The surrounding officials were shocked. Qin Tianshan quickly rushed into the palace not far away. As expected, the crown prince of Guqin was lying in a pool of blood. There was a bloody hole in his heart. Save the crown prince. Qin Tianshan shouted. Shangguan Hen quickly fed the crown prince a pill and placed his hand on the crown prince's back. Phew. The crown prince of Guqin sighed. He's not dead yet. Just a little more. Shangguan Hen heaved a sigh of relief. Quickly capture Mo Yike. He's a spy. Montez glared and shouted. Yes. The group of embroidered uniform guards wanted to pounce on Mo Yike. Who dares? Qin Zibai stood in front of them and glared at the group of embroidered uniform guards. Nonsense. Qin Tianshan shouted. He immediately stopped everyone. Mo Yike watched everything calmly. At this moment he was not in a hurry to speak. Montez, what happened? Tell me. Qin Tianshan glared. Earlier the crown prince came with a black-clad man. He said that he found a spy and wanted me to investigate. I was outside at that time. When I received the report from my subordinates, I immediately rushed back. The moment I stepped into the palace, I saw the crown prince lying in a pool of blood. That black-clad man was Mo Yike. Yes, it was him. I removed his hat. He used that emerald green bamboo stick to stab His Highness the Crown Prince's chest. Seeing me break through before I had time to react, he pierced my dantian with another stick. He wanted to escape. However, I tried my best to stop him, but he still managed to escape. Montez glared at Mo Yike hatefully. You saw me assassinate the Crown Prince and destroy your dantian? Mo Yike's expression sank. That's right. Even if you turned into ashes, I would recognize you. You even laid a soundproof ritual array outside this courtyard. Otherwise, my subordinates would have known. When you fled, they detonated the ritual array, and you disappeared into the fog. Ah! To think that you dare to return. Montez glared. The surrounding people looked at Mo Yike coldly. However, no one tried to capture Mo Yike. Are you sure you saw correctly? Qin Tianshan asked coldly. That's impossible. That is Mo Yike. Who else in this world can look so similar to him? Montez said while glaring. At this moment, Guqin slowly woke up. Your Highness, what happened? Who tried to assassinate you? Qin Tianshan asked anxiously. Today, Mo Yike went to my residence and said that he discovered a spy. He invited me to look for Montez to investigate. Montez was not around, so we waited. Unexpectedly, Mo Yike suddenly attacked. Guqin said with an unsightly expression as he coughed blood. Everyone looked at Mo Yike. That's impossible. I was with my lord the entire time. We were outside earlier, preparing to head to the king of Tianshan's residence. We accepted the king of Tianshan's invitation. Qin Zibai shouted. I didn't invite you? Qin Tianshan felt slightly startled. How could you not? Qin Zibai said anxiously. However, Mo Yike stopped Qin Zibai. We all fell for it. We saw me assassinate the crown prince and Commander Meng. What? Why would I assassinate them? Mo Yike said coldly. Are you trying to frame me? When you came, you were wrapped in a black robe. No one knew it was you. If you killed the crown prince, I would be implicated. At that time, I would be removed from my post and sabotage the embroidered uniform guard's investigation of the Grand Emperor dynasty. Montez said with a glare. Did you see me clearly? Mo Yike said coldly. I can't be wrong. Montez said with a glare. Guqin also looked at Mo Yike with a frown. Guqin was not wrong. Not necessarily. Kong Xian frowned. What you saw might not be real. What if someone else changed into Lord Mo's appearance? Kong Xian said with a frown. Lord Kong, what do you mean? Shangguan Hen's expression turned cold. Only a few people knew that Shangguan Hen knew the 72 transformations, but these people happened to know. Everyone's expression changed. Mo Yike bowed slightly to Kong Xian and said, Thank you for your trust, Lord Kong. However, I believe that the spy is not Shangguan Prime. Everyone's expression sank. If it's not Shangguan Prime, then it's you? What a series of schemes. Who is it? In one assassination you schemed against me, the king of Tianshan, Montes the crown prince, and Shangguan Hen? Mo Yike said with an unsightly expression. Everyone was wary of Mo Yike and had not made a move yet. Outside the embroidered uniform guards' headquarters, a group of officials who had rushed over seemed to have been instigated by someone. The spy is Mo Yike? He killed the crown prince and Lord Meng? Catch the spy and avenge the soldiers who died on the front lines. Catch Mo Yike. He's a spy. Avenge our soldiers. Kill him. A commotion broke out outside. Some officials immediately wanted to charge over. Your Highness, the spy has been identified. It is Mo Yike. Quickly take him down. More and more officials rushed over. Bastards. Who told you to come? Qin Tianshan glared. Milord, my son died on the front lines because of him. My son shouldn't have died. He shouldn't have died. It's all because of him. This time, so many of my limitless celestial capital soldiers went, but he killed all of them. Milord, take revenge for their families. Some officials said anxiously. Mo Yike coldly looked at the agitated officials and revealed a cold smile. Someone instigated this? Montes, monitoring the officials is the embroidered uniform guard's responsibility. Many of the limitless celestial capital's officials are spies. You actually failed to find out? You failed in your duty? Mo Yike glared at Montes. What nonsense. They want to take revenge on you. Montes immediately retorted, glaring. Montes was certain that Mo Yike was the culprit. Now that Mo Yike accused him, he naturally had to retaliate. Furthermore, if there were too many spies in the city, it would be his fault. How could it be his fault? Mo Yike, you did not kill me earlier. It is already too late. Why are you still not surrendering? Montes glared. Shut up. Qin Tianshan shouted angrily. However, the crowd in the surroundings seemed to be riled up. They did not listen to Qin Tianshan's shouts at all. They seemed to believe that the law did not punish the majority and that they had to take down Mo Yike today. Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, Ao Shun, Gao Xianji, and the others showed unsightly expressions. No one knew who was speaking the truth. However, they could tell that someone instigated the situation before them. More and more officials rushed over. After receiving the news, they continuously wanted to capture Mo Yike. Naturally, Mo Yike's subordinates spoke up for Mo Yike. They immediately started arguing. The more they argued, the more those officials retaliated. It seemed like they were determined to take down Mo Yike. The entire embroidered uniform guard's headquarters immediately turned noisy. Just as the crowd was riled up, suddenly, a cold shout came from high in the sky. Tianshan Sovereign, I told you to manage the nation. Why are you causing such a commotion? What a scandal. A soft shout came from high in the sky. The shout was so loud that it drowned out the voices of the officials. Everyone's expression changed as they looked up. When they saw Gu Hai standing in the air, they immediately showed wild joy on their faces. Your Majesty. The officials immediately bowed in pleasant surprise. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Qin Tianshan also showed joy on his face. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Suddenly, everyone bowed respectfully. When Mo Yike saw Gu Hai return, he also revealed a faint smile. From the start to the end, Mo Yike had not worried at all. In fact, Mo Yike knew that Gu Hai would return today. While others set up a trap, he set up a trap as well. Chapter 871. Welcome back, Your Majesty. The officials of the embroidered uniform guards headquarters immediately bowed excitedly. The people in the surroundings who saw Gu Hai also bowed respectfully. Qin Tianshan, Montes, Guqin, Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, Ao Shun, and Gao Xinji all revealed joyful expressions. Even though Gu Hai showed an unfriendly expression at this moment, this was nothing to the loyal officials. As long as His Majesty returned, all the chaos would be cleared up. Qin Tianshan, let me ask you, why are you causing such a ruckus? Gu Hai said seriously. The surroundings immediately fell silent. Your Majesty, the officials heard that there are spies in the imperial court and became agitated. Then there was an assassination attempt here. The Crown Prince and Lord Meng nearly died. When the two saw Lord Mo, the officials believed that Lord Mo was a spy and wanted to severely punish him, Qin Tianshan explained. How presumptuous. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. The officials immediately trembled in fear. Heard? Since when did my Han imperial dynasty start punishing people for spreading rumors? Gu Hai demanded coldly. These officials are guilty. The expressions of the officials immediately changed. Since you are already here, everyone is here. The embroidered uniform guard is in charge of recording. All officials state your purpose for coming here today. Also, who started today's ruckus? Who was the first one to make such a fuss? Also, where did they find out about the spy? What about the person and the location? Write everything down clearly, then return to your respective residences, Gu Hai ordered coldly. Yes. The group of officials responded. A large number of embroidered uniform guards immediately surrounded the surroundings. No one could leave. Even the person who started the chaos could not leave. Everything was carefully investigated. Gu Hai slowly landed before Guqin and Montes. Your Majesty, this official has failed in his duty, Montes said with an unsightly expression. You also know about failing in your duty? How did the embroidered uniform guard investigate spies in the past few years? The boundless celestial capital spies can already instigate a rebellion. Just one word of encouragement, and they all started to stir up trouble? Or is it because of your prestige as Montes? Gu Hai said coldly. This subject does not dare. Montes immediately prostrated himself on the ground, his face filled with fear. Montes understood that this was Gu Hai blaming himself. During the chaos just now, he shouldn't have argued with Mo Yike, and he shouldn't have criticized Mo Yike in front of everyone. Even if he was really a spy, he shouldn't have caused internal strife at this critical juncture. Gu Hai looked at Montes coldly. Then he looked at Guqin. Father, I am fine, Guqin said bitterly. Gu Hai placed his hand on Guqin's chest. Buzz. A surge of heaven replenishing energy flowed into Guqin's body, and Guqin's injuries quickly healed. Your Majesty. Kong Xian, Shengwan Hen Ao Shun, and the others said respectfully. Right. Thank you for your hard work. I will take care of this. Gu Hai nodded. Your Majesty, what about Lord Mo? Ao Shun looked at Mo Yike. I will investigate. Before we know who it is, do not make wild guesses. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, everyone answered. Your Majesty, this subject has failed in his duty, Qin Tianshan said bitterly. After looking at Qin Tianshan, Gu Hai's gaze turned much gentler. That is already pretty good. This time the enemy came with a strong momentum. It is not your fault. Thank you, Your Majesty, Qin Tianshan answered. All right, you may withdraw. Organize everything that happened over the past year into a book and send it to the study. Gu Hai looked at Qin Tianshan. Yes. The others answered. Qin Tianshan also answered and went to organize the information over this period. The commotion died down in the blink of an eye. However, Gu Hai understood that the enemy was hiding in the dark. Early the next morning in the study, Qin Tianshan delivered a large amount of information. Gu Hai sat behind the study table. However, Mo Yike stood in front of him. Your Majesty, this is all the information you asked for over the past year, including the personnel transfers in the endless celestial capital, Qin Tianshan said solemnly. All right. Gu Hai answered indifferently. Qin Tianshan withdrew. As Qin Tianshan left, he glanced at Mo Yike, who was in the study, in surprise. A pile of information was placed at the side. However, there was another pile of letters on Gu Hai's desk. These are. Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike. Overnight, this subject found letters of treason in his residence and the residences of several officials with whom he was on good terms. Mo Yike said with a smile. Your letters of treason? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Indeed. We went to 800,000 years ago. When this subject returned, I discovered something unusual. It turns out that all of this was waiting for us. If Your Majesty had not returned yesterday, this batch of letters of treason would have been the second round of evidence to put this subject to death. Furthermore, there was a spy among the 8 people in the meeting that day. If they added insult to injury, this subject might have died without a burial ground. What a vicious plan. Mo Yike said coldly. This plan is not very clever. They just had time to plan. Gu Hai said with a frown. Yes, this subject underestimated this great emperor dynasty. This scheme has already reached my boundless celestial capital. This subject is even more surprised that Takeshi Ryushin has already followed us to 800,000 years ago. Who exactly was it that was manipulating the great emperor dynasty in this year? It seems that our understanding of the great emperor dynasty is not thorough enough. There is actually a spy among us. Mo Yike narrowed his eyes. Are you sure? This subject did not expect this at first, but this is the truth. That scheme was leaked, and the one who injured Lord Gao and Supreme Ao was definitely among the 8 of us. Me, Qin Tianshan, Gu Qin, Kong Xian, Shanghai Hen, Ao Shun, Montes and Gao Xianji. There is definitely a spy among us. Mo Yike said coldly. Gu Hai tapped his fingers on the desk, his expression turning solemn. The great Emperor dynasty has a capable person. Gu Hai said with a frown. Yes, it should be an expert. Haha, to be able to bribe one of the 8 of us, he is not simple. Secondly, it was this subject who disrupted their plan. Otherwise, the chaos last night would have been even more turbulent. It is very likely that even this subject would not have been able to handle it. Mo Yike said solemnly. Only you were informed of the exact time of my return through the Guqin figurine. What did you say? Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty said that you would return in 2 days. If I had directly said that your Majesty would return in 2 days, this group of spies would definitely lay low and wait for another opportunity. However, this subject did not want to let them wait and expose themselves sooner. Therefore this subject said 10 days. Mo Yike said solemnly. 10 days? Time is short, but it is barely enough to launch an opportunity. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, the opportunity is fleeting. The experts of the great Emperor dynasty should know that once your Majesty returns, it will be 100 times, no, 1,000 times more difficult to cause chaos in the infinite celestial capital. Therefore they are taking the risk. This subject is using this point to speed up the pace. After 10 days they will immediately expose themselves. Even if they have wave after wave of evidence, what can they do? As long as your Majesty appears, all schemes and plots will have nowhere to hide. Mo Yike said solemnly. Haha, the great Emperor dynasty? Looks like this Takeshi Ryushin is not in charge? Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Yes, who could have guessed it beforehand? Even if Takeshi Ryushin has gone to 800,000 years ago, this great Emperor dynasty is still operating continuously. Mo Yike sighed. At the border between the Dahan Imperial dynasty and the great Emperor dynasty, in a small courtyard, a great Emperor dynasty official bowed respectfully to a group of Wanshou Taoism disciples. The leader of the group was none other than the Tong Tian sect master. Is what you said true? The Tong Tian sect master's face turned cold. Yes, sect master. Just last night, Gu Hai returned to the infinite celestial capital. The Lord asked me to pass on the message to you. The official said respectfully. He returned last night, why are you only reporting now? The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. The Lord said that he wanted the people in the city to find out how many people Gu Hai returned with. That's why it was delayed. The official said respectfully. Oh, how many people? The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. 1. He came back alone, and he even ruined the Lord's plan. The official said carefully. Just 1 person? Ah, he is finally willing to come back? The Tong Tian sect master sneered. The official lowered his head and didn't say anything. The Tong Tian sect master looked coldly at the official. Hey, that lord of yours wants to borrow my hand to kill Gu Hai? I wouldn't dare. I only have news to inform you, sect master. The official immediately shook his head. No need to pretend that you don't know anything. Also, tell your lord not to be narrow-minded. With his cultivation, if he dares to scheme against me, I will find him and kill him even if he has to flee to the ends of the earth. The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. Yes, yes, yes. Then this one will take his leave. The official retreated in fear. Master, Gu Hai has returned to the imperial court. What do we do now? A middle-aged man asked respectfully. He's back? It's good that he's back. Come, follow me to take down Gu Hai. The Tong Tian sect master snorted coldly. Ever since Gu Hai escaped from Wanshou Taoism, he had caused him to make a fool of himself 3 times in a row. The first time was when he killed Xuandu, causing him to be slightly weaker than Xuandu, which was a great humiliation. The second time was when Jianghu Rulai and Matriarch Ji attacked him at the same time in Shinong City. In the end, not only did he not obtain the Divine Path Sorcerer's Book, but he also caused a lot of trouble. The third time was when he was ordered to retreat by Qiyu above the East Sea. Not to mention the passage to the Immortal Dome, just these matters were enough to make Gu Hai his mortal enemy. Yes. The group of disciples answered. Follow me. The Tong Tian sect master snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeves, he led the 10 disciples into the sky and rushed towards the boundless celestial capital. After the Tongtian sect master left, in a small pavilion not far away, the official who went to report earlier quickly came to report. The Tongtian sect master has left, my lord, the official said respectfully. The pavilion was rather dark, and the appearance of the person inside could not be seen clearly. What a good mo yike. He actually planned a counterattack against me? As expected, nothing can be rushed. Those spies in the boundless celestial capital are in trouble. The lord in the pavilion said coldly. Then what should we do? Guhai is back. Those spies won't be able to cause much trouble. Time waits for no one. If only Guhai came back a few days later. 5 days, only 5 days. What a pity, what a pity. Forget it, forget it. The lord in the pavilion sighed softly. The Tongtian sect master is already on his way. Perhaps. The pavilion was silent for a while. Then the lord sighed and said, the Tongtian sect master is involved. It's a pity for Guhai. It would be great if such a talent could be used by His Majesty. It's good that the Tongtian sect master is on his way. Even if Guhai's intellect is unparalleled in the face of absolute power, he can only wait to be captured. This time he has no helpers and no external forces to borrow. Yes. Chapter 872. At the boundless heavenly capital, the embroidered uniform guards were inspecting the officials. Among the officials, a small group was terrified. They wanted to flee and even instigate the other officials to cause a ruckus. However, that depended on the timing. If His Majesty had not returned, they might have succeeded. However, now that His Majesty was back, who would listen to their instigation? Among the countless officials of the Great Han Dynasty, a large number were merchants who had followed Guhai since he was on 9-5 Island. They had nurtured absolute reverence for Guhai a long time ago. Later they recruited officials one after another and experienced many things. At this moment, as long as an official had a brain, they would not dare to cause trouble. Just now, someone tried to flee and cause trouble, so they were quickly apprehended. After a series of inspections, the embroidered uniform guards quickly identified a group of officials. Although Montez was not stripped of his position as commander of the embroidered uniform guards due to his dereliction of duty and Guhai's reprimand, he still trembled in fear. Even though he was severely injured and his dantian was destroyed, Montez endured the pain and continued to organize the inspections of the embroidered uniform guards. At dawn, most of the officials had returned to their residences. Only a small portion was apprehended. Jia team, bring men to search the homes of these suspicious officials. Capture everyone in their homes. No one is allowed to escape. If one escapes, bring their heads to me. Montez ordered with a ferocious expression. Yes, an embroidered uniform guard answered. Immediately, he led a large number of embroidered uniform guards to search the homes of those suspicious officials. Montez endured the pain. He did not even bandage his wounds. His clothes were stained with blood as he brought the dossiers and went to meet Guhai. Montez understood that he could not absolve himself from the blame for the chaos in the boundless heavenly capital. Right now, he could only make himself look more miserable and hope that His Majesty could sympathize with him. At the entrance of the upper study, Mo Yike left with the information that Qin Tianshan collected. The moment he stepped out, he ran into Montez. When Montez saw Mo Yike come out of the upper study, his face sank. Lord Mo, sorry for the offense. Montez bowed slightly. Lord Ming, thank you for your hard work. Mo Yike nodded. The two of them passed each other. Right now, it was still unclear who the biggest spy was, so the two of them didn't dare to get too close. Oh right. Mo Yike suddenly turned his head and said. Montez paused and looked at Mo Yike. His Majesty is not in the upper study room now. If you want to report to His Majesty, go to the Three Pristines Palace. Her Majesty should be there. Mo Yike said and left. Montez was slightly taken aback and then he smiled bitterly. Suddenly he began to suspect that the assassin he saw last night was Mo Yike. One had to know that Mo Yike was such an intelligent person. How could he personally carry out an assassination? But if it wasn't him, who could it be? He saw it clearly and so did the Crown Prince. Montez shook his head and headed straight for the Three Purities Palace. The Three Purities Palace was the residence that Guhai gave to Tongtian when he was summoned by Guhai. At this moment in the Three Purities Palace, Guhai found a map on a table in the Three Purities Palace. Mosquito Dauren stood behind him. Guhai, you went to 800,000 years ago? Mosquito Dauren looked at Guhai in shock. Oh? Who told you that? Gu Hai didn't turn around and looked at the map in his hand. They didn't tell me when they came back. I got the news from other sects. Mosquito Daoran said in a low voice. Since you already know, why bother asking? Gu Hai smiled faintly. But, Gu Hai said solemnly, Mr. Mosquito Daoran, you have kept your promise. I will keep my promise too. When the time is up, I will help you get the Chaos Essence Pearl. Mosquito Daoran frowned. He seemed to have something else to say. Why, Mosquito Daoran, do you have anything else to say? Gu Hai turned and looked at Mosquito Daoran in confusion. Mosquito Daoran looked at Gu Hai with narrowed eyes. I can see that, Gu Hai, you have a big plan. Oh. You made a promise with me for 50 years? Ha ha ha, I thought that I would be able to get the Chaos Essence Pearl after 50 years. Now it seems that may not be the case. Mosquito Daoran said with narrowed eyes. Mosquito Daoran, what do you mean? Gu Hai asked in confusion. You are quite ambitious. To think that you are the same as Warring State Dragon old Mr. Guanqi and the others. When the heavens awaken in 50 years, you will point your sword at the heavens. At that time you will not care about the Chaos Essence Pearl. If you win, you will become an immortal, and if you lose, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. That is why you are willing to promise me the Chaos Essence Pearl. Because by then you will no longer care. Or rather, you will be powerless? Mosquito Daoran said coldly. Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoran and smiled. Pointing my sword at the heavens? Ha, Mosquito Daoran, you can't speak carelessly. Gu Hai did not admit it, but there was no surprise in his eyes. Obviously he did not want to be exposed. So you were lying to me before? Mosquito Daoran said coldly. Lying? No, I was telling the truth. If I have the Chaos Essence Pearl after 50 years, I will definitely give it to you. Gu Hai said seriously. Mosquito Daoran's eyelids twitched. Although he was deceived, he did not jump up in anger. My Dahan Imperial Dynasty is about to enter troubled times with many enemies. Mr. Mosquito Daoran, you have already fulfilled your promise. There is no need for you to stay in Dahan and face danger with us. Gu Hai said sincerely. Danger? Ha, with you around, Dahan is indeed filled with danger. Right now, the great martial emperor dynasty is colluding with the spiritual mountain Holy Land and Wanshou Taoism to destroy Dahan. It is indeed filled with danger. Last time, you even attracted the Tongtian sect master. Mosquito Daoran said seriously. That's right. It is so dangerous and I do not want to harm you. After all, you helped me. Or rather, the Tongtian sect master will come for the second time very soon. This time he will come with a vengeance. Mister, you should avoid him as soon as possible. Gu Hai advised. What if I don't want to avoid him? Mosquito Daoran said with a smile. Oh. Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows, revealing a trace of surprise. That's right. I am timid and afraid of trouble. I am used to being free and unrestrained. However, after staying in the infinite celestial capital for so many years, I suddenly realized that there is nothing wrong with staying in one place, Mosquito Daoran said with a smile. Mister, what do you mean? You are willing to join my Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Gu Hai said in surprise. Although the Mosquito tribe is timid and afraid of trouble, we also understand that if we want to drink a person's blood, we must not be afraid of being killed. If we want to drink blood, we must do it. Now, I want to drink blood. Mosquito Daoran stared at Gu Hai with a determined gaze. Mister, are you sure that I have blood on me? Gu Hai said with a smile. I believe you. I also saw it. It is not that you have blood on you, but that you can bring others to drink blood with you. Didn't Shangguan Hen drink his fill? Kong Xian Ao Shun and even Mo Yike drink their fill. If I continue to hide, I will not be able to drink any more. Mosquito Daoran said with certainty. What if we don't get to drink the blood and get slapped to death? Gu Hai asked solemnly. I will run. I hope you don't mind me running. Mosquito Daoran stared at Gu Hai. Mosquito Daoran meant that if he noticed that something was wrong, he would allow him to run or even say that he was a traitor. Raising a two-faced person? If it were someone else, they would definitely not be willing. However, Gu Hai could not get angry at Mosquito Daoran. Although he was a petty person, he was a true petty person, unlike those hypocrites. He dared to say this openly, which made Gu Hai look at him in a new light. Alright, I will allow you to run. However, before you run, you have to keep your eyes open. Don't run away before the time is right. Gu Hai said with a smile. Ah, you are willing? Mosquito Daoran said in shock. Everyone runs away when facing a great disaster. It is human nature. This is nothing. Furthermore, I believe that as long as I am around, you will not run. Gu Hai said with a smile. You are that confident? Mosquito Daoran asked, finding it strange. Mosquito Daoran. Gu Hai shouted. Mosquito Doran's expression turned solemn. From today onwards, I confer upon you the title of Legio 6 of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. You will form your own army to defend the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, Gu Hai said solemnly. Mosquito Daoran was slightly stunned. Then a struggle appeared on his face. After struggling for a while, he bowed solemnly and said, Yes, Your Majesty. After agreeing to Gu Hai, Mosquito Daoran let out a soft sigh of relief. It was like he had let go of the worries in his heart. In the past, when he came to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, he still felt superior. However, as Kong Xian, Shanghai Hen, and even Ao Shun surpassed him one by one, Mosquito Daoran understood that he might have missed a lot of opportunities. At this moment he said this to test Gu Hai. Secondly, he was indeed a little jealous of Kong Xian and the others' gains. He didn't expect Gu Hai to agree immediately. Moreover, it was such a rude request. Your Majesty, I saw that you were staring at that diagram the moment you entered this hall. What is that? Mosquito Daoran asked curiously. I have finished looking at the diagram of the fairy slaying sword formation. It is not very useful to me. Since you have entered the fairy slaying sword formation, I will lend it to you for a few days. Gu Hai threw the diagram in his hand to Mosquito Daoran. What? The diagram of the fairy slaying sword formation? Mosquito Daoran was shocked. At a glance, sword chi seemed to be rushing out of the blueprint, covering the sky and earth. Mosquito Daoran's expression was shaken, and he revealed a look of surprise. Boom. However, at this moment, a super loud sound suddenly came from the outside world. It was as if a monstrous storm had swept over. Instantly, countless buildings in the infinite celestial capital shook and trembled. Accompanying this storm was a powerful aura that suppressed the infinite celestial capital. Mosquito Daoran, who was looking at the diagram of the fairy slaying sword formation, also changed his expression abruptly. This aura? The Tong Tian sect master is finally here? Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. Stepping forward, Gu Hai stepped out of the Three Pristines Hall. The moment he stepped out of the Three Pristines Hall, he heard a cold shout from the sky. Fairy slaying. Whoosh. Suddenly, a Tong Tian slaying sword stabbed into the Dongfang of the infinite celestial capital, piercing the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. Immortal slaying. The immortal slaying sword immediately stabbed into the southern land of the infinite celestial capital. Immortal trapping sword. Immortal ending sword. The immortal trapping sword stabbed into the western part of the infinite celestial capital, while the immortal ending sword stabbed into the northern part of the infinite celestial capital. For a moment, the 4 swords were arranged in a large encirclement, surrounding the infinite celestial capital in a circle. Formation rise. Boom. With the 4 swords as the edges and corners, billions of sword chi instantly erupted and rushed toward the infinite celestial capital. For a moment, the sky and earth were filled with endless sword chi, covering the sky and earth. A great aura of death enveloped the entire infinite celestial capital. Fairy slaying sword formation? Mosquito Daoran, who followed out, changed his expression. Chapter 873. The Tong Tian sect master led a group of disciples to the outskirts of the limitless celestial capital at an extremely fast speed. His figure paused, and a gust of wind swept in all directions. Duo Bao, you take charge of the immortal slaying sword position. The Tong Tian sect master shouted coldly. Yes, master. A man in a Taoist robe answered. Zhao Gongming Sen Shao, you take charge of the immortal slaying sword position. The Tong Tian sect master shouted. Yes, master. The 4 of them answered. Jin Ling Hualing, you too take charge of the immortal trapping sword position. The Tong Tian sect master said solemnly. Yes, master. Master. The 2 of them answered. The rest of you take charge of the immortal slashing sword position. The Tong Tian sect master shouted. Yes, master. The crowd answered. The Tong Tian sect master waved his hand. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 swords of slaying, trapping, and severing immediately led the Tong Tian sect master's disciples to guard the 4 directions of the limitless celestial capital. In an instant, billowing sword chi erupted with a loud boom, charging straight for the limitless celestial capital. At the same time, a loud sound also rang out from the limitless celestial capital. In an instant, A huge formation boundary enveloped everything within. Under the pressure of the Tong Tian sect master, countless people's expressions changed drastically, and they looked at the Tong Tian sect master in horror. However, in the next instant they calmed down and looked at the palace together. The soaring palace square. At this moment, Gu Hai had already stepped into the soaring palace square. The civil and military officials of the Dehan imperial dynasty quickly gathered at the soaring palace square. Kang Xian, Shengguanhen, Ao Shun, Mosquito Daoren, Gao Xianji, and the others all stood behind Gu Hai, looking at the experts in all directions with gloomy expressions. Of course, the person closest to them was the Tong Tian sect master, who was standing in the air. The Tong Tian sect master flung his sleeves and looked coldly at Gu Hai in the soaring sky hall's plaza. Gu Hai extended his hand and took out the life-slaying saber. He placed it in the void as if it had become one with the entire limitless celestial capital's city defense formation. Tong Tian sect master? This is the second wave of invasion by that person from the great emperor dynasty, right? You have become his chess piece? Gu Hai sneered. Chess piece? No one can make this sect master a chess piece. But you, Gu Hai, this time this sect master wants to see how you escape. Who would they ask for help from? Just call them out. Let's see who can pass this sect master's immortal slaying sword formation. The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. Gu Hai looked at the Tong Tian sect master and smiled coldly. As for help? My Dehan imperial dynasty, the limitless celestial capital. Do you think I will ask for help? Oh. The Tong Tian sect master looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. Tong Tian sect master, the previous few times, you were just asking for humiliation. I have never deliberately targeted you. For the sake of the Taishang sect master, I will give you a chance to leave with dignity. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face. Gu Hai said coldly. Ha ha ha, the sect master wants to see how you will not give me face. Humph, without help, let's see how you will break through my immortal slaying sword formation today. With just Kang Xian and the rest? You're still a little short. The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. Your Majesty, this subject requests for battle. Kang Xian immediately stepped forward and said. You will make your move later. Gu Hai said indifferently. Kang Xian looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai looked at the Tong Tian sect master with a cold smile. I have been back for a few months. Does everyone think that without the laws of chess I am at your mercy? Good, very good. Tong Tian sect master, since you have delivered yourself to my doorstep today, let the world see if I am really at your mercy? Gu Hai's powerful snort caused the Tong Tian sect master's expression to darken slightly. There were actually many spies hidden within the limitless celestial capital, and even outside. After all, Gu Hai's name had already shaken the world, and many people had been keeping an eye on him. When they heard Gu Hai's cold snort at the Tong Tian sect master, they all looked puzzled. You Gu Hai, can you deal with the Tong Tian sect master on your own? That's impossible. Just by relying on the limitless celestial capital's formation? Believe it or not, it will be crushed by my fairy slaying sword formation with a wave of my hand, the Tong Tian sect master said with a cold smile. It's just the fairy slaying sword formation. I know it too. Gu Hai said coldly. As he spoke, he activated the life-entrapping blade. Outside the limitless celestial capital, four-colored sword chi suddenly appeared. It was not the four-colored sword chi of the fairy slaying sword formation, but the four-colored sword chi formed by the limitless celestial capital's chess formation. When Gu Hai's four-colored sword chi appeared, it suddenly rushed in all directions like a storm. Boom! Gu Hai and the Tong Tian sect master's sword chi collided with each other, and the void shook violently. If the Tong Tian sect master's sword chi circled the limitless celestial capital clockwise, then Gu Hai's sword chi circled the limitless celestial capital counterclockwise. Under the endless rumbles, there was a series of earth-shattering explosions. Fairy slaying sword formation. Mosquito Daoren's expression changed. Mosquito Daoren had seen Gu Hai check the formation diagram of the Three Pristines Palace just now. In just a short while, Gu Hai had mastered it all? Only the four immortal slaying swords were missing. Gu Hai's sword chi was not at all weaker than the Tong Tian sect master's sword chi. This is? The Tong Tian sect master's expression darkened. The Tong Tian sect master had already seen that Gu Hai's sword chi was exactly the same as the Tong Tian of the Jie sect in the past. Gu Hai knows it too? Immediately, the pressure from the four immortal slaying swords was blocked by Gu Hai's life-entrapping blade. Fairy slaying sword chi? Without the four immortal slaying swords, this is just a frame. Do you know what the fairy slaying sword formation is? Within the fairy slaying sword formation, every sword will slay the immortals. The Tong Tian sect master shouted coldly. The Tong Tian sect master reached out and grabbed a sword chi, only to see that sword chi condense into an immortal slaying sword. Dong Feng still had an immortal slaying sword soaring into the sky, but the Tong Tian sect master seemed to have another sword in his hand out of thin air. Fairy slaying sword formation. If you were Wansho Taoism, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. But now, this is the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, this is the limitless celestial capital, this is my imperial capital. You arranged the fairy slaying sword formation? What a joke. Gu Hai snorted coldly. Gu Hai spoke again as he shouted coldly. Citizens of the Great Han Imperial Dynasty, I Gu Hai, have returned today to guard the Great Han Empire. Outside there are rascals who have come to invade. They have come with a ferocious momentum, wanting to destroy the Great Han Empire and destroy our nation. I Gu Hai request the citizens of the Dahan Empire to help me repel the invaders. Raise your right hand and lend me your strength to defeat the invaders, repel the invaders and show the might of our nation. Gu Hai shouted loudly. Above his head, above the sea of Providence clouds, the huge golden dragon of Providence suddenly stood up from its crouching position. Roar! The golden dragon roared, and the entire sea of Providence clouds instantly surged. Gu Hai's voice was instantly transmitted to the ears of the countless citizens of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty through the golden dragon of Providence. Among the officials, Qin Tianshan was the first to raise his right hand. Your Majesty, please defeat the enemy and show the might of our nation. Qin Tianshan was the first to raise his right hand. Countless officials who didn't need to guard also raised their right hands. The citizens of the infinite celestial capital also raised their right hands. Your Majesty, I lend you my strength to repel the invaders and show the might of our nation. Apart from the infinite celestial capital, the citizens of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, which had close to 300 cities, all heard Gu Hai's voice. Under the call of the city lords, the citizens all raised their right hands. Your Majesty, repel the invaders and show the might of our nation. Your Majesty, I give you my strength. Your Majesty is back. I give you my strength. Long live the Dahan Empire. All around the infinite celestial capital, what seemed like streams of white light instantly rushed toward the golden dragon of Providence. The golden dragon of Providence instantly expanded. Roar! It roared at the sky and immediately dove down, heading straight for Gu Hai. Gu Hai stepped into the sky. Boom! The golden dragon rushed into Gu Hai's body, bringing with it the power of countless citizens from the 300 cities of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Crack, 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 crack. Gu Hai's body suddenly swelled. This was the result of a powerful force. If it was more than a year ago, Gu Hai wouldn't be able to fully withstand this force. However, Gu Hai's body had been tempered by the peak chi in the 18 levels of hell. Now it was still at its peak, so naturally he could withstand this enormous force. In addition, his cultivation level was no longer restricted after entering the heavenly palace. Therefore Gu Hai could absorb as much power as it came. Mobilizing the power of a nation. Unfortunately, you're only from the Imperial Dynasty. If you were from the Celestial Dynasty, I would be more concerned. But now, with just you? The Tong Tian sect master snorted in disdain. As he snorted, he slashed down with the celestial slaying sword in his hand. As the sword slashed down, it seemed to form a Tong Tian heavenly sword that had the power to destroy heaven and earth, tearing a huge crack in the void. It was as if he wanted to destroy the entire infinite celestial capital. Eye of life and death. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly emitted a black and white light. Once the eye of life and death appeared, he saw through all the flaws. 8 cycles of heaven. Gu Hai took out the life-extinguishing saber and slashed toward the sky. In terms of momentum, the life-extinguishing saber seemed to be slightly weaker than the celestial slaying sword. It seemed that even if he mobilized the power of the Dahan heavenly sword, he still couldn't defeat the celestial slaying sword. Apart from a few people who had absolute confidence in Gu Hai, most people thought that Gu Hai was going to lose. This defeat was a gamble for the entire infinite celestial capital. Hong! There was a loud sound. The saber and sword collided. Outside the city defense formation, both Gu Hai's and the Tongtian's sword chi exploded. The ground under Gu Hai's feet shook violently, and the entire infinite celestial capital shook. With just a shake, Gu Hai stood firmly on the square of the soaring palace hall. High up in the sky, the celestial slaying sword in the Tongtian sect master's hand suddenly exploded. How could this be? The Tongtian sect master's expression changed. Even if he didn't retreat, even if the celestial slaying sword was only formed by the sword formation, it still had half of the celestial slaying sword's power. How could it be blown apart by Gu Hai? Impossible. The Tongtian sect master's disciples exclaimed. Your Majesty is invincible. Countless citizens of the Dahan cheered. It's not that great. Again. Gu Hai glared at him, then stepped into the sky and charged toward the Tongtian sect master. With one slash, Gu Hai now had absolute confidence. So what if he was the Tongtian sect master? This was the infinite celestial capital, his home ground. With the help of hundreds of millions of citizens of the Dahan, he could still slay the Tongtian. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, take care of the Tongtian sect master's disciples. The rest of you, guard the infinite celestial capital and protect the citizens of the Dahan. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. The officials answered. Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran immediately followed Gu Hai out of the infinite celestial capital's formation and rushed toward everyone outside. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all. Gu Hai shouted with a sinister expression. Yes. Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran answered. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.